The Best Audiobooks presents. You are listening to the book Ninth House. Part 2. A novel by Leigh Bardugo. Read for you by Michael David Axtell and Lauren Fortgang. Introduction. Ninth House is an outstanding novel by author Leigh Bardugo, published in 2019. The book tells the story of Alex Stern, a young girl with the ability to see and interact with mysterious spirits. Alex is accepted into Yale Academy and joins the Council of Ancient Masters, who control the magical sects and activities of the night at the university. Here, she must solve dangerous mysteries and intrigues within the shadowy world of the rich and powerful. With a sophisticated and artistic writing style, Ninth House delivers a fascinating and surprising story about magic, mystery, and the battle between truth and danger. In 2019, this novel attracted great attention from readers who love the horror and mystery genres.
Last fall. Darlington had woken from the manuscript party with the worst shame hangover of his life. Alex showed him a copy of the report she'd sent. She'd kept the details murky, and though he wanted to be the kind of person who demanded a strict adherence to the truth, he really wasn't sure he could look Dean Sandow in the eye if the specifics of his humiliation were known. He'd showered, made Alex breakfast, then called a car to take them both back to the hutch so he could pick up the Mercedes. He returned to Black Elm in the old car, the images of the previous night a blur in his head. He collected the pumpkins along the drive and put them in the compost pile, raked the leaves from the back lawn. It felt good to work. The house suddenly seemed very empty, in a way it hadn't in a long time. He'd brought few people to Black Elm. When he'd invited Michelle Alameddine to see the place his freshman year, she'd said, "This place is crazy. How much do you think it's worth?" He hadn't known how to answer. Black Elm was an old dream. Its romantic towers raised by a fortune made on the soles of vulcanized rubber boots. The first Daniel Tabor Arlington, Darlington's great-great-great-grandfather, had employed 30,000 people in his New Haven plant. He'd bought up art and iffy antiquities, purchased a 6,000-square-foot vacation cabin on a New Hampshire lake, given out turkeys at Thanksgiving. The hard times had begun with a series of factory fires and ended with the discovery of a process to successfully waterproof leather. Arlington rubber boots were sturdy and easy to mass manufacture, but miserably uncomfortable. When Danny was 10, he'd found a heap of them in the Black Elm attic, shoved into a corner as if they'd misbehaved. He'd dug through until he found a matched pair and used his t-shirt to wipe the dust off them. Years later, when he took his first hit of Hiram's elixir and saw his first gray, pale and leached of color as if still shrouded in the veil, he would remember the look of those boots covered in dust. He'd intended to wear the boots all day, stomping around Black Elm and mucking about in the gardens, but he only lasted an hour before he pulled them off and shoved them back into their pile. They'd given him a keen understanding of why, as soon as people had been offered another option for keeping the wet off their feet, they'd taken it. The boot factory had closed and stood empty for years, like the Smoothie Girdle factory, the Winchester and Remington plants, the Blake brothers and Rooster carriages before them. As he grew older, Darlington learned that this was always the way with New Haven. It bled industry, but stumbled on, bleary and anemic, through corrupt mayors and daft city planners, through misguided government programs and hopeful but brief infusions of capital. "This town, Danny," his grandfather liked to say, a common refrain, sometimes bitter, sometimes fond. "This town." Black Elm had been built to look like an English manor house, one of the many affectations adopted by Daniel Tabor Arlington when he made his fortune. But it was only in old age that the house really became convincing, the slow creep of time and ivy accomplishing what money could not. Danny's parents came and went from Black Elm. They sometimes brought presents, but more often they ignored him. He didn't feel unwanted or unloved. His world was his grandfather, the housekeeper Bernadette, and the mysterious gloom of Black Elm. An endless stream of tutors buttressed his public school education. Fencing, world languages, boxing, mathematics, piano. "You're learning to be a citizen in the world," his grandfather said. "Manners, might, and know-how. One will always do the trick." There wasn't much to do at Black Elm besides practice, and Danny liked being good at things. Not just the praise he received, but the feeling of a new door unlocking and swinging wide. He excelled at each new subject, always with the sense that he was preparing for something, though he didn't know what. His grandfather prided himself on being as much blue-collar as blue blood. He smoked Chesterfield cigarettes, the brand he'd first been given on the factory floor, where his own father had insisted he spend his summers, and he ate at the counter at Clark's Luncheonette, where he was known as the Old Man. He had a taste for both Marty Robbins and what Danny's mother described as the histrionics of Puccini. She called it his Man of the People act. There was little warning when Danny's parents came to town. His grandfather would just say, "Set the table for 4 tomorrow, Bernadette. The layabouts are gracing us with their presence." His mother was a professor of Renaissance art. He wasn't entirely sure what his father did. Micro-investing, portfolio building, foreign market hedges. It seemed to change with every visit, and it never seemed to be going well. What Danny did know was that his parents lived off his grandfather's money, and that the need for more of it was the thing that lured them back to New Haven. "The only thing," his grandfather would say, and Danny did not quite have the heart to argue. The conversations around the big dinner table were always about selling Black Elm, and became more urgent as the neighborhood around the old house began to come back to life. A sculptor from New York had bought up a rundown old home for $1, demolished it, and built a vast open-space studio for her work. She'd convinced her friends to follow, and Westville had suddenly started to feel fashionable. "This is the time to sell," his father would say, "when the land is finally worth something." "You know what this town is like," his mother said. "This town. It won't last." "We don't need this much space. It's going to waste. The upkeep alone costs a fortune. Come to New York. We could see you more often. We could get you into a doorman building, or you could move someplace warm. Danny could go to Dalton or board at Exeter." His grandfather would say, "Private schools turn out pussies. I'm not making that mistake again." Danny's father had gone to Exeter. Sometimes Danny thought his grandfather liked toying with the layabouts. He would examine the scotch in his glass, lean back, prop his feet by the fire if it was winter, contemplate the green cloud formations of the elm trees that loomed over the back garden in the summer. He would seem to think on it. He would debate the better places to live, the upside to Westport, the downside to Manhattan. He'd expound on the new condominiums going up by the old brewery, and Danny's parents would follow wherever his fancies led, eagerly, hopefully, trying to build a new rapport with the old fellow. The first night of their visits always ended with, "I'll think on it," his father's cheeks rosy with liquor, his mother gamely clutching her cocoon of plush cashmere around her shoulders. But by the close of day 2, the layabouts would start to get restless, irritable. They'd push a little harder, and his grandfather would start to push back. By the 3rd night, they were arguing, the fire in the grate sparking and smoking when no one remembered to add another log. For a long time, Danny wondered why his grandfather kept playing this game. It wasn't until he was much older, when his grandfather was gone, and Danny was alone in the dark towers of Black Elm, that he realized his grandfather had been lonely. That his routine of the diner and collecting rents and reading Kipling might not be enough to fill the dark at the end of the day. That he might miss his foolish son. It was only then, lying on his side in the empty house, surrounded by a nest of books, that Darlington understood how much Black Elm demanded and how little it gave back. The layabout's visits always ended the same way. His parents departing in a flurry of indignation and the scent of his mother's perfume. Caron Poivre, Darlington had learned on a fateful night in Paris the summer after sophomore year, when he'd finally worked up the courage to ask Angélique Brun for a date, and arrived at her door to her looking glorious in black satin, her pulse points daubed with the expensive stink of his miserable youth. He'd claimed a migraine and cut the evening short. Danny's parents had insisted they would take Danny away, that they'd enroll him in private school, that they'd bring him back to New York with them. At first, Danny had been thrilled and panicked by these threats. But soon he'd come to understand they were empty blows aimed at his grandfather. His parents couldn't afford expensive schools without Arlington money, and they didn't want a child interfering with their freedom. Once the layabouts had gone, Danny and his grandfather would go to dinner at Clark's, and his grandfather would sit and talk with Tony about his kids and look at family photos, and they'd extol the value of good, honest work. And then his grandfather would grab Danny's wrist. "Listen," he would say, his eyes rheumy and wet when you looked this close. "Listen. They'll try to take the house when I die. They'll try to take it all. You don't let them." "You're not going to die," Danny would say. And his grandfather would wink and laugh and reply, "Not yet." Once, installed in a red booth, the smell of hash browns and steak sauce thick in the air, Danny had dared to ask, "Why did they even have me?" "They liked the idea of being parents," his grandfather said, waving his hand over the leavings of his dinner. "Showing you off to their friends." "And then they just dumped me here?" "I didn't want you raised by nannies. I told them I'd buy them an apartment in New York City if they left you with me." That had seemed okay to Danny at the time, because his grandfather knew best, because his grandfather had worked for a living. And if maybe some part of him wondered if the old man had just wanted another shot at raising a son, had cared more about the Arlington line than what might be best for a lonely little boy, the rest of him knew better than to walk down that dark hall. As Danny got older, he made it a point to be out of the house when the layabouts came to town. He was embarrassed by the idea of hanging around, hoping for a gift or a sign of interest in his life. He'd grown tired of watching them play out the same drama with his grandfather and seeing them indulged. "Why don't you leave the old man alone and go back to wasting your time and his money?" he sneered at them on his way out of the house. "When did the little prince become so pious?" his father had retorted. "You'll know what it's like when you fall out of favor." But Darlington never had the chance. His grandfather got sick. His doctor told him to stop smoking, change the way he ate, said he could buy himself a few more months, maybe even a year. Danny's grandfather refused. He would have things his way or not at all. A nurse was hired to live in the house. Daniel Tabor Arlington grew grayer and more frail. The layabouts came to stay, and suddenly Black Elm felt like enemy territory. The kitchen was full of his mother's special foods, stacks of plastic containers, little bags of grains and nuts that crowded the counters. His father was constantly pacing through the ground floor rooms, talking on his cell phone, about getting the house assessed, probate law, tax law. Bernadette was banished in favor of a cleaning crew that appeared twice a week in a dark green van and used only organic products. Danny spent most of his time at the museum, or in his room with the door locked, lost in books he consumed like a flame eating air, trying to stay alight. He practiced his Greek, started teaching himself Portuguese. His grandfather's bedroom was crowded with equipment. IVs to keep him hydrated, oxygen to keep him breathing, a hospital bed beside the huge four-poster to keep him elevated. It looked like a time traveler from the future had taken over the dim space. Whenever Danny tried to talk to his grandfather about what his parents were doing, about the real estate agent who had come to walk the property, his grandfather would seize his wrist and glance meaningfully at the nurse. "She listens," he hissed. And maybe she did. Darlington was 15 years old. He didn't know how much of what his grandfather said was true, if the cancer was speaking or the drugs. "They're keeping me alive so they can control the estate, Danny." "But your lawyer." "You think they can't make him promises? Let me die, Danny. They'll bleed Black Elm dry." Danny went out alone to sit at the counter at Clark's, and when Leona had set a dish of ice cream in front of him, he'd had to press the heels of his hands against his eyes to keep from crying. He'd sat there until they needed to close, and only then taken the bus home. The next day, they found his grandfather cold in his bed. He'd slipped into a coma and could not be revived. There were furious whispered conversations, closed doors, his father yelling at the nurse. Danny had spent his days at the Peabody Museum. The staff didn't mind. There was a whole herd of kids who got dumped there during the summers. He'd walked through the mineral room, communed with the mummy and the giant squid, and Cretan's raptor, tried to redraw the reptile mural. He walked the Yale campus, spent hours deciphering the different languages above the Sterling Library doors, was drawn again and again to the Beinecke's collection of tarot cards, to the impenetrable Voynich manuscript. Staring at its pages was like standing at Lighthouse Point all over again, waiting for the world to reveal itself. When it started to get dark, he took the bus home and crept in through the garden doors, moving silently through the house, retreating to his bedroom and his books. Ordinary subjects weren't enough anymore. He was too old to believe in magic, but he needed to believe that there was something more to the world than living and dying. So he called his need an interest in the occult, the arcane, sacred objects. He spent his time hunting down the work of alchemists and spiritualists who had promised ways of looking into the unseen. All he needed was a glimpse, something to sustain him. Danny had been curled up in his high tower room, reading Paracelsus, beside Waite's translation, when his grandfather's attorney had knocked on the door. "You're going to have to make some choices," he'd said. "I know you want to honor your grandfather's memory, but you should do what's best for you." It wasn't bad advice, but Danny had no idea what might be best for him. His grandfather had lived off the Arlington money, doling it out as he saw fit. But the estate prohibited him from leaving it to anyone but his son. The house was another story. It would be held in trust for Danny until he was 18. Danny was surprised when his mother appeared at his bedroom door. "The university wants the house," she said, then looked around the circular turret room. "If we all sign off, then the profits can be shared. You can come to New York." "I don't want to live in New York." "You can't begin to imagine the opportunities that will open for you there." Nearly a year before, he'd taken the Metro North to the city, spent hours walking Central Park, sitting in the Temple of Dendur at the Met. He'd gone to his parents' apartment building, thought about ringing the bell, lost his nerve. "I don't want to leave Black Elm." His mother sat down on the edge of the bed. "Only the land is valuable, Danny. You have to understand that this house is worthless. Worse than worthless. It will drain every dollar we have." "I'm not selling Black Elm." "You have no idea what the world is like, Daniel. You're still a child, and I envy that." "That's not what you envy." The words emerged low and cold, exactly the way Danny wanted them to sound. But his mother just laughed. "What do you think is going to happen here? There's less than $30,000 in the trust for your college education, so unless you think you'd like to make some friends at UConn, it's time to start reevaluating. Your grandfather sold you a false bill of goods. He led you on just as he led us on. You think you'll be some lord of Black Elm? You don't rule this place. It rules you. Take what you can from it now." this town. Danny stayed in his room. He locked the door. He ate granola bars and drank water from the sink in his bathroom. He supposed it was a kind of mourning, but he also just didn't know what to do. There was a stash of $1,000 tucked into a copy of McCullough's 1776 in the library. When he was 18, he'd have access to his college fund. Beyond that, he had nothing. But he couldn't let go of Black Elm. He wouldn't. Not so someone could put a wrecking ball through its walls. Not for anything. This was his place. Who would he be, untethered from this house? From its wild gardens and gray stone? From the birds that sang in its hedges? From the bare branches of its trees? He'd lost the person who knew him best, who loved him most. What else was there to cling to? And then one day, he realized the house had gone silent. That he'd heard his parents' car rumble down the drive, but never heard them return. He opened his door and crept down the stairs to find Black Elm completely empty. It hadn't occurred to him that his parents might simply leave. Had he secretly been holding them hostage, forcing them to stay in New Haven, to pay attention to him for the first time in his life? At first he was elated. He turned on all of the lights, the television in his bedroom and the one in the den downstairs. He ate leftover food from the fridge and fed the white cat that sometimes prowled the grounds at dusk. The next day, he did what he always did. He got up and went to the Peabody. He came home, ate beef jerky, went to bed. He did it again and again. When the school year started, he went to school. He answered all of the mail that came to Black Elm. He lived off Gatorade and chicken rolls from 7-Eleven. He was ashamed that sometimes he missed Bernadette more than he missed his grandfather. One day, he came home and flipped the switch in the kitchen, only to discover the electricity had been turned off. He pulled all of the blankets and his grandfather's old fur coat down from the attic and slept buried beneath them. He watched his breath plume in the quiet of the house. For 6 long weeks, he lived in the cold and dark, doing his homework by candlelight, sleeping in the old ski clothes he discovered in a trunk. When Christmas came, his parents appeared at the front door of Black Elm, rosy-cheeked and smiling, laden with presents and bags from Dean and DeLuca, Jaguar idling in the drive. Danny bolted the doors and refused to let them in. They'd made the mistake of teaching him he could survive. Danny worked at the luncheonette. He got a job laying out manure and seed at Edgerton Park. He took tickets at Lyric Hall. He sold off clothes and pieces of furniture from the attic. It was enough to keep him fed and keep the lights on. His few friends were never invited over. He didn't want inquiries about his parents or about what a teenage boy was doing alone in a big empty house. The answer he couldn't give was simple. He was caring for it. He was keeping Black Elm alive. If he left, the house would die. A year passed. Another. Danny got by. But he didn't know how long he could keep just making do. He wasn't sure what came next. He wasn't even sure if he could afford to apply to college with his friends. He would take a year off. He would work, wait for the money from his trust. And then he didn't know. He didn't know, and he was scared because he was 17 and already weary. He'd never thought of life as long, but now it seemed impossibly so. Later, looking back on what happened, Danny could never be sure what he'd intended that night in early July. He'd been in and out of the Beinecke and the Peabody for weeks, researching elixirs. He'd spent long nights gathering ingredients and sending away for what he couldn't scavenge or steal. Then he'd begun the brew. For 36 hours straight, he'd worked in the kitchen, dozing when he could, setting his alarm to wake him for the next stage in the recipe. When at last he looked down at the thick, tar-like syrup at the bottom of Bernadette's ruined Le Creuset, he'd hesitated. He knew what he was attempting was dangerous, but he'd run out of things to believe in. Magic was all he had left. He was a boy on an adventure, not a boy swallowing poison. The UPS man had found him lying on the steps the next morning, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. He'd made it out of the kitchen door before he'd collapsed. Danny woke in a hospital bed. A man in a tweed jacket and a striped scarf sat beside his bed. "My name is Elliot Sandow," he said. "I have an offer for you." Magic had almost killed him, but in the end, it had saved him. Just like in stories.
14. Winter. Alex curled into the window seat at the hutch, and Dawes brought her a cup of hot chocolate. She'd placed a gourmet marshmallow at the top, the kind that looked like a rough-hewn stone yanked from a quarry. "You went to the underworld," said Dawes. "You earned a treat." "Not all the way to the underworld." "Then give the marshmallow back." She said it shyly, as if afraid to make the joke, and Alex cradled her cup close to show she was playing along. She liked this Dawes, and she thought maybe this Dawes liked her. What was it like? Alex looked out over the rooftops in the late morning light. From here, she could see the gray gables of Wolf's Head and part of the ivy-tangled backyard, a blue recycling bin leaning tipsily against the wall. It looked so ordinary. She set aside her bacon and egg sandwich. Usually she could eat at least 2 herself, but she could still feel the water pulling her under, and it was messing with her appetite. Had she really crossed over? How much was illusion, and how much was real? She described what she could and what the bridegroom required. When she finished, Dawes said, "You can't go to Tara Hutchins's apartment." Alex picked at her sandwich. "I just told you about communing with the dead in a river full of golden-eyed crocodiles, and that's what you have to say?" But apparently a taste of adventure had been enough for Dawes. "If Jean Sandow finds out what you did to Salome to get us into the temple, Salome may bitch to her friends, but she's not going to bring in the big guns. Offering us access to the temple, stealing from Scroll and Key, it's all too messy. And if she does, I'll deny it. And you want me to deny it too? I want you to think about what's important. And are you going to threaten me?" Dawes kept her eyes on her cup of cocoa, her spoon circling around and around. "No, Dawes. Are you afraid I will?" The spoon stopped. Dawes looked up. Her eyes were a warm, dark coffee, and sunlight caught in her messy bun, making the red in her hair glow brighter. "I don't think I am," she said, as if she was surprised by the fact herself. "Your reaction was extreme, but Salome was in the wrong. Dawes with the ruthless streak. Still, if the Dean learns you made a deal with a Grey, he won't. But if he does, you're afraid he'll call you out for helping me. Don't worry, I won't snitch. But Salome saw you. You might have to keep her quiet too." Dawes' eyes widened, and then she realized Alex was kidding. "Oh, right. It's just, I really need this job." "I get it," said Alex, maybe better than anyone else who had ever sat beneath this roof. "But I need something that belonged to Tara. I'm going to her apartment." "Do you even know where she lived?" "No," Alex admitted. "If Detective Turner figures out..." "What's Turner going to find out? That I went halfway to the underworld to talk to a ghost? I'm pretty sure that doesn't count as witness tampering." "But going to Tara's apartment, going through her stuff. That's breaking and entering. It's interfering with an active police investigation. You could be arrested. Only if I get caught. Dawes gave a decisive shake of her head. You're crossing a line, and I can't follow if you're going to put both of us and Leigh at risk. Detective Turner doesn't want you involved, and he'll do whatever he has to protect his case. Good point, Alex said, considering. So maybe instead of going around Turner, she should just go through him. Alex wanted to hide at the hutch and let Dawes make her cups of cocoa. She wouldn't have minded a little mothering, but she needed to go back to old campus to renew her grasp on the ordinary world before things that really mattered slipped away. She left Dawes in front of the dramat, but not before she'd asked about the name she'd heard, or thought she'd heard, spoken in the borderlands. Jean Dumont? Or maybe Jonathan Desmond? It doesn't ring a bell, said Dawes. But I'll do a few searches and see what the library has to say once I'm back at Ile Baston. Alex hesitated, then said, Be careful, Dawes. Keep your eyes open. Dawes blinked. Why? She said. I'm nobody. You're Leigh, and you're alive. You're somebody. Dawes blinked again, like clockwork waiting for a cog to turn, for the right wheel to click so she could continue moving. Then her vision cleared and her brows knitted together. Did you see him? She said in a rush, staring at her feet. On the other side? Alex shook her head. North claims he isn't there. That's gotta be a good sign, said Dawes. On Wednesday we'll call him back. We'll bring him home. Darlington will know what to do about everything. Maybe. But Alex wasn't going to bet her life on waiting. Do you know much about the bridegroom murders? Alex asked. Just because she knew North's name, she didn't have to make a habit of using it. It would only strengthen their bond. Dawes shrugged. It's on all of those haunted Connecticut tours, along with Jenny Kramer and that house in Southington. Where did it go down? I'm not sure. I don't like reading about that kind of stuff. You chose the wrong line of work, Dawes. She cocked her head. Or did it choose you? She remembered Darlington's story about waking in the hospital at age 17 with an IV in his arm and Dean Sandow's card in his hand. It was something they had in common, though it had never really felt that way. They approached me because of the topic for my dissertation. I was well suited to research. It was boring work until... She broke off. Her shoulders hitched like someone had yanked on her strings. Until Darlington. Dawes brushed at her eyes with her mitted hands. I'll let you know if I learn anything. Dawes, Alex began. But Dawes was already hurrying back toward the hutch. Alex looked around, hoping to see the bridegroom, wondering if the Gluma or its master knew she had survived, if an ambush would be waiting around the next corner. She needed to get back to the dorm. Alex thought of the passage the bridegroom had quoted from Idols of the King, the sinister weight of the words. If she remembered right, that passage was about Geraint's romance with Enid, a man driven mad by jealousy, though his wife had remained faithful. It didn't exactly inspire confidence. Rather die than doubt. Why had Tara chosen those lines for her tattoo? Had she related to Enid? Or had she just liked the sound of the words? And why would someone from Scroll and Key share them with her? Alex couldn't imagine one of the locksmiths saying, "Thank you for a particularly sweet high," with a tour of the tomb and an education in its mythology. And even if Alex wasn't making something out of nothing, how had dealing weed to a few undergrads turned into murder? There had to be something more at play here. Alex remembered lying on her back at that intersection, seeing through Tara's eyes in her last moments, seeing Lance's face above her. But what if it hadn't been Lance at all? What if it had been some kind of glamour? She swerved down High Street, toward the Hopper College dining hall. She longed for the safety of her dorm room, but Answers could protect her better than any ward. Even though Turner had warned her off Trip, it was the only name she had and the only direct connection between the societies and Tara. It was early yet, but sure enough, there he was, seated at a long table with a few of his buddies, all of them in loose shorts and baseball caps and fleeces, all of them rosy-cheeked and wind-buffed, despite the fact she knew they must be nursing hangovers. Apparently, wealth was better than vitamin injections. Darlington had been cut from the same moneyed cloth, but he'd had a real face, one with a little hardness in it. As she approached, she saw Trip's friends turn their eyes to her, assess her, discard her. She'd showered at the hutch, changed into a pair of Leigh sweats, and combed her hair. After being shoved into traffic and drowning, it was all the effort she owed anyone. "Hey, Trip," she said easily. "You got a minute?" He turned her way. "You want to ask me to prom, Stern?" "Depends. Gonna be a little slut for me and put out?" Trip's friends whooped, and one of them let out a long, "Ooh, shit." Now they were looking at her. "I need to talk to you about that problem set." Trip's cheeks pinked, but then his shoulders squared and he rose. "Sure." "Bring him home early," said one of his buddies. "Why?" she asked. "You want seconds?" They whooped again and clapped their hands as if she'd landed an impressive put. "You're kinda nasty, Stern," Trip said over his shoulder as she trailed him out of the dining hall. "I like it." "Come here," she said. She led him up the stairs, past the stained glass windows of plantation life that had survived the name change of the college from Slavery as a Positive Good Calhoun to Hopper. A few years back, a black janitor had smashed one of them to bits. Trip's face changed, eager mischief pulling at his mouth. "What's up, Stern?" he said as they entered the reading room. It was empty. She closed the door behind her and his grin widened. Like he actually thought she was about to make a move. "How do you know Tara Hutchins?" "What? How do you know her?" "I've seen her phone logs," she lied. "I know just how often you were in touch." He scowled and leaned on the back of a leather couch, folding his arms. The sulk didn't suit him. It pushed his round features from boyish sweetness to angry infant. "You a cop now?" She walked toward him and she saw him stiffen, tell himself not to back up. His world was all about deferral, moving in sideways patterns. You didn't step to someone directly. You didn't look them in the eye. You were cool. You were fine with it. You could take a joke. "Don't make me say I'm the law, Trip. I'll have trouble keeping a straight face." His eyes narrowed. "What is this about?" "How stupid are you?" His mouth fell open. His lower lip looked wet. Had anyone ever spoken to Trip Helmuth this way? "It's about a dead girl. I want to know what she was to you." "I already talked to the police." "And now you're talking to me. About a dead girl." "I don't have to." She leaned in. "You know how this works, right? My job, the job of Leigh House, is to keep entitled little shits like you from making trouble for the administration." "Why are you being such a hard-ass? I thought we were friends." "Because of all the beer pong we played and the summer we spent in Biarritz." Did he really not know the difference between friends and friendly? "We are friends, Trip. If I wasn't your friend, I'd have taken this to Dean Sandow already. But I don't want to hassle. And I don't want to make trouble for you or for Bones if I don't have to." His big shoulders shrugged. "It was just a hookup." "Tara doesn't seem like your type." "You don't know my type." Was he really trying to flirt his way out of this? She held his gaze and his eyes slid away. "She was fun," he muttered. For the first time, Alex had the sense he was being honest. "I bet she was," Alex said gently. "Always had a smile. Always glad to see you." That's what dealing was about. Trip probably didn't understand that he was just a customer. that he was a pal as long as he had cash on hand.
She was nice.
Did he care that she was dead? Was there something more haunted than a hangover in his eyes? Or did Alex just want to believe he gave a damn?
I swear all we ever did was fuck around and smoke a couple of bowls.
You ever meet at her place? He shook his head.
She always came to me.
Of course, figuring out her address couldn't be that easy. You ever see her with anyone from another society? Another shrug.
I don't know. Look, Lance and T were dealers. They got the best weed I've ever had, like the lushest, greenest shit you've ever seen. But I didn't keep track of who she hung out with.
I asked if you saw her with anyone. He lowered his head more.
Why are you being like this?
Hey, she said softly. She squeezed his shoulder. You know you're not in trouble, right? You're going to be fine. She felt some of the tension ease out of him.
You're being so mean.
She was torn between wanting to slap him or put him to bed with his favorite binky and a cup of warm milk. I'm just trying to get some answers, Trip. You know how it is. Just trying to do my job.
I feel you. I feel you.
She doubted that, but he knew the script. Regular guy, Trip Helmuth, working hard or hardly working. She gripped his shoulder more firmly. But you need to understand the situation. A girl died. And these people she ran with, they aren't your friends. And you aren't going to stay hard or not rat or any of that crap you've seen in movies, because this isn't a movie. This is your life. And you have a good life. And you don't want to mess it up, yeah? Trip kept his eyes on his shoes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
She thought he might cry. So who did you see with Tara? When Trip was done talking, Alex leaned back.
Trip? Yeah.
He kept staring at his shoes, ridiculous plastic sandals, as if summer never stopped for Trip Helmuth. Trip, she repeated, and waited for him to raise his head and meet her eyes. She smiled. That's it. We're done. It's over. You don't ever have to think about that girl again. How you fucked her and forgot her. How you thought she might give you a good deal if you made her come. How it got you off to be with someone who felt a little dangerous. We good? She asked. This was the language he understood.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let this go any further. I promise. And then he said it, and she knew he wouldn't tell anyone about this conversation. Not his friends, not the bonesman.
Thank you.
That was the trick of it. To make him believe he had more to lose than she did. One last thing, Trip, she said, as he made to scurry back toward the dining hall. Do you have a bike? Alex pedaled across the green, past the 3 churches, then down to State Street and under the highway. She had about 200 pages of reading to do if she didn't want to fall behind this week. And possibly a monster hunting her, but right now she needed to talk to Detective Abel Turner. Once you were off campus, New Haven lost its pretensions in fits and starts. Dollar stores and grimy sports bars shared space with gourmet markets and sleek coffee spots. Cheap nail salons and cell phone hubs sat next to upscale noodle shops and boutiques selling small, useless soaps. It left Alex uneasy, as if the city's identity kept shifting in front of her. State Street was just a long stretch of nothing, parking lots, power lines, the train tracks to the east. And the police station was just as bad, an ugly, muscular building of oatmeal-colored slabs. There were dead spaces like this all over the city, entire blocks of massive concrete monoliths looming over empty plazas like a drawing of the future from the past. Brutalist, Darlington had called them, and Alex had said, does sort of feel like the buildings are ganging up on you. No, he'd corrected.
It's from the French, brut, as in raw, because they used bare concrete. But yes, it does feel like that.
There had been slums here before, and then money had poured into New Haven from the Model Cities program.
It was supposed to clean everything up, but they built places no one wanted to be. And then the money ran out, and New Haven just has these gaps.
Wounds, Alex had thought at the time. He was about to say wounds, because the city is alive to him. Alex looked down at her phone. Turner hadn't replied to her texts. She hadn't worked up the nerve to call, but now she was here and there was nothing else to do. When he didn't answer, she hung up and dialed back again. And then again. Alex hadn't been anywhere near a police station since after Helly died. Not only Helly died that night, but to think of it in any other terms, to think of the blood, the pale pudding of Len's brain clinging to the lip of the kitchen counter, set her mind rabbiting around her skull in panic. At last, Turner answered.
"What can I do for you, Alex?"
His voice was pleasant, solicitous, as if there were no one else he'd rather speak to. Reply to my goddamn texts. She cleared her throat. "Hi, Detective Turner. I'd like to speak to you about Tara Hutchins." Turner chuckled. There was no other word for it. It was the indulgent laugh of a 70-year-old grandfather, though Turner couldn't have been much over 30. Was he always like this at the office?
"Alex, you know I can't talk about an active investigation."
"I'm outside the police station." A pause. Turner's voice was different when he answered. A bit of that jolly warmth gone.
"Where?"
"Right across the street." Another long pause.
"Train station in 5.
Alex walked Tripp's bike the rest of the way up the block to Union Station. The air was soft, moist with the promise of snow. She wasn't sure if she was sweaty from the ride or because she was never going to get used to talking to cops. She propped the bike against a wall by the parking lot and sat down on a low concrete bench to wait. A gray hurried past in his undershorts, checking his watch and bustling along as if afraid he was going to miss his train. "You're not going to make that one, buddy, or any of the rest." She scrolled through her phone, keeping one eye on the street as she searched Bertram Boyce North's name. She wanted a little context before she went asking the Leigh library questions. Luckily, there was plenty online. North and his fiancée were celebrities of a kind. In 1854, he and his betrothed, the young Daisy Fanning Whitlock, had been found dead in the offices of the North & Sons Carriage Company, long since demolished. Their portraits were the first link under New Haven on the Connecticut haunt site. North looked handsome and serious, his hair more tidily arranged than it had been in death. The only other difference was his clean white shirt, unmarred by bloodstains. Something cold slithered up her spine. Sometimes, despite her best efforts, she forgot she was seeing the dead, even with the gore splattered all over his fancy coat and shirt. Seeing this stiff, still black and white photo was different. He is moldering in a grave. He is a skeleton gone to dust. She could have what was left of him dug up. They could stand by the edge of his tomb together and marvel at his bones. Alex tried to shake off the image. Daisy Whitlock was beautiful in that dark-haired, stony-eyed way that girls of that time were. Her head was tilted slightly, only the barest hint of a smile on her lips. Her curls parted in the middle and arranged in soft loops that left her neck bare. Her waist was tiny, and her white shoulders emerged from a froth of ruffles, a posy of mums and roses clutched in her delicate hands. As for the factory where the murder had taken place, parts of it hadn't yet been finished at the time of North's murder, and it was never completed. North & Sons moved their operations to Boston and continued to do business until the early 1900s. There were no photographs of the crime scene. Only lurid descriptions of blood and horror, The gun, a pistol North had kept in his new offices in case of intruders, still gripped in his hand. The bodies had been discovered by Daisy's maid, a woman named Gladys O'Donoghue, who had gone screaming into the streets. She had been found nearly a half-mile away, hysterical, at the corner of Chapel and High. Even after a calming dose of brandy, she'd had little information to offer the authorities. The crime seemed an obvious one. Only the motive offered any kind of intrigue. There were theories that Daisy had been pregnant by another man, but her family had hushed it up in the wake of the murders to avoid further scandal. One commenter suggested that North had been driven mad by mercury poisoning because of the time he'd spent near Danbury's hat factories. The simplest theory was that Daisy wanted to break off the engagement, and North wouldn't have it. His family wanted an infusion of capital from the Whitlocks, and North wanted Daisy. She had been a favorite of the local society columns and known as flirtatious, bold, and sometimes inappropriate. "I like you already," murmured Alex. Alex scrolled past maps to both Daisy's and North's graves, and was trying to zoom in on an old newspaper article when Turner arrived at the station. He hadn't bothered with an overcoat. Apparently he didn't intend to stay long. Even so, the man could dress. He wore a simple, staid charcoal suit, but the lines were sharp, and Alex saw the careful touches, the pocket square, the thin lavender stripe on the tie. Darlington had always looked good, but effortlessly so. Turner wasn't afraid to look like he tried. His jaw was set, his mouth a pinched seam. It was only when he spotted Alex that his mask of diplomacy dropped into place. His whole bearing changed, not just his expression. His body went loose and easy, unthreatening, as if actively discharging the current of tension that animated his form. He sat down beside her on the bench and rested his elbows on his knees.
"I need to ask you not to show up at my place of work."
"You didn't answer my texts."
"There's a lot going on. I'm in the middle of a homicide investigation, as you know."
"It was that or go to your house." That live wire tension sprang back into his body, and Alex felt a jolt of gratification at being able to rile him.
"I suppose Leigh has all of my particulars on file," he said.
Leigh most likely did know everything from Turner's social security number to his tastes in porn, but no one had ever offered Alex a look at the file. She didn't even know if Turner lived in New Haven proper. Turner checked his phone.
"I have about 10 minutes to give you."
"I'd like you to let me talk to Lance Grisang."
"Sure. Maybe you'd like to run his prosecution, too?"
Tara wasn't just connected to Trip Helmuth. She and Lance were dealing to members of Scroll and Key and Manuscript. I have names.
"Go on."
"They're not something I can disclose." Turner's face was still impassive, but she could feel his resentment building with each moment he was forced to indulge her. Good.
"You come to me for information, but you're not willing to share yours?" he asked.
"Let me talk to Grisang."
"He is the chief suspect in a murder investigation. You understand that, right?"
A disbelieving smile had crept up his lips. He really thought she was stupid. No, entitled. Another Trip. Maybe another Darlington. And he would like this version of her better than the one he'd met at the morgue, because this version could be intimidated. "All I need is a few minutes," she said, adding a whiny note to her voice. "I don't actually need your permission. I can make the request through his lawyer, say I knew Tara." Turner shook his head.
"Nope. As soon as I leave this meeting, I'm calling him and letting him know there's a crazy girl trying to insert herself into this case. Maybe I'll give him a look at the video of you running around Elm Street like some kind of fool."
A bolt of shame shook Alex as she thought of herself writhing in the middle of the road, cars swerving around her. So, Sandow had shared the video with Turner. Had he shared it with anyone else? The thought of Professor Bellbaum seeing it made her stomach churn. No wonder the detective was doubly smug with her today. He didn't just think she was stupid. He thought she was unhinged. Even better, What's the big deal? Alex said. Turner's fingers flexed on the immaculately pressed legs of his suit.
The big deal? I can't just sneak you in there. All visitors to a jail are logged. I have to have a good official reason to bring you there. His attorneys have to be there. The whole thing will have to be recorded.
You're telling me cops always follow the rules?
Police. And if I bent the rules and the defense found out, Lance Grisang would get away with murder and I'd lose my job.
Look, when I went up to Tara's place, Turner's gaze snapped to her, eyes blazing, all pretense of diplomacy gone.
You went to her house. If you crossed that tape,
I needed to know if... He shot to his feet. This was the real Turner, young, ambitious, forced to dance to make his way in the world and sick of it. He paced back and forth in front of the bench, then pointed a finger at her.
Stay the fuck away from my case.
Turner.
Detective Turner, you are not going to mess with my case. I see you anywhere near Woodland, I will fuck your life so hard you'll never walk straight again.
Why are you being such a hard-ass? She whined, cribbing a line from Tripp.
This isn't a game for you to play. You need to understand how easy it would be for me to take your life apart, to find a little stash of weed or pills on you or in your dorm room. Get that?
You can't just... Alex began, eyes wide, lip wobbling.
I'll do whatever I have to do. Now get out of here. You have no idea the line you're walking, so do not press me.
I get it, okay? Alex said meekly. I'm sorry.
Who did Tripp say he saw with Tara?
Alex didn't mind sharing the names. She'd meant to from the start.
Turner needed to know that Tara had been dealing to students who weren't in her phone logs, using a burner or a phone Lance had hidden or destroyed.
She looked down at her gloved hands and said quietly, Kate Masters and Colin Cottrey. Kate was in manuscript, but Alex barely knew her. The last time she'd spoken to her had been the night of the Halloween party, when she and Mike Awolowo had begged her not to tattle to Leigh about drugging Darlington. She'd been dressed as Poison Ivy. But Colin, she knew. Colin worked for Bellbaum, and he was in Scroll and Key. He was cute, tidy, as preppy as they came. She could imagine him relaxing with an outrageously expensive bottle of wine, not hotboxing with town goods. But she knew from her time at Ground Zero, appearances could be deceiving. Turner smoothed his lapels, his cuffs, ran his hands over the clean sides of his head. She watched him put himself back together. And when he smiled and winked, it was as if the angry, hungry Turner had never been there.
Glad we had this chat, Alex. You let me know if there's anything at all I can do to help you out in the future.
He turned and marched back toward the hulking form of the police station. She hadn't liked whimpering in front of Turner. She hadn't liked being called crazy. But now she knew what street Tara had lived on, and the rest would be easy. Alex was tempted to go directly to Woodland and find Tara's apartment, but she didn't want to try to do her snooping on a Sunday when people would be home from work. It would have to wait until tomorrow. She hoped that whoever had sent the Gluma after her thought she was still laid up at the hutch, or dead. But if they were watching her, she hoped they'd seen her talking to Turner. Then they'd think the police knew what she knew, and there'd be no point to shutting her up. Unless somehow Turner is in on all of it. Alex shook the thought from her mind as she pedaled back toward the Hopper gates. Cautious was helpful. Paranoid was just another word for distracted. She texted Tripp to let him know where she dumped his bike inside the gate and headed across Old Campus, turning over Tara's ties to the societies. The Gluma suggested the involvement of Book and Snake, but so far it didn't look like Tara had been dealing to anyone in that society. Tripp connected her to Skull and Bones. Colin and that weird tattoo connected her to Scroll and Key. Kate Masters tied her to manuscript. And manuscript specialized in glamours. If someone had been dressed in magic that night, pretending to be Lance, manuscript was probably involved. That would explain why Alex had seen Lance's face in Tara's memory of the murder. But all of that also assumed Tripp's information was good. When you were scared, you'd say anything to get yourself out of a bad situation. She should know. And Alex had no doubt that Tripp would happily sell out whoever first came to mind to get himself out of trouble. She supposed she could take those names to Sandow, explain that Turner would now be hunting down their alibis. Try to make him reconsider Leith's involvement in the investigation. But then she'd have to explain that she'd badgered the information out of a bonesman. Alex had to be honest with herself, too. Something in her had shaken loose when the Gluma attacked. The real Alex coiled like a serpent in the false skin of who she pretended to be. That Alex had snapped her jaws closed on Salome, bullied Tripp, manipulated Turner. But she had to be careful. It's essential that they see you as stable, reliable. She didn't want to give Sandow any more excuses to sever her from Leigh and her only hope of staying at Yale. Alex felt a rush of relief as she climbed the steps to Vanderbilt. She wanted to be behind the wards, to see Lauren and Mercy and talk about work and boys. She wanted to sleep in her own narrow bed. But when Alex entered the suite, the first thing she heard was crying. Lauren and Mercy were on the couch. Lauren had her arm around Mercy and was rubbing her back as Mercy sobbed. "What happened?" Alex said. Mercy didn't look up, and Lauren's face was harsh. "Where have you been?" she snapped. Darlington's mom needed help with something. Lauren rolled her eyes. Apparently the family emergency excuse was past retirement. Alex sat down on the battered coffee table, her knees bumping Mercy's. Mercy had her head buried in her hands. "Tell me what's going on." "Can I show her?" said Lauren. Mercy released another sob. "Why not?" Lauren handed over Mercy's phone. Alex slid unlock on the screen and saw a text string with someone named Blake. Blake Keeley? He was a lacrosse player, if she remembered right. There was a story about him kicking a kid from a rival team in the head during a game in high school. The player had been on the ground at the time. Every college had revoked his scholarship. Every college but Yale. The lacrosse team had been Ivy League champs for 4 years running, and Blake had landed a modeling gig with Abercrombie & Fitch. His posters were plastered all over the store's windows on Broadway, giant black and white images of him emerging shirtless from a mountain lake, hauling a Christmas tree through a snowy wood, snuggling a bulldog puppy by a roaring fire. "You were hot last night. All the brothers agree. Come by again tonight." There was a video attached. Alex didn't want to press play, but she did. The sound of raucous laughter blared from the phone, the thump of a bass track. Blake said, Hey, we have such a pretty girl, something exotic on the menu tonight, right?" He turned the camera on Mercy, who laughed. She was sitting in another boy's lap, her velvet skirt hiked high on her thighs, a red Solo cup in her hand. Shit. Omega meltdown. Alex had promised Mercy she'd go with her, but she'd completely forgotten. "Take it in the other room," said Lauren as Mercy wept. Hurriedly, Alex entered her bedroom and shut the door. Mercy's bed was unmade. That, even more than her sobbing, was a sure sign of distress. In the video, Mercy's skirt was pushed up to her waist, her panties pulled down. "Jesus, look at all that bush!" Blake giggled, a high, giddy sound, his eyes tearing with laughter. "It's so straight. You doing good, hon?" Mercy nodded. "Haven't had too much to drink? You're sober and consensual, as they say?" "You bet." Mercy's eyes were bright, lively, alert, not glazed or heavy-lidded. She didn't look drunk or like she'd been roofied. "On your knees, hon. Time for Chinese takeout." Mercy knelt, her dark eyes wide and wet. She opened her mouth. Her tongue was stained purple from the punch. Alex paused the video. No, not the punch. She knew that color. That was how those servants had looked that night at Manuscript. That was Merity, the drug of service, taken by acolytes to give up their will. The door opened and Lauren slipped inside.
She won't let me take her to the health center.
They're rapists. We should be going to the cops. They should be good for that, at least.
You saw the video. She told me she barely drank. She was drugged. I thought so too, but she isn't acting like it. She doesn't look like it. Did you watch it?
Part of it. How bad does it get?
Bad.
How many guys?
Just the two. She thinks he's going to send it around to his boys if he hasn't already. Why weren't you with her?
I forgot. Alex didn't want to say it because, yes, a girl had been murdered and Alex had been attacked, but at the end of the day, Alex hadn't spared a second thought for Mercy. And Mercy deserved better. She deserved a night out to have fun and flirt and maybe meet a cute boy she could kiss and take to a formal. That was why Alex had agreed to go to Omega Meltdown with her. She owed Mercy, who had been kind to her and helped with Alex's papers and never pitied, just pushed her to do better. But she'd forgotten all about the party after the Gluma attack. She'd gotten caught up in her fear and desperation and her desire to know why she was being hunted.
Who did she go with?
Alex asked.
Charlotte and that crew from upstairs?
Lauren's voice was an angry growl.
They just left her there.
If Mercy was under the influence of Meredy, then she would have said she was fine, that they should leave, and they wouldn't have known her well enough to argue with her. But if Alex had been there, she would have seen Mercy's purple tongue. She could have stopped this. Alex put her coat back on. She took a screenshot of the video and sent it to her own phone, showing Mercy's mouth open, her purple tongue out.
Where are you going?
Lauren whispered furiously.
Does Darlington's mom need some more help?
To fix this.
She doesn't want us talking to the police.
I don't need the police. Where does Blake live?
The Omega House.
Up on Linwood, in the filthy frat row that had sprung up when the university had kicked the fraternities off campus years ago.
Alex,
said Lauren. Just try to keep her calm, and don't leave her alone. Alex strode back out of Vanderbilt and across Old Campus. She wanted to go straight to Blake, but that would do no good. A group of grays flickered in the corner of her vision.
Orare lasticora,
she spat. Her grandmother's curse felt good on her tongue.
Let them be swallowed alive.
All of her anger must have gathered in the words. The grays scattered like birds. And what about the Gluma? If it was out there hunting, would it go running? She would have been glad for a glimpse of the bridegroom, but she hadn't seen him since their encounter in the borderlands. Alex knew she shouldn't have riled Detective Turner. He might have been willing to help if she hadn't messed with him. It was possible he still would. Part of her believed he really was one of the good guys. But she didn't want to rely on Turner or the law or the administration to fix this, because the video would still be out there. And Blake Keeley was rich and beautiful and beloved. And there was a big difference between things being fair and things being set right. 15. Winter. Alex hadn't been back to manuscript since the Halloween party. That night, she'd stayed with Darlington at Black Elm, trying to keep warm in his narrow bed. She'd woken to dawn light trickling through the room and Darlington curled behind her asleep. He was hard again, the ridge of him tucked against the curves of her ass. One of his hands was cupped over her breast, his thumb moving back and forth over her nipple with the lazy, rhythmic sway of a cat's tail. Alex felt her whole body flush. "Darlington," she had snapped. He murmured against the back of her neck. "Wake up and fuck me or cut that out." He froze and she felt him wake. He rolled off the bed, stumbling, tangled in covers. I'm sorry, did we? She rolled her eyes. "No." "Those assholes." A rare swear, but a deserved one. His eyes had been bloodshot, his face haggard. It would have been worse if he'd known that the report she showed him over breakfast bore no resemblance to the one she'd actually sent to Dean Sandow. The manuscript tomb looked even uglier beneath a noon sun, the circle hidden in its brickwork seeming to appear then disappear as Alex approached the front door. Mike Awolowo waved her inside. The big room and the yard beyond looked airy, safe, all signs of the arcane buried deep beneath the surface. "I'm glad you reached out," he said, though Alex doubted that was true. He was an international studies major and had the intense, friendly poise of a daytime talk show host. Alex glanced over his shoulder and was happy to see the place seemed empty. Now that Kate Masters was on Alex's suspect list, she didn't want to complicate things. Time to settle up. Mike's expression was resigned, the look of someone sitting in a dentist's chair. "What do you need?" "A way to call back something. A video." "If it's gone viral, there's nothing we can do." "I don't think it has, not yet, but it could tip any minute." "How many people have seen it?" "I'm not sure. Right now, maybe a handful." "That's a big ritual, Alex, and I'm not even sure it would work." Alex held his gaze. "The only reason you're even up and functioning is because of the report I filed on Halloween." The night of the party, she and Darlington had stormed out of the tomb, or done their best to, Mike and Kate trailing after in their Batman and Poison Ivy costumes. Darlington was wobbly on his feet, blinking at everything as if it was too bright, clinging hard to her arm. "Please," Awolowo had begged. "This wasn't sanctioned by the delegation. One of the alumni had a bug up his ass about Darlington. It was supposed to be a joke." "Nothing happened," said Kate. "That wasn't nothing," Alex retorted, dragging Darlington farther down the block. But Awolowo and Masters had followed, arguing, and then making offers. So, Alex had propped Darlington against the Mercedes and made a deal. A favor for a softening of the report. She'd described the drugging as an accident, and manuscript had faced nothing but a fine, when otherwise they would have been suspended. She'd known eventually Darlington would find out, when harsher sanctions never materialized. If nothing else, she'd get a stern lecture on the difference between morals and ethics. But then, Darlington had disappeared, and the report had never been an issue. She knew it was a punk move, but if she survived her freshman year, Leigh would be her show to run. She had to do things her way. Awolowo crossed his arms. "I thought you did it to save Darlington's pride." "I did it because the world runs on favors." Alex rubbed a hand over her face, trying to shake a sudden wave of fatigue. She held up her phone. "Look at her tongue. Someone's using one of your drugs to mess with girls." Mike took the phone in hand and frowned at the screenshot. "Merity? Impossible. Our supplies are locked down." "Someone could be sharing the recipe." "We know what the stakes are, and we all have strong prohibitions placed on us. We can't just walk around talking about what we do here. Besides, it's not a question of knowing a formula. Merity only grows in the greater Kingon Mountains. There's literally one supplier, and we pay him a very steep fee to only sell to us." Then where had Blake and his friends gotten it? Another mystery. "I'll look into it," Alex said. "But right now I need to fix this." Mike studied Alex. "This isn't Leigh business, is it?" Alex didn't answer. "There's a threshold for media. It varies from music, celebrity, memes, but if you pass it, no ritual can call it back. I guess we could try to reverse the full cup. We use it to build momentum for projects. That's what we did for Micah's single last September." Alex remembered Darlington's description of the society members gathered naked in a huge copper vat, chanting as it filled gradually with wine that bubbled up from some invisible place beneath their feet. The full cup. It had been enough to get a very mediocre single to number 2 on the dance charts. "How many people would you need for it?" "At least 3 others. I know who to talk to. But it will take a while to prepare. You'll need to do everything you can to stanch the bleeding in the meantime, or none of it will matter." "Okay, call your people as fast as you can." She didn't like the idea of Kate Masters being involved, but mentioning her name would only raise questions.
"You're sure?"
Alex knew what Mike was asking. This was a violation of every Leigh protocol. "I'm sure." She was already at the door when Mike said, "Wait." He crossed to a wall of decorative urns and opened one, then drew a small plastic envelope from a drawer and measured out a tiny portion of silver powder. He sealed the envelope and handed it to Alex. "What is it?"
"Star power. Astrum Selenus. It's salt skimmed from a cursed lake where countless men drowned, in love with their own reflections."
"Like Narcissus?"
"The lake bed is covered in their bones. It's going to make you really convincing for about 25 to 40 minutes. Just promise me you'll find out where that creep got the Merity."
"Do I snort it? Sprinkle it over my head?"
"Swallow. It tastes awful, so you may have trouble keeping it down. You're going to have a brutal headache after it wears off, and so will everyone you came in contact with."
Alex shook her head. So much power just left on the mantel for anyone to seize. What was in the rest of those urns?
"You shouldn't have these things," she said, thinking of Darlington's wild eyes,
Of mercy on her knees.
"You shouldn't be able to do this to people."
Mike's brows rose.
"You don't want it?"
"I didn't say that." Alex folded the envelope into her pocket. "But if I ever find out you use something like this on me, I'll burn this building down." The house on Linwood was 2 stories of white wood and a porch sagging beneath the weight of a moldy couch. Darlington had told her that Omega once had a house in the alley behind Wolf's Head, a sturdy stone cottage full of glowing brown wood and leaded glass. Their letters were still worked into the stone. But Alex found it hard to imagine parties like Omega Meltdown and Sex on the Beach in what looked like a cozy tea room for Scottish spinsters.
"Fraternity culture wasn't quite the same then," Darlington had said. "They dressed better, dined formally, took the gentlemen and scholars bit seriously."
Gentleman scholar seems like a good description for you.
"A true gentleman doesn't boast of the title. And a true scholar has better uses for his time than downing flaming Dr. Pepper shots."
But when Alex had asked why the frat had been kicked off campus, he'd only shrugged and underlined something in the book he was reading.
"Times changed. The university wanted the property, and not the liability."
Maybe they should have kept them on campus.
"You surprise me, Stern. Sympathy for the brotherhood of keg stands and misplaced aggression?"
Alex thought of the squad on Cedros. Make people live like animals, they start acting like animals. But animal was too kind a term for Blake Keeley. Alex took the plastic packet from her pocket and downed the powder inside. She gagged instantly and had to pinch her nose shut, covering her mouth with her fingers to keep from spewing the substance back up. The taste was fetid and salty, and she desperately wanted to rinse her mouth out, but she forced herself to swallow. She didn't feel any different. Jesus, what if Mike had been messing with her? Alex spat once in the muddy yard, then climbed the stairs and tried the front door. It was unlocked. The living room stank of old beer. Another busted couch and a lazy boy recliner were arranged around a chipped coffee table covered in red Solo cups, and a banner with the house's letters had been hung above a makeshift bar with 2 mismatched stools in front of it. A shirtless guy in a backward baseball cap and pajama pants was picking up scattered cups and shoving them into a big black garbage bag. He startled when he saw her. "I'm looking for Blake Keeley." He frowned.
You a friend of his?"
Alex wished she'd been in less of a hurry back at manuscript. Just how was the star power supposed to work? She took a breath and gave him a big smile. "I'd really appreciate your help." The guy took a step backward. He touched his hand to his heart as if he'd been punched in the chest.
"Of course," he said earnestly. "Of course. Whatever I can do."
He returned her smile, and Alex felt a little ill and a little wonderful.
"Blake!"
He called up the stairs, gesturing for her to follow. He had a bounce in his step. Twice on the way up, he turned to look at her over his shoulder, grinning. They reached the second floor, and Alex heard music, the thunderous rattle of a video game being played at full volume. Here, the beer smell receded, and Alex detected the distant whiff of some very bad weed, microwave popcorn, and boy. It was just like the place she'd shared with the Lannan Van Nuys. Shabby in a different way, maybe, the architecture older, dimmer, without the clean gilding of a Southern California sun. "Blake!" the shirtless boy called again. He reached back and took Alex's hand with an utterly open smile. A giant poked his head out of the doorway. "Gio, you fuck," he said. He wore shorts and was shirtless, too, cap backward like it was some kind of uniform. "You were supposed to clean the toilet." So Gio was a pledge or some other kind of lackey. "I was cleaning downstairs," he explained. "Do you want to meet... Oh, God, I can't remember your name." Because she hadn't said it, Alex just winked. "Clean the fucking toilet first," the giant complained. "You cockshiners can't just keep shitting on top of shit. And who the hell is..." "Hi," said Alex. And because she never had, she tossed her hair. Hey, hi. How are you?" He tugged his shorts up and then down, removed his cap, ran a hand through his tufty hair, set the cap back in place. "Hi." "I'm looking for Blake." "Why?" His voice was mournful. "Help me find him?" "Absolutely. Blake!" the giant bellowed. "What?" demanded an irritated voice from a bedroom down the hall. Alex didn't know how much time she had left. She shook off Gio the lackey's hand and forged ahead, making sure not to look into the bathroom as she passed. Blake Keeley was slouched on a futon, sipping from a big bottle of Gatorade and playing Call of Duty. He was at least wearing a shirt. She could sense the other boys hovering behind her. "Where's your phone?" Alex asked. "Who the fuck are you?" Blake said, tipping his head back and assessing her with a single arrogant glance. For a moment, Alex panicked. Had Mike's magic powder worn off so fast? Was Blake somehow immune? Then she remembered the way the powder had burned her throat. She yanked the cord from the wall and the game went silent. "What the..." "I'm so sorry," Alex said. Blake blinked, then gave her a lazy, easy smile. That's his panty dropper grin, thought Alex, and considered knocking his teeth in. "No worries at all," he said. "I'm Blake." "I know." His grin widened. "Have we met? I was pretty wasted last night, but..." Alex shut the door, and his eyes widened. He looked almost flustered, but utterly delighted. A kid on Christmas. A rich kid on Christmas. "Can I see your phone?" He stood and handed it over, offering her his spot on the futon. "Do you want to sit?" "No. I want you to stand there looking like an asshole." He should have reacted, but instead he just stood there smiling obediently. "You're a natural." She gave the phone a shake. "Unlock it." He obliged, and she found his gallery, pressed play on the first video. Mercy's face appeared, smiling and eager. Blake stroked the wet head of his penis against her cheek, and she laughed. He turned the camera back on himself and gave his stupid shit-eating grin again, nodding as if to the viewers at home. Alex held up the phone. "Who did you send this video to?" "Just a couple of the brothers, Jason and Rodriguez." "Get them in here. Make them bring their phones." "I'm here," said the giant from behind the door. She pulled it open. "I'm Jason." He was actually raising his hand. While Blake scampered off to find Rodriguez and Jason the giant waited patiently, Alex found the texts he'd sent, deleted them, then deleted the rest of his messages for good measure. He'd obligingly named one of his photo albums Pussy Vault. It was full of videos of different girls. Some of them were bright-eyed and had purple tongues. Some just looked wasted. Drunk girls with glazed eyes. their tops off or pushed to the side. One girl was so far gone, only the whites of her eyes were visible, appearing and disappearing like slivers of moon as Blake fucked her. Another with vomit in her hair, her face pressed into a pool of sick as Blake took her from behind. And always, he turned the camera back on himself as if he couldn't resist showing off that star-worthy smile. Alex wiped the photo and video files clean, though she couldn't be sure they weren't backed up somewhere. Jason's phone was next. Either he had a shred of conscience or he'd been too hungover to send the video to anyone yet. She heard panting from down the hall and saw Blake dragging Rodriguez along the filthy carpet.
"What are you doing?" "You said to get him," said Blake. "Just give me his phone."
Another quick check. Rodriguez had sent the video to 2 friends, and there was no way of knowing who they'd passed it along to. Damn it. Alex could only hope that Mike had succeeded in gathering enough members of Manuscript and that reversing the full cup would work. Did they know? Alex asked Blake. Did they know about the Merity? That Mercy was drugged?
"No," Blake said, still smiling. "They just know I don't have a problem getting laid."
Where did you get the Merity?
"A guy from the forestry school."
The forestry school? There were greenhouses up there with regulated temperature gauges and moisture control, designed to recreate environments from all over the world. Maybe one just like the greater Kingun Mountains. What had Tripp said? Lance and T had the lushest, greenest shit you've ever seen. What about Lance Grisang and Tara Hutchins? She asked.
"Yeah, that's them. You know Lance?"
Did you hurt Tara? Did you kill Tara Hutchins? Blake looked confused.
"No, I would never do something like that."
Alex really wondered where he thought he was drawing a line. An ache had started to throb in her right temple. That had to mean the star power was going to wear off soon. And she just wanted to get out of here. The house made her skin crawl as if it had absorbed every sad, sordid thing that had happened within its walls. She looked down at the phone in her hand, thought of Blake's girls lined up in their galleries. She wasn't done just yet. "Come on," she said, glancing back down the hall to the open door of the bathroom.
"Where are we going?"
Blake asked, his lazy grin spreading like a broken yolk. "We're going to make a little movie." 16. Winter. Lauren had given Mercy an Ambien and put her to bed. Alex stayed with her, dozing in the darkened room, waking in the late evening to Mercy's snuffling tears. "The video is gone," Alex told her, reaching down to clasp her hand. "I don't believe you. It can't just be gone." "If it was going to break, it would have broken." "Maybe he wants to hold it over my head so that I come back and do things." "It's gone," said Alex. There was no real way of knowing if Mike's ritual had worked. The full cup was meant to build momentum, not drain it. But she had to hope. "Why would he pick me?" Mercy asked again and again, searching for logic, for some equation that would make this all add up to something she'd said or done. "He could have any girl he wanted. Why would he do that to me?" "Because he doesn't want girls that want him. Because he grew weary of desire and developed a taste for causing shame." Alex didn't know what lived in boys like Blake, beautiful boys who should be happy, who wanted for nothing but still found things to take. When night fell, she climbed down from her bunk and pulled on a sweater and jeans. "Come to dinner," she begged Mercy, squatting by their beds to turn on a lamp. Mercy's face was puffy from crying. Her hair gleamed in a black slash against the pillow. She had the same thick, dark, impossible-to-curl hair as Alex. "I'm not hungry." "Mercy, you have to eat." Mercy buried her face in her pillow. "I can't." "Mercy." Alex shook her shoulder. "Mercy, you're not dropping out of school over this." "I never said I was." "You don't have to say it. I know you're thinking it." "You don't understand." "I do," said Alex. "I had something like this happen to me back in California." When I was younger. And it all blew over? No, it sucked. And I kind of let it wreck my life. You seem all right. I'm not. But I feel all right when I'm here with you and Lauren, so no one gets to take that away. Mercy wiped her hand across her nose. So this is all about you? Alex smiled. Exactly. If anyone says anything, if anyone even looks at you wrong, I'll take his eye out with a fork. Mercy put on jeans and a high-necked sweater to cover her hickeys, the outfit so restrained she almost looked like a stranger. She splashed water on her face and dabbed concealer under her eyes. She still looked pale and her eyes were red, but no one looked great on a Sunday night in the dead of a New Haven winter. Alex and Lauren bracketed her, looping their arms through hers as they entered the dining hall. It was noisy as always, filled with the clink of dishes and the warm rise and fall of conversation. But there were no hiccups in the tide of sound as they entered. Maybe, just maybe, Mike and Manuscript had succeeded. They were seated with their trays, Mercy pushing listlessly at her fried cod as Alex guiltily bit into her second cheeseburger, when the laughter started. It was a particular kind of laughter Alex recognized. Sneering, too bright, cut short by a hand placed to a mouth in false embarrassment. Lauren went utterly still. Mercy shrank deep into the neck of her sweater, her whole body shaking. Alex tensed, waiting. Let's get out of here, said Lauren. But Evan Wiley swooped down into the seat beside her. Oh my God, I am dying. It's okay, Lauren said to Mercy, and then muttered angrily. What is your problem? I knew Blake was gross, but I didn't know he was that gross. Lauren's phone buzzed, then Alex's. But no one was looking at Mercy. People were just shrieking and gagging at their tables, faces glued to their own screens. Just look, said Mercy, her face in her hands. Tell me. Lauren took a deep breath and picked up her phone. She frowned. Gross, she gasped. I know, said Evan. There on the screen was Blake Keeley, bent over a filthy toilet. Alex felt the snake inside her unwind, warm and gratified, as if it had found the perfect sun-baked rock to warm its belly. Are you serious? Blake said, giggling in the exact same wild, high-pitched way he had when he'd said, Look at all that bush. Okay, he went on in the video. You're so crazy. But whoever he was talking to couldn't be seen. No, said Lauren. Oh my God, said Mercy. I know, repeated Evan. And as they watched, Blake Keeley dipped his cupped hand into the clogged toilet, scooped up a handful of shit, and took a big bite. He chewed and swallowed, still giggling, and then brown smearing his even white teeth and caking his lips, Blake looked at whoever was holding the camera and gave his famous, lazy, shit-eating smile. Alex's phone buzzed again. Awolowo. WTF is wrong with you? Alex kept her reply simple. XOXOXO. You had no right. I trusted you. We all make mistakes. Mike wasn't going to complain to Sandow. He'd have to explain that his delegation had somehow let the secret temerity slip free and that he'd handed Alex a dose of star power. Alex had used Blake's own phone to send the new video to all of his contacts, and no one at Omega knew her name. Alex, whispered Lauren. What is this? Around them, the dining hall had exploded into pockets of heated conversation, people cackling and pushing their food away in disgust, others demanding to know what was happening. Evan had already moved on to the next table, but Lauren and Mercy were staring at Alex, quiet, their phones placed face down on the table. How did you do it? Asked Lauren. Do what? You said you would fix it, Mercy said. She tapped her phone. So? So, said Alex. The silence eddied around them for a long moment. Then Mercy dragged her finger over the table and said, You know how people say 2 wrongs don't make a right? Yeah. Mercy pulled Alex's plate toward her and took a huge bite of her remaining cheeseburger. They're full of shit. Whether the magic of scroll and key was learned or stolen from Middle Eastern sorcerers during the Crusades is not really a matter of debate. Fashions change, thieves become curators, though the locksmiths still like to protest that their mastery of portal magic was gotten by strictly honest means. The exterior of the scroll and key tomb pays homage to the origins of their power. But the interior of the tomb is nonsensically devoted to Arthurian legend, complete with a round table at its heart. There are some who claim the stone comes from Avalon itself, others who swear it comes from the Temple of Solomon, and still others who whisper it was quarried down the road in Stony Creek. Regardless of its origins, everyone from Dean Acheson to Cole Porter to James Gamble Rogers, the architect responsible for Yale's very bones, has jostled elbows at it. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House. Sunburn keeping me awake. Andy said we'd be in Miami in time for kickoff, no problem. All of it on the books and approved by the S&K board and the alumni. But whatever magic they got cooking went wobbly fast. At least now I've seen Haiti. Leigh Day's Diary of Naomi Farwell. Timothy Dwight College, 89. 17. Winter. Alex had spent the rest of Sunday night in the common room with Mercy and Lauren, Rimsky-Korsakov on Lauren's turntable and a copy of The Good Soldier in her lap. The dorm seemed particularly raucous that night, and there were repeated knocks at the suite door, all of which they ignored. Eventually Anna came home looking glum and somnolent as ever. She gave them a flat, "Hey," and vanished into her bedroom. A minute later they heard her on the phone to her family in Texas, and had to cover their mouths, shoulders heaving and tears squeezing from their eyes when they heard her say, "I'm pretty sure they're witches." If only you knew. Alex slept dreamlessly but woke in the night to find the bridegroom hovering outside her bedroom window, the wards keeping him at bay. His face was expectant. "Tomorrow," she promised. Less than 24 hours had passed since her journey to the borderlands. She would get to Tara, but Mercy had needed her first. She owed more to the living than to the dead. "I'm handling this," she thought, as she downed 2 more aspirin and fell back into bed. Maybe not the way Darlington would have, but I'm managing. Her first stop on Monday morning was to Il Bastone, to pack her pockets with graveyard dirt and to spend an hour skimming the information she could find on Glume. If Book and Snake, or whoever had sent that thing after her, wanted to try again, this was the perfect time to do it. She'd freaked out in public, she was under the gun academically. If she suddenly threw herself in a river or off a building or into traffic, there would be plenty of warning signs to point to. Did she seem depressed? She was distant. She didn't make many friends. She was struggling in her classes. All true. But would it have mattered if she'd been someone else? If she'd been a social butterfly, they would have said she liked to drink away her pain. If she'd been a straight-A student, they would have said she'd been eaten alive by her perfectionism. There were always excuses for why girls died. And yet Alex was weirdly comforted by how different her story would be now from what it might have been a year ago. Dying of hypothermia after getting wasted and breaking into a public pool. Overdosing when she tried something new or went too far. Or just vanishing. Losing lens protection and disappearing into the long sprawl of the San Fernando Valley, the rows of little houses like stucco mausoleums in their tiny plots. But if she could avoid dying right now, that would be nice. It's the principle of the thing, as Darlington would say. After arguing with the library for a few hours, she found 2 passages on how to combat gloomy. One in English, one in Hebrew, which required a translation stone and turned out to be less about gloomy than golems. But since both sources mentioned the use of a wrist or pocket watch, the advice seemed sound. Wind your timepiece tight. The steady tick of a watch confuses any creature made, not born. They perceive a heartbeat in simple clockwork, and will look to find a body where there is none. It wasn't exactly protection, but distraction would have to do. Darlington had worn a wristwatch with a wide black leather band and mother-of-pearl face. She'd assumed it was an heirloom or affectation, but maybe it had a purpose too. Alex entered the armory, where they kept Hiram's crucible. The golden bowl looked almost bereft for lack of use. She found a pocket watch tangled up in a drawer with a collection of pendulums used for hypnotism, wound it, and tucked it into her pocket. But she had to open a lot of drawers before she found the mirrored compact she wanted, wrapped in cotton batting. A card in the drawer explained the mirror's provenance. The glass originally fashioned in China, then set into the compact by members of Manuscript for a still classified Cold War op run by the CIA. How it had made its way from Langley to the Leigh mansion on Orange, the card didn't say. The glass was smudged, and Alex wiped it clean with a puff of breath and her sweatshirt. Despite the events of the weekend, she made it through Spanish without her usual sense of blurriness or panic, spent 2 hours in Sterling, powering through the last of her reading for her Shakespeare section, and then ate her usual double-serving lunch. She felt awake, focused the way she was on Basso Belladonna, but without the heart-twitching jitters. And to think, all it had taken was an attempt on her life and a visit to the borderlands of hell. If only she'd known sooner. That morning, North had been hovering in the Vanderbilt courtyard, and she'd muttered that she wouldn't be free until after lunch. Sure enough, he was waiting when she emerged from the dining hall. And they set out together, up College to Prospect. They were nearly to Ingalls Rink when she realized she hadn't seen a single gray. No, that wasn't quite true. She saw them behind columns, darting into alleys. They're afraid of him, she realized. She remembered him standing in the river, smiling. There are worse things than death, Miss Stern. Alex had to keep consulting her phone as she cut down to Mansfield. She still couldn't quite hold the map of New Haven in her head. She knew the main arteries of the Yale campus, the routes she walked each week to class, but the rest of the body was vague and shapeless to her. She was headed toward a neighborhood she'd driven with Darlington once in his old battered Mercedes. He'd shown her the old Winchester repeating arms factory, which had been partially turned into fancy lofts, the line running straight down the building where the paint gave way to raw brick, the exact moment when the developer had run out of money. He gestured to the sad grid of Science Park, Yale's bid for medical tech investment in the 90s. I guess it didn't work, Alex had said, noting the boarded-up windows and empty parking lot. In the words of my grandfather, this town has been fucked from the start. Darlington had leaned on the gas, as if Alex had witnessed some embarrassing family spat at the Thanksgiving table. They'd passed the cheap row houses and apartment buildings where workmen had lived during the Winchester days, then farther up the slope of Science Hill, the homes that had belonged to the company's foreman, their houses built of brick instead of wood, their lawns wider and trimmed by hedges. Up the hill, farther and farther, solid homes giving way to grand mansions. And, at last, the imposing wooded sprawl of the Marsh Botanical Garden, as if a spell had been lifted. But today Alex wouldn't go to the top of the hill. She kept to the shallows, the weathered row houses, barren yards, liquor stores notched into the corners. Detective Turner had said Tara lived on Woodland, and even without the uniform posted at the door, Alex would have had no trouble picking out the dead girl's place. Across the street, a woman leaned against the fence bordering her yard, arms draped over the chain links as if caught in a slow-motion dive, gazing at the ugly apartment building as if it might start speaking. Two guys in tracksuits stood talking on the sidewalk, their bodies turned toward the scrubby front lawn of Tara's building, but keeping a coy distance. Alex couldn't blame them. Trouble had a way of catching.
Most cities are palimpsests,
Darlington had once told her. When she'd searched for the word's meaning, it had taken her 3 starts to find the right spelling.
Built over and over again, so you can't remember what went where. But New Haven wears its scars. The big highways that run the wrong way, the dead office parks, the vistas that stretch into nothing but power lines. No one realizes how much life happens between the wounds, how much it has to offer. It's a city built to make you want to keep driving away from it.
Tara had lived in the ridges of one of those scars. Alex hadn't worn her peacoat, hadn't pulled her hair back. It was easy for her to fit in here, and she didn't want to draw notice. She set a slow pace, stopped well down the block as if waiting for someone, checked her phone, glanced at North just long enough to detect his frustrated expression. "Relax," she muttered. "I don't answer to you, buddy. At least I don't think I do." At last, a man exited Tara's building. He was tall, thin, wearing a Patriot's jacket and light-washed jeans. He nodded a hello to the officer and popped his headphones in as he made his way down the brick steps. Alex trailed him around the corner. When they were out of view, she tapped him on the shoulder. He turned and she held up the mirror in her hand. It flashed bright sunlight over his face and he threw his hand up to block the glare, stepping back.
"What the hell?"
Alex snapped the mirror shut. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry," she said. "I thought you were Tom Brady." The guy shot her an ugly look and strode off. Alex jogged back to the apartment building. When she approached the officer at the door, she held up the mirror like a badge. The light fell on his face.
"Back already?"
asked the cop, seeing nothing but the captured image of the guy in the Patriot's jacket. Manuscript might have the worst tomb, but they had some of the best tricks.
"Forgot my wallet,"
Alex said, making her voice as gruff as possible. The cop nodded, and she vanished inside the front door. Alex pocketed the mirror and headed down the hall, moving quickly. She found Tara's apartment on the 2nd floor, the threshold marked by police tape. Alex thought she might have to pick the lock. She'd had to learn the basics after her mom had gone all tough love and barred her from the apartment. There had been something eerie about breaking into her own home, slipping inside like she herself was a phantom, standing in a space that might have belonged to anyone. But the lock on Tara's door was missing entirely. It looked like the cops had removed it. Alex nudged the door forward and ducked beneath the tape. It was clear no one had been back to try to straighten up Tara's apartment after the police had been through it. Who would? One of its occupants was in police custody, the other dead on a slab. Drawers were pulled open, cushions removed from the couches, some cut open by the police looking for contraband. The floor was littered with debris. A framed poster that had been yanked out of its frame, a discarded golf club, makeup brushes. Even so, Alex could see Tara had tried to make it a nice place to live. There were colorful quilts pinned to the walls, all purples and blues. Calming colors, Alex's mom would have said. Oceanic. A dream catcher hung in the window above a collection of succulents. Alex picked up one of the small pots, touching her fingers to the fat, waxy leaves of the plant inside. She'd bought one almost exactly like it at a farmer's market. They required almost no care or water, little survivors. She knew her plant had probably been thrown into the garbage or bagged as evidence. But she liked to think of it still sitting on the windowsill at ground zero, gathering sun. Alex walked down the narrow hall to the bedroom. It was in a similar state of disarray. A heap of pillows and stuffed animals lay by the bed. The back of the dresser had been taken apart. From the window, Alex could just make out the peaked tower of the old Marsh mansion. It was part of the forestry school, its long, sloping backyard full of greenhouses. And all just a few minutes' walk from Tara's place. What did you get up to, girl? North had paused in the hall by the bathroom, hovering. Something with effluvia, he'd told her. The bathroom was long and skinny, with little room to move between the standing sink and the battered shower tub combination. Alex eyed the items on the sink, in the wastebasket. A toothbrush or used tissues weren't going to do it. North had said the items should be personal. Alex opened the medicine cabinet. There was barely anything left inside, but perched on the top shelf was a blue plastic box. A sticker on the lid read, "Change your smile, change your life." Alex popped it open. Tara's retainer. North looked skeptical. "Do you even know what this is?" Alex asked. "Do you know you're looking at the miracle of modern orthodonture?" He crossed his arms. "Didn't think so." North was a century and a half short of getting it, but most of the kids on campus probably wouldn't have given it a second thought either. A retainer was the kind of thing people's parents bought them, that kids never knew the cost of, that got lost on school trips or forgotten in a drawer. But for Tara, this was important. Something she would have saved for months to get, that she would have worn every night and would have taken care not to lose. Change your smile, change your life. Alex tore off a piece of toilet paper and plucked the retainer from the case. It mattered to her, trust me. And hopefully still had some quality effluvia on it. Alex stoppered the sink and filled it. Would this count as a body of water? She hoped so. She dropped the retainer into the water. Before it could sink to the bottom, she saw a pale hand emerge beside the drain, as if it had bloomed from the cracked basin. As soon as the fingers closed, both hand and retainer vanished. When she looked up, North held it in his dripping palm, his mouth curled in distaste. Alex shrugged. "He wanted effluvia." She pushed the stopper down, dropped the tissue in the basket, and turned to go. A man was standing in the doorway. He was huge, his head nearly brushing the frame, his shoulders filling the space. He wore a mechanic's gray coverall, the top unzipped and hanging loose. His white t-shirt revealed muscled arms covered in ink. Alex began. But he was already charging. He barreled into her, slamming her backward against the wall. Her head cracked against the window ledge, and he grabbed her by the throat. She clawed at his arms. North's eyes had gone black. He threw himself at her attacker, but passed right through him. This was not a Glooma, not a ghost. This wasn't something from beyond the veil. He was flesh and blood, and trying to kill her. North couldn't help her now. Alex slammed her palm into his throat. His breath caught on a gulp and his grip loosened. She brought her knee up between his legs. Not a direct hit, but close enough. He doubled over. Alex shoved past him, tearing the shower curtain off its rings as she passed, stumbling over the plastic. She hurtled into the hallway, North on her heels, and was reaching for the door when suddenly the mechanic was in front of her. He hadn't opened the door. He'd simply appeared through it, just like a gray might. Portal magic? For the briefest moment, Alex glimpsed what looked like a barren yard behind him. Then he was striding toward her. She backed up through the cluttered living room, wrapping an arm around her middle, trying to think. She was bleeding, and it hurt to breathe. He'd broken her ribs. She wasn't sure how many. She could feel something warm and wet trickling down the back of her neck from where she'd hit her head. Could she make it to the kitchen? Grab a knife? "Who are you?" the mechanic growled. His voice was low and raspy, maybe from Alex's chop to his windpipe. "Who hurt Tara?" "Her shitbag boyfriend," Alex spat. He roared and rushed at her. Alex lurched left toward the mantel, dodging him narrowly, but he was still between her and the door, bouncing on his heels as if this were some kind of boxing match. He smiled. "Nowhere to run, bitch." Before she could slip past him, he had his hands around her throat again. Black spots filled her vision. North was shouting, gesturing wildly, powerless to help. No, not powerless. That wasn't right. "Let me in, Alex." No one knew who she was. Not North. Not this monster in front of her. Not Dawes or Mercy or Sandow or any of them. Only Darlington had guessed.
18. Last fall. Darlington knew Alex resented the call. He could hardly blame her. It wasn't a Thursday, when rituals took place, or a Sunday, when she was expected to prepare for the next week's work, and he knew she was struggling to keep up with her classes and the demands of Leigh. He'd been concerned about how the incident at Manuscript might impact their work, but she'd shrugged it off more easily than he had, handling the report so that he wouldn't have to relive the embarrassment, and going right back to complaining about Leith's demands. The ease with which she let go of that night, the casual forgiveness she'd offered, unnerved him, and made him wonder again at the grim march of the life she'd lived before. She'd even made it smoothly through her second right with Aurelian, a patent application at the Peabody's ugly, fluorescent-lit satellite campus, and her first prognostication for Skull and Bones. There'd been a rocky moment when she turned distinctly green and looked like she might vomit all over the haruspex, but she'd managed, and he could hardly fault her for wavering. He'd been through 12 prognostications, and they still left him feeling shaken. "It will be quick, Stern," he promised her as they set out from Il Baston on Tuesday night. "Rosenfeld is causing trouble with the grid." "Who's Rosenfeld?" "It's a what? Rosenfeld Hall. You should know the rest." She adjusted the strap on her satchel. "I don't remember." "St. Elmo?" he prompted her. "Right, the electrocuted guy." He'd give her the point. St. Erasmus had supposedly survived electrocution and drowning. He was the namesake for St. Elmo's fire and for the society that had once been housed in Rosenfeld Hall's Elizabethan towers. The red brick building was used for offices and annex space now and was locked at night, but Darlington had a key. "Put these on," he said, handing her rubber gloves and rubber overboots, not unlike the kind once made in his family's factory. Alex obliged and followed him into the foyer. "Why couldn't this wait until tomorrow?" "Because the last time Leigh let trouble at Rosenfeld go, we had a campus-wide blackout." As if chiming in, the lights in the upper stories flickered. The building hummed softly. This is all in the life of Leigh. "Remember how you said we don't concern ourselves with the non-landed societies?" Alex asked. "I do," said Darlington, though he knew what was coming. "I took your teachings to heart." Darlington sighed and used his key to open another door, this one to a huge storage room packed with battered dorm furniture and discarded mattresses. "This is the old dining hall of St. Elmo." He shone his flashlight over the soaring Gothic arches and cunning stone details. When the society was cash poor in the 60s, the university purchased the building from them and promised to keep leasing the crypt rooms to St. Elmo to use for their rituals. But instead of a proper contract built by Aurelian to secure the terms, the parties opted for a gentleman's agreement. Did the gentlemen change their minds? They died, and less gentlemen took over. Yale refused to renew the society's lease, and St. Elmo's ended up in that grubby little house on Linwood. "Home is where the heart is, you snob." "Precisely, Stern, and the heart of St. Elmo was here, in their original tomb. They've been broke and all but magicless since they lost this place. Help me move these." They shoved 2 old bed frames out of the way, revealing another locked door. The society had been known for weather magic, Artium Tempestate, which they had used for everything from manipulating commodities to swaying the outcome of essential field goals. Since the move to Linwood, they hadn't managed so much as a swift breeze. All of the society's houses were built at nexuses of magical power. No one was sure what created them, but it was why new tombs couldn't simply be built. There were places in this world that magic avoided, like the bleak lunar plains of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and places it was drawn to, like Rockefeller Center in Manhattan and the French Quarter in New Orleans. New Haven had an extremely high concentration of sites where magic seemed to catch and build, like cotton candy on a spool. The staircase they were descending wound down through 3 subterranean floors, the hum growing louder with every downward step. There was little left to actually see in the lower levels. The dusty, stuffed bodies of retired New Haven zoo animals, acquired on a lark by J.P. Morgan in his wilder days, old electrical conductors with pointed metal spires, straight out of a classic monster movie, empty vats, and cracked glass tanks. "Aquariums?" asked Alex. "Teapots for tempests." This was where the students of St. Elmo had brewed weather. Blizzards that raised utility prices, droughts that burned away crops, winds high and strong enough to sink a battleship. The hum was louder here, a relentless electrical moan that raised the hair on Darlington's arms and reverberated over his teeth. "What is that?" Alex asked over the noise, pressing her hands to her ears. Darlington knew from experience that would do no good. The hum was in the floor, in the air. Stay in it long enough and you'd start to go mad. St. Elmo's spent years here, summoning storms. For some reason, the weather likes to return. And when it does, we get the call? He led her back to the old fuse box. It was long since out of use, but mostly free of dust. Darlington took the silver weather vane from his bag. "Hold out your hand," he said. He set it in Alex's palm. "Breathe on it." Alex gave him a skeptical look, then huffed a breath over the spindly silver arms. It shot upright, like a sleepwalker in a cartoon. "Again," he instructed. The weather vane turned slowly, catching the wind, then began to whir in Alex's palm, as if caught in a gale. She leaned back slightly. In the beam of his flashlight, her hair rose around her head, a halo of wind and electricity that made her look as if her face were wreathed in dark snakes. He remembered her at the manuscript party, shrouded in night, and had to blink twice to shake the image from his mind. It wasn't the first time the memory had come back to him, and he was always left uneasy, unsure of whether it was the shame of that night that lingered, or if he'd seen something real, something he should have had the sense to look away from. "Set the vane spinning," he instructed, "then hit the switches." He flipped them in rapid succession all the way down the line. "And always wear gloves." His finger hooked the last switch, and the hum escalated to a high whine that clawed at his skull, the piercing, frustrated shriek of a cranky child that did not want to be sent to bed. Alex grimaced. A trickle of blood flowed from her nose. He felt wetness on his lip and knew his nose was bleeding too. Then, crack! The room flared with bright light. The weather vane went flying and pinged against the wall in a clatter, and the whole building seemed to sigh as the hum vanished to nothing. Alex shuddered with relief, and Darlington handed her a clean handkerchief to wipe her nose. "We have to do this every time the weather gets antsy?" she asked. Darlington dabbed at his own nose. "Once or twice a year, sometimes less. The energy has to go somewhere, and if we don't give it direction, it will create a power surge." Alex picked up the mangled weather vane. The tips of its silver arrows had melted slightly, and its spine was bent. "What about this thing?" "We'll put it in the crucible with some flux. It should restore itself in 48 hours or so." "And that's it? That's all we have to do?" "That's it. Leigh has sensors on all of the lower levels of Rosenfeld. If the weather returns, Dawes will get an alert. Always bring the vane. Always wear gloves and boots. No big deal. And now you can get back to... What are you getting back to?" "The Fairy Queen." Darlington rolled his eyes, steering them toward the door. "My condolences. Spencer is a wretched bore. What's your paper on?" He was only half paying attention. He wanted to keep Alex calm. He wanted to keep himself calm, because in the silence left in the wake of the weather hum, he could hear something breathing. He had led Alex back through the aisles of dusty glass and broken machinery, listening. Listening. Dimly he was aware of Alex talking about Queen Elizabeth, and how a kid in her section had wasted a solid 15 minutes talking about how all of the great poets were left-handed. "That's patently false," said Darlington. The breathing was deep and even, like a creature at rest. So steady, it might be mistaken for just another sound in the ventilation system of the building. "That's what our TA said, but I guess this guy is left-handed, so he went off on how people used to force lefties to write with their right hands. Being left-handed was seen as a sign of demonic influence, the sinister hand and all that." Was it? Was it what? A sign of demonic influence? Not at all. Demons are ambidextrous. Do we ever have to fight demons? Absolutely not. Demons are confined to some kind of hellscape behind the veil, and the ones that do manage to push through are far above our pay grade. What pay grade? Precisely. There, in the corner, the dark looked deeper than it should. A shadow that was not a shadow. A portal in the basement of Rosenfeld Hall, where it had no business being. Darlington felt relieved. What he'd thought was breathing must be the rush of air through the portal, and though its presence here was a mystery, it was one he could solve. Someone had clearly been in the basement trying to capture the power of the old St. Elmo's Nexus for some kind of magic. The obvious culprit was Scroll and Key. They'd canceled their last rite, and if their previous attempt to open a portal to Hungary had been any indication, the magic at their own tomb was on the wane. But he wasn't going to go making accusations without evidence. He would cast a containment and warding spell to render the portal unusable, and then they'd have to return to Il Baston to get the tools he'd need to close this thing permanently. Alex wouldn't like that. "I don't know," she was saying. "Maybe they just tried to curb all those lefty devil kids because it's messy as hell. I could always tell when Helly had been journaling because she had ink all over her wrist." He supposed he could manage closing the portal on his own. Give her a break so she could go write some tiresome paper about tiresome Spencer. Modes of travel and models of transgression in The Fairy Queen. "Who's Helly?" he asked. But the moment he did, the name clicked into place for him. Helen Watson. The dead girl who overdosed. The one Alex had been found beside. Something in him stuttered like a flashbulb. He remembered the ferocious pattern of blood spatter, repeated again and again over the walls of that miserable apartment, like some gruesome textile. A left-handed swing. But Helen Watson had died earlier that night, hadn't she? There'd been no blood on her. Neither girl had been a credible suspect. They were both high out of their minds and too small to have done that kind of damage, and Alex wasn't left-handed. But Helen Watson was. Helly. Alex was looking at him in the dark. She had the cautious look of someone who knew she'd said too much. Darlington knew he should pretend a lack of concern. Act natural. Yes, act natural. Standing in a basement, crackling with storm magic, beside a portal to who knows where, next to a girl who can see ghosts. No, not just see ghosts. Maybe let them in. Act natural. Instead, he stood stock still, staring into Alex's black eyes, his mind rifling through what he knew about possessions by Greys. There had been other people Leigh had followed. People who could supposedly see ghosts. Many had lost their minds or become no longer tenable as candidates. There were stories of people going mad and destroying their hospital rooms or attacking their caretakers with unheard-of strength, the kind of strength it might take to wield a bat against 5 grown men. After the outbursts, the subjects were always left in a catatonic state that made them impossible to question. But Alex wasn't ordinary, was she? Darlington looked at her. Undine with her slick black hair, the center part like a naked spine, her devouring eyes. "You killed them," he said. "All of them. Leonard Beacon, Mitchell Betts, Helen Watson, Helly." The silence stretched. The dark sheen of her eyes seemed to harden. Hadn't he wanted magic? A doorway to another world? A fairy girl? But fairies were never kind. Tell me to fuck off, he thought. open that vulgar mouth and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me to go to hell. But all she said was, "Not Helly." Darlington could hear the rush of wind through the portal, the ordinary groans of the building settling above them, and somewhere, distantly, the sound of a siren. He'd known. The first day he met her, he'd known there was something wrong with her, but he never could have guessed the depth of it. Murderer. But who had she killed, really? No one who would be missed. Maybe she'd done what she had to. Either way, the Leigh board had no idea who they were dealing with, what they'd brought into the fold. "What are you going to do?" Alex asked. Those hard black eyes, stones in the river. No remorse, no excuses. Her only drive was survival. "I don't know," said Darlington. But they both knew that was a lie. He would have to tell Dean Sandow. There was no way around it. Ask her why. No, ask her how. Her motive should matter more to him, but Darlington knew it was the how that would obsess him, and probably the board as well. But they could never let her continue at Leigh. If something happened, if Alex hurt someone again, they would be liable. "We'll see," he said, and turned toward the deep shadow in the corner. He didn't want to keep looking at her, to see the fear in her face, the knowledge of all she was about to lose. Was she ever really going to make it anyway? A cold part said she'd never really had what it took to be Leigh, to be Yale. This girl of the West, of easy sunshine, plywood, and formica. "Someone was here before us," he said, because it was easier to talk about the work in front of them rather than the fact that she was a killer. Leonard Beacon had been beaten unrecognizable. Mitchell Betts's organs had been nearly liquefied, pummeled into pulp. Two men in the back rooms had holes in their chests that indicated they'd been staked in the heart. The bat had been left in fragments so small it had been impossible to lift fingerprints. But Alex had been clean. No blood on her. The crime techs had even checked the drains. Darlington gestured to the dark blot in the corner. Someone opened a portal. "Okay," she said, cautious, unsure. The camaraderie and ease they'd earned over the last months, gone like passing weather. "I'll ward it," he said. "We'll go back to Il Bastone and talk this out." Did he mean that, he wondered? Or did he mean, "I'll learn what I can before I turn you in and you go quiet"? Tonight, she'd still be looking to barter. A trade of information for his silence. She was his Dante. That should matter. She's a killer and a liar. This isn't something I can keep from Sandow. "Okay," she said again. Darlington drew 2 magnets from his pocket and traced a clean sign of warding over the portal. Doorways like this were strictly scroll and key magic, but it was a ridiculous risk for the locksmiths to try to open a portal away from their tomb. Nevertheless, it was their own magic he would use to close it. "Alzamt," he began. "Muchal." The breath was sucked from his mouth before he could finish the words. Something had hold of him, and Darlington knew he'd made a terrible mistake. This was not a portal. Not at all. He realized in that last moment how few things he had to tether him to the world. What could keep him here? Who knew him well enough to keep hold of his heart? All of the books and the music and the art and the history, the silent stones of Black Elm, the streets of this town. This town. None of it would remember him. He tried to speak. A warning? The last gasp of a know-it-all? Here lies the boy with all the answers. Except there would be no grave. Danny was looking at Alex's old, young face, at her dark, well eyes, at the lips that remained parted, that did not move to speak. She did not step forward. She cast no words of protection. He ended as he had always suspected he would. Alone in the dark.
19. Last summer. Alex couldn't trace where the trouble began at Ground Zero that night. It all went too far back. Len had been trying to move up to get Eitan to let him take on more weight. We'd paid the bills, but private school kids at Buckley and Oakwood wanted Adderall, Molly, Oxy, ketamine. And Eitan didn't trust Len with more than dime bags of green, no matter how much he kissed up. Len loved to bitch about Eitan, called him an oily Jewish prick. And Alex would squirm, thinking of her grandmother lighting the prayer candles on Shabbat. But Eitan Shafir had everything Len wanted. Money, cars, a seemingly endless line of aspiring models on his arm. He lived in a mega mansion in Encino with an infinity pool that overlooked the 405 freeway surrounded by a crazy amount of muscle. The problem was that Len didn't have anything Eitan wanted. Until Ariel came to town. "Ariel," Helly had said. "That's an angel's name." Ariel was Eitan's cousin or brother or something. Alex was never sure. He had wide-set eyes with heavy lids, a handsome face framed by perfectly groomed stubble. He made Alex nervous from moment one. He was too still, like a creature hunting. And she could sense the violence in him waiting. She saw it in the way even Eitan deferred to him. The way the parties at the house in Encino grew more frantic, desperate to impress him, to keep him entertained, as if boring Ariel might be a very dangerous thing. Alex had the sense that Ariel or some version of him had always been there. That the messy clockwork of men like Eitan and Len could not operate without someone like Ariel looming above it all, leaning back in his seat, his slow blink like a countdown. Ariel got a kick out of Len. Len made him laugh, though somehow Ariel never seemed to smile when he was laughing. He loved to wave Len over to his table. He'd slap him on the back and get him to freestyle. "This is our inn," Len said the day Ariel invited himself to Ground Zero. Alex couldn't understand how Len didn't see that Ariel was laughing at him, that he was amused by their poverty, excited by their want. The survivor in her understood that there were men who liked to see other people grovel, liked to push to see what humiliations the needs of others would allow. There were rumors floating around Eitan's place, passed from one girl to the next. "Don't end up alone with Ariel. He doesn't just like it rough, he likes it ugly." Alex had tried to make Len see the danger. "Don't mess around with this guy," she told him. "He's not like us." "But he likes me. He just likes playing with his food." "He's getting Eitan to level me up," Len said, standing at the chipped yellow counter at Ground Zero. "Why do you have to shit on anything good that happens to me?" "It's garbage can fentanyl, for fuck's sake. He's giving it to you because no one wants it." Eitan didn't mess with fentanyl unless he knew exactly where it had come from. He liked to stay off law enforcement radar, and killing your clients tended to draw attention. Someone had paid off a debt to him in what was supposed to be heroin cut with fentanyl. But it had passed through too many hands to be considered clean. "Don't screw this up for me, Alex," Len said. "Make this shithole look nice." "Let me get my magic wand." He'd slapped her then, but not hard. Just an business slap. "Hey," Helly had protested. Alex was never sure what Helly intended when she said, "hey," but she was grateful for it anyway. "Relax," Len said. "Ariel wants to party with real people, not those plastic assholes Eitan keeps around. We're going to go get Damon's speakers, get everything cleaned up." He looked at Helly, then at Alex. "Try to look nice. No attitude tonight." "Let's go," Alex had said as soon as Len left the apartment. Betcha in the passenger seat already lighting up. Betcha's real name was Mitchell, but Alex hadn't known that until he got picked up on a possession charge, and they had to scrape together bail. He'd run with Len since long before Alex, and was always just there, tall, stocky, and soft-bellied, his chin perpetually flecked with acne. Alex and Helly started walking, heading toward the concrete bed of the LA River, and then up to the bus stop on Sherman Way. with no destination in mind. They'd done it before, even sworn they were leaving for good, gotten as far as the Santa Monica Pier, Barstow, once all the way to Vegas, where they'd spent the first day wandering hotel lobbies, and the second day stealing quarters from old ladies playing the slots until they had enough for bus fare home. Speeding down the 15 in the air conditioning on the way back to L.A., they'd fallen asleep leaning on each other's shoulders. Alex had dreamed of the garden at the Bellagio, the water wheels and piped-in perfume, the flowers arranged like a jigsaw puzzle. Sometimes it took Alex and Helly hours, sometimes days, but they always came back. There was too much world. There were too many choices, and those only seemed to lead to more choices. That was the business of living, and neither of them had ever acquired the skill. "Len says we're going to lose ground zero if Ariel doesn't come through," Helly said as they boarded the RTD. "No grand plans today, no Vegas, just a trip to the west side." "It's talk," said Alex. "He's going to be pissed we didn't clean up." Alex looked out the murky window and said, "You notice Eitan sent his girlfriend away?" "What?" "When Ariel came to town. He sent Inger away. He hasn't had any of the usual girls around, only valley trash." "It's not that big a deal, Alex." They both knew what Ariel was coming to ground zero for. He wanted to slum it for a while, and Alex and Helly were supposed to be part of the fun. "It never feels like a big deal until it is," Alex said. There had been other favors. The first time was a film guy, or at least someone Len said was a film guy. It was going to get them lots of Hollywood business. But Alex learned later he was just a production assistant straight out of film school. She'd ended up sitting on his lap all night, hoping that might be all there was to it, until he'd taken her back to the little bathroom and put their filthy bat mat down on the tiles, a weirdly chivalrous gesture, so that she could blow him in greater comfort while he sat on the toilet. "I'm 15, she'd thought, as she'd rinsed her mouth out and cleaned up her eye makeup. What does 15 look like? Was another Alex going to slumber parties and kissing boys at school dances? Could she climb through the mirror above the sink and slide into that girl's skin? But she was fine, really okay, until the next morning when Len kept slamming cabinet doors and smoking in this way he had where it seemed like he wanted to eat the cigarette with every drag, until at last Alex had snapped and said, "What is your problem?" "My problem? My girlfriend is a whore." Alex had heard that word so many times from Len it barely registered anymore. Bitch, slut, occasionally cunt when he was feeling particularly angry or when he was affecting British gangster. But he'd never called her that. That was a word for other girls. "You said..." "I didn't say shit. You told me to make him happy. And that means suck his dick in whore?" Alex's head had done a dizzy spin. How did he know? Had the film guy walked right out of that bathroom and just announced it? And even if he had, why was Len angry? She knew what make him happy meant. Alex had felt nothing but rage, and it was better than any drug, burning doubt from her mind. "What the fuck did you think I was going to do?" she demanded, surprised at how loud she sounded, how sure. "Impressions? Make him some balloon animals?" She'd picked up their blender, the one Len used for protein shakes, and smashed it against the refrigerator, and for a moment she'd seen fear in Len's eyes, and she had wanted very badly to keep making him feel afraid. Len had called her crazy, slammed out of the apartment. He had run from her. But once he was gone, the adrenaline had poured out of Alex in a rush that left her feeling limp and lonely. She didn't feel angry or righteous, just ashamed and so scared that somehow she'd ruined everything, ruined herself. That Len would never want her again. And then where would she go? All she'd wanted was for him to come back. In the end, she apologized and begged him to forgive her, and they got high and turned the air conditioning up and fucked right next to it, the air coming in cooling gusts that masked their panting. But when Len had said she was a good little slut, she hadn't felt sexy or wild. She'd felt so small. She was afraid she might cry, and she was afraid he might like that too. She'd turned her face to the vent and felt the icy breath of the AC unit blow the fine hairs back from her face. She'd squeezed her eyes shut, and as Len had jackrabbited away behind her, she'd imagined herself on a glacier, naked and alone, the world clean and empty and full of forgiveness. But Ariel wasn't a film student looking for some strange. He had a reputation. There were stories that he was only in the States because he was dodging the Israeli police after roughing up 2 underage girls in Tel Aviv. That he ran a dogfighting ring. That he liked to dislocate girls' shoulders as a kind of foreplay. Like a boy pulling the wings off a fly. Len would be furious when he returned home to find the apartment still a mess. He'd be even madder when they didn't come back to ground zero for the party. But they could survive Len's anger better than Ariel's attention. Alex understood that Len had expected some kind of jealousy when he'd brought Helly home with them that day from Venice Beach. He hadn't predicted Helly's warm laugh, her easy way of looping her arm around Alex, the way she'd pluck a paperback from Alex's shelf of thrillers and old sci-fi and say, "Read to me." Helly had made this life bearable. Alex wasn't going down the path that led to Ariel. And she wasn't going to let Helly go either, because somehow she knew they would not come back from him intact. They didn't have a great life. It wasn't the kind of life anyone imagined or asked for. But they managed. They took the bus over the hill, down the 101 to the 405 to Westwood, and walked all the way to UCLA, up the slope to campus and through the sculpture garden. They sat on the steps beneath the pretty arches of Royce Hall and watched the students playing frisbee and lying in the sun reading. Leisure. These golden people pursued leisure because they had so many things they had to do. Occupations. Goals. Alex had nothing she needed to do. Ever. It made her feel like she was falling. When it got bad, she liked to talk about the 2-year game plan. She and Helly would start community college in the fall, or they'd take online classes. They'd both get jobs in the mall and put their money toward a used car so they wouldn't have to take the bus everywhere. Usually Helly liked to play along, but not that day. She'd been sullen, cranky, poking holes in everything. No one is going to give us enough shifts at the mall to afford a car and rent. Then we'll be secretaries or something. Helly had cast a long look over Alex's arms. Too many tattoos. Not on Helly. Lying there on the steps of Royce in her jean shorts, her golden legs crossed, she looked like she belonged. I like that you think this is really happening. It's cute. It could happen. We can't lose the apartment, Alex. I was homeless for a while after my mom kicked me out. I'm not doing that again. You won't have to. Len's just talking. Even if he's not, we'll figure it out. If you stay in the sun much longer, you're gonna look all Mexicana. Helly rose and dusted off her shorts. Let's smoke and go see a movie. We won't have enough money for the bus back. Helly winked. We'll figure it out. They'd found a movie theater, the Old Fox, where Alex sometimes saw the staff putting up red ropes for premieres. Alex had nestled against Helly's shoulder, smelling the sweet coconut scent of her still sun-warmed skin, feeling the silk of her blonde hair brushing occasionally against her forehead. Eventually she dozed off. And when the theater lights came up, Helly was gone. Alex had gone out into the lobby, then the bathroom, then texted Helly. And it was only after the second text that she finally got a reply. It's okay. I figured it out. Helly had gone back for the party. She'd gone back to Len and Ariel. She'd made sure Alex wouldn't be there in time to stop her. Alex had no money left, no way to get home. She tried hitching, but no one wanted to pick up a girl with tears streaming down her face, dressed in a dirty t-shirt and the nubs of black jean shorts. She'd walked up and down Westwood Boulevard, unsure of what to do, until at last she'd sold the last of her pot to a redhead with dreads and a skinny dog. When she got back to the apartment, her feet were bloody where blisters had formed and burst inside her Converse low-tops. The party was in full swing at Ground Zero, the music filtering outside in thuds and chirps. She crept inside but didn't see Helly or Ariel in the living room. She waited in line for the bathroom, hoping no one would report her presence to Len, or that he'd be too wasted to care. Washed her feet in the tub, then went back to the bedroom and lay down on the mattress. She texted Helly again. "Are you here? I'm in the back." "Helly, please. Please." She'd fallen asleep, but woke to the sound of Helly lying down beside her. In the dim shine of the security light from the alley, she looked yellow all over. Her eyes were huge and glassy. "Are you okay?" Alex had asked. "Was it bad?" "No," Helly said. But Alex didn't know which question Helly was answering. "No, no, 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 no." Helly wrapped her arms around Alex and drew her close. Her hair was damp. She had showered. She smelled like dial soap, devoid of the usual sweet coconut Helly smell. "No, no, 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 no," she kept saying. She was giggling, her body shaking in the way it did when she was trying to keep from laughing too loudly, but her hands clutched Alex's back, the fingers digging in as if she were being pulled out to sea. Hours later, Alex had woken again. She felt as if she'd never have a real night's sleep or a real morning, just these short naps broken by half-waking. It was 3 a.m., and the party had died down or moved elsewhere. The apartment was quiet. Helly was on her side, looking at her. Her eyes still looked wild. She'd vomited on her shirt at some point in the night. Alex wrinkled her nose at the stink. "Good morning, smelly Helly," she said. Helly smiled, and there was such sweetness in her face. Such sadness. "Let's get the fuck out of here," Alex said. "For good. We're done with this place." Helly nodded. "Take that shirt off, you smell like hot lunch," Alex said, and reached for the hem. Her hand passed straight through it, straight through the place where the firm skin of Helly's abdomen should have been. Helly blinked once, those eyes so sad, so sad. She just lay there, still looking at Alex, studying her, Alex realized, for the last time. Helly was gone. But she wasn't. Her body was lying on the mattress, on her back, a foot away, her tight t-shirt splattered with vomit, still and cold. Her skin was blue. How long had her ghost lain there, waiting for Alex to wake? There were 2 Hellys in the room. There were no Hellys in the room. "Helly! Helly! Helen!" Alex was crying, leaning over her body, feeling for a pulse. Something broke inside her. "Come back!" she sobbed, reaching for Helly's ghost, her arms passing through her again and again. With each swipe, she glimpsed a bright shard of Helly's life. Her parents' sunny house in Carpinteria, her calloused feet on a surfboard. Ariel with his fingers jammed into her mouth. "You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to." But Helly said nothing, just wept silently. The tears looked like silver against her cheeks. Alex started screaming. Len slammed through the door, his shirt untucked, his hair a messy tangle, already swearing that it was 3 a.m. and couldn't he get some rest in his own house when he saw Helly's body. Then he was just saying the same thing over and over again. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," just like Helly's. "No, no, no." Rat-a-tat-tat. A moment later, he had his palm pressed against Alex's mouth.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. God, you stupid bitch, be quiet.
But Alex couldn't be quiet. She sobbed in loud torrents, her chest heaving as he squeezed her tighter and tighter. She couldn't breathe. Snot was running from her nose, and his hand was clamped tight against her lips. She scrabbled against him as he squeezed. She was going to black out.
Jesus, fuck!
He shoved her away, wiped his hands on his pants.
Just shut up and let me think. Oh, shit.
Betcha was in the doorway, his big belly hanging over his basketball shorts, his t-shirt gapping.
Is she... We've got to clean her up, said Len. Get her out of here.
For a moment, Alex was nodding, thinking he meant to make her look nice. Helly shouldn't have to go to the hospital with vomit on her shirt. She shouldn't be found that way.
It's still early. No one's out there, said Len. We can get her in the car. Drop her, I don't know. That nasty-ass club on Havenhurst. Crashers? Yeah, we'll put her in the alley. She looks used up enough, and there's got to be plenty of shit still in her system. Yeah, said Betcha. Okay.
Alex watched them, her ears ringing. Helly was watching them too, from her place beside her own body on the mattress, listening to them talk about throwing her out like trash.
I'm calling the cops, Alex said. Ariel must have given her...
Len hit her, open-handed but hard.
Don't be fucking stupid. You want to go to jail? You want Eitan and Ariel coming after us?
He hit her again.
Shit, man, calm down, said Betcha. Don't be like that.
But he wasn't going to step in. He wasn't going to actually do anything to stop Len. Helly's ghost tipped her head back, looked at the ceiling, started drifting toward the wall.
Come on, said Len to Betcha. Grab her ankles. You can't do this to her, Alex said.
It was what she should have said the previous night.
Every night. You can't do this to her.
Helly's ghost was already starting to fade through the wall. Len and Betcha had her body slung between them like a hammock. Len had his arms under Helly's armpits. Her head lolled to the side.
God, she smells like shit.
Betcha grabbed her ankles. One of her pearly pink jelly shoes dangled from her foot. She hadn't taken them off before she came to bed. She probably hadn't noticed. Alex watched it slide off her toe and thunk to the ground.
Shit, put that back on her.
Betcha fumbled awkwardly with it, setting down her feet, then trying to jam the shoe back on like some kind of footman in Cinderella.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just bring it with you. We'll throw it in with her.
It was only when Alex followed them into the living room that she saw Ariel was still there, asleep on the couch in his undershorts.
I'm trying to sleep for shit's sake, he said, blinking drowsily at them. Oh, shit. Is she...
And then he giggled. They paused in front of the door. Len tried to reach for the knob, knocked over his stupid gangster bat that he kept there for protection. But he couldn't balance Helly's body and get the knob to turn.
Come on, he snapped. Open the door, Alex. Let us out.
Let me in. Helly's ghost hung halfway through the window in the sky. She was fading to gray. Would she trail them all the way down to that grimy alley? Don't go, Alex begged her. But Len thought she was talking to him.
Open the door, you useless bitch!
Alex reached for the knob. Let me in. The metal was cold in her hand. She started to open the door, then shut it. She flipped the lock and turned to face Len and Betcha and Ariel.
What now?
Len said impatiently. Alex held her hand out to Helly. Stay with me. She didn't know what she was asking. She didn't know what she was offering, but Helly understood. She felt Helly rush toward her, felt herself splitting, being torn open to make room for another heart, another pair of lungs. For Helly's will. For Helly's strength. "What now, Len?" Alex asked. She picked up the bat. Alex didn't remember much of what happened next. The sense of Helly inside her like a deep-held breath, how light and natural the bat felt in her hand. There was no hesitation. She swung from her left, just as Helly had when she'd played for the Midway Mustangs. Alex was so strong it made her clumsy. She hit Len first, a hard crack to the skull. He stepped sideways, and she stumbled, knocked off balance by the force of her own swing. She hit him again, and his head gave way with a thick crunch, like a piñata breaking open, chips of skull and brain flying, blood spattering everywhere. Betcha still had Helly's ankles in his hands when Alex turned the bat on him. She was that fast. She struck him behind the knees first, and he screamed as he collapsed. Then she brought the bat down like a sledgehammer on his neck and shoulders. Ariel rose, and at first she thought he might reach for a gun, but he was backing away, eyes terrified. And as she passed the sliding glass door, she understood why. She was glowing. She'd chased him to the door. No, not chased. She flew at him, as if her feet were barely touching the ground. Helly's rage was like a drug inside her body, setting her blood on fire. She knocked Ariel to the floor and hit him again and again until the bat broke against his spine. Then she took the 2 jagged pieces in her hands and went to find the rest of the vampires. A coven of boys asleep in their beds, wasted and drooling. When it was done, when there were no more people left to kill and she felt her own exhaustion creeping into Helly's limitless energy, Helly was the one who guided her, made her put the pink plastic shoes on her own feet, and walk the 2 miles down to where Roscoe crossed the Los Angeles River. She saw no one along the way. Helly steered her down each empty street, telling her where to turn, when to wait, when it was safe, until they reached the bridge and climbed down in the dawning gray of early morning. They waded in together, the water cold and foul. The city had broken the river when it had flooded one too many times, had sealed it up in concrete to make sure it could never do damage again. Alex let it wash her clean, the shattered remnants of the bat flowing from her hands like seeds. She followed the river's course most of the way back to Ground Zero. She and Helly placed Helly's body back where it had been, and then they lay down together in the cold of that room. She didn't care what happened now, if the police came, if she froze to death on this floor. "Stay," she told Helly, hearing the thunder of their hearts beating together, feeling the weight of Helly curled into her muscles and bones. "Stay with me." But when she woke, a paramedic was shining a light into her eyes, and Helly was gone. 20. Winter. What had Alex been thinking the night that Darlington vanished? That she just had to get him back to the hutch? They would talk. She would explain. What, exactly? That they deserved it? That killing Len and the others had given not only Helly but her some kind of peace? That the world punished girls like them, like Tara, for all their bad choices, every mistake? That she had liked doling out the punishment herself? That whatever conscience she'd always assumed she possessed just hadn't shown up for work that day? And she certainly wasn't sorry. But she could say she was. She could pretend she didn't remember the feel of the bat in her hand. That she wouldn't do it again. Because that's what Darlington feared. Not that she was bad, but that she was dangerous. He feared chaos. So Alex could tell him that Helly had possessed her. She would turn it into a mystery they could solve together. He would like that. She would be something for him to fix. A project like his broken town, his crumbling house. She could still be one of the good guys. But Alex never had to tell those lies. The thing in the basement made sure of that. Darlington was not abroad. He was not in Spain, and she didn't really believe he'd vanished into some pocket realm to be retrieved like a child who'd wandered away from the group. Dawes and Dean Sandow hadn't been there that night. They hadn't felt the finality of that darkness. "It's not a portal," he'd said in the basement of Rosenfeld Hall. "It's a One minute he was there, and the next he was enveloped in blackness. She'd seen the terror in his eyes, the plea. "Do something. Help me." She meant to. At least she thought she meant to. She'd replayed that moment 1,000 times, wondering why she'd frozen. If it had been fear or lack of training or distraction, or if it had been a choice. If the thing in the corner had given her a solution to the problem Darlington presented. "This isn't something I can keep from Sandow." Darlington's words, like fingers reaching into her mouth, pinching her tongue, keeping her from crying out. At night, she thought of Darlington's perfect face, of the feel of his body bracketing hers in the sleep-warmed sheets of his narrow bed. "I let you die. To save myself, I let you die." That is the danger in keeping company with survivors. The mechanic leaned over her, smiling. "Nowhere to run, bitch." His grip felt so heavy on her neck, like his thumbs might push right through her skin and sink into her windpipe. Alex hadn't wanted to think of that night at Ground Zero. She hadn't wanted to look back. She hadn't even been sure what had happened, if it had been Helly or her that had made it possible. "Let me in. Stay with me." Maybe she'd been afraid that if she opened the door again, something terrible might step inside. But that was exactly what she needed now. Something terrible. Alex's right hand closed over the discarded golf club. A putter. She extended her left hand toward north, remembered the sense of herself splitting, willed herself to do it again. "Open the door, Alex." She had time to register the look of surprise on his face, and then the dark cold of him rushed toward her. Helly had come to her willingly, but North fought. She sensed his confusion, his desperate terror to remain free, and then a tide of her own need swallowed his concerns. North felt different than Helly. She had been the powerful curve of a wave. North's strength was dark and limber, springy as a fencer's foil. It filled her limbs, made her feel like molten metal ran through her veins. She twirled the putter once in her hand, tested its weight. "Who said I'm running?" She swung. The mechanic managed to get his hand up, protecting his head, but Alex heard the bones in his hand give way with a satisfying crunch. He yowled and stumbled backward into the couch. Alex went for his knee next. The big ones were easier to handle on the ground. He collapsed with a thud. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Who sent you?" "Fuck off," he snarled. Alex brought the putter down and struck the hard slats of the floor. He was gone, as if he'd melted straight through the floorboards. She stared at the empty place where he had been, the recoil of the strike reverberating through her arms. Something smacked her from behind. Alex fell forward as pain exploded through her skull. She hit the floor and rolled, scrabbling backward. The mechanic was half in and half out of the wall, his body split by the mantel. Alex sprang to her feet, but in the next second, he was beside her. His fist shot out, cracking across her jaw. Only North's strength kept her from crumpling. She swung the putter, but the mechanic was already gone. A fist cracked into her from the other side. This time she went down. The mechanic kicked her hard in the side, his boot connecting with her broken ribs. She screamed. He kicked again. "Get your hands on your head!" Detective Turner. He was standing at the door, his weapon drawn. The mechanic looked at Turner. He threw his middle fingers up and vanished, melting into the mantel. Alex slumped against the wall and felt North flood out of her. Saw him leave her in a blurry tide, resuming his form, his face frightened and resentful. Was she supposed to feel sorry for him?
I get it, Alex muttered, but I didn't have a choice.
He touched his hand to the wound at his chest as if she'd been the one to shoot him.
Just find Tara, she snapped. You have the retainer. The what? Said Turner.
He was patting the mantel and the bricked-up hearth beneath it, as if expecting to find a secret passage.
Portal magic,
Alex grunted out. North looked back once over his shoulder and vanished through the wall of the apartment. Pain came at her in a sudden swell, a time-lapse photograph of a blooming flower, as if North's presence had kept the worst of it at bay, and now that she was empty, the damage could rush in. Alex tried to push herself up. Turner had holstered his weapon. Turner slammed his fist on the counter.
That isn't possible.
It is, said Alex.
You don't understand, said Turner.
He looked at her the way North had, as if Alex had done him a wrong.
That was Lance Grisang. That was my murder suspect. I left him less than an hour ago, sitting in a jail cell.
Is there something unnatural in the very fabric of New Haven? In the stone used to raise its buildings? In the rivers from which its great elms drink? During the War of 1812, the British blockaded New Haven Harbor and poor Trinity Church, not yet the Gothic palace now gracing the green, had no way of accessing the necessary lumber for its construction. But Commander Hardy of the Royal British Navy heard of the purpose for which the great roof beams were intended. He permitted them to pass, and they were floated down the Connecticut River. If there is any place on earth that needs religion, he said, it is this New Haven. Let the rafts go through. From Leigh, a legacy.
Why do you think they built so many churches here?
Somehow the men and women of this city knew. Their streets were home to other gods. Leigh Day's Diary of Elliot Sandow, Branford College, 69. 21. Winter. Turner had his phone out, and Alex knew what came next. Part of her wanted to let it happen. She wanted the steady beep of hospital machines, the smell of antiseptic, an IV full of the strongest dope they had to knock her into sleep and away from this pain. Was she dying? She didn't think so. Now that she'd done it once, she figured she'd know, but it felt like she was dying. Don't. She forced the word out in a rasp. Her throat still hurt like it was being squeezed by Lance Grisang's enormous hands. No hospital.
Did you see that in a movie?
How are you going to explain this to a doctor?
I'll say I found you this way, said Turner.
Okay, how am I going to explain this? And the messed up crime scene, and how I got in here?
How did you get in here?
I don't need a hospital. Take me to Dawes.
Dawes?
Alex was annoyed that Turner had somehow forgotten Dawes's name.
Oculus. Fuck this, said Turner. All of you with your code names and your secrets and your bullshit.
She could see the way he was leaping from rage to fear and back again. His mind was trying to erase everything he'd seen. It was one thing to be told magic existed, quite another to have it literally give you the finger. Alex wondered how much Leigh had shared with Centurion. Did they hand him the same Life of Leigh booklet? A long file full of horror stories? A commemorative mug that said, "Monsters are real"? Alex had spent her life surrounded by the uncanny, and it had still been hard to let in the reality of Leigh. What would it be for someone who had grown up in what he believed was an ordinary city, his city, who had been an instrument of order on its streets, to suddenly know that the most basic rules did not apply? "She need a doctor?" A woman stood in the hall, her cell phone in her hand. "I heard a commotion." Turner flashed his badge. "Help is on the way, ma'am. Thank you." That badge was a kind of magic, too. But the woman turned to Alex. "You okay, honey?"
"I'm good,"
Alex managed, feeling a pang of warmth for this stranger in a bathrobe, even as she cradled her phone to her chest and shuffled away. Alex tried to raise her head, the pain spiking through her like a whip crack.
"You need to take me somewhere warded. Someplace they can't get to me, understand?"
They?
"Yes, they. Ghosts and ghouls and inmates who can walk through walls. It's all real, Turner. Not just a bunch of college kids dressing up in robes, and I need your help."
Those were the words that woke him.
"There's a uniform out front, and I can't carry you past him without answering a whole heap of questions. And you sure can't walk out on your own." "I can."
But God, she didn't want to.
"Reach into my right pocket. There's a little bottle in there with a dropper."
He shook his head, but dug into Alex's pocket.
"What is this?" "Basso belladonna. Just put 2 drops in my eyes."
"Drugs?" asked Turner.
"Medication."
Of course that placated him. Turner, the Eagle Scout. As soon as the first drop hit her eyes, she knew she'd made a bad miscalculation. She felt instantly energized, ready to move, act. But the Basso belladonna did nothing to ease the pain, only made her more aware of it. She could feel the places where her broken bones were pressing that they shouldn't, where the blood vessels had burst, the capillaries ruptured and swelling. The drug was telling her brain that everything was okay, that anything was possible, that if she willed it, she could heal herself right now. But the pain was shrieking panic, banging on her awareness, a fist against glass. She could feel a splinter starting, her sanity like a windshield that wasn't meant to break. She had been called crazy countless times, had sometimes believed it. But this was the first time she'd felt insane. Her heart was thundering. "I'm going to die here."
"You're fine."
Through how many late nights and long afternoons had she said that to someone who'd smoked too much, swallowed too much, snorted too much? "Breathe through it. You're fine, you're fine."
"Meet me on Tilton,"
she told Turner, pushing to her feet. He was beautiful. The Basso belladonna had lit his brown skin like a late summer sunset. Light bounced off the short stubble of his shaved head. Medication, my ass. The pain screamed as her broken ribs shifted.
"This is a terrible idea," he said. "The only kind I have. Go on."
Turner blew out an exasperated breath and went. Alex's hyped-up mind had already plotted a route down the back hall and out onto the rickety landing. The air was cool and moist against her fevered skin. She could see every grain of the weathered gray wood, feel sweat blooming on her cheeks and turning cold in the winter air. It was going to snow again. Down the little row of steps. "Just hop them," said the drug, lighting up her system.
"Please, shut up,"
gasped Alex. Everything seemed to be coated in a smooth, silvery sheen, painted in high gloss. She forced herself to walk instead of run, her bones scraping against each other like a violin bow. The black top of the alley behind Tara's apartment glittered. The stink of garbage and piss like a thick, visible haze that she had to push through as if she were underwater. She passed between 2 row houses and onto Tilton. A moment later, a blue Dodge Charger rounded the corner and slowed. Turner hopped out and opened the back door, letting Alex slide into the back seat.
"Where are we going?"
he asked.
"Il Bastone. The house on Orange."
It was almost worse to lie down and stop moving. All she could think about as she sank into the new car smell of Turner's leather seats was the pain rolling through her. She stared at the bits of sky and rooftop passing by the window, trying to follow their path to Il Bastone in her head. How much longer? Dawes would be there. Dawes was always there. But could she help?
"It's my job." "Oculus isn't answering her phone," said Turner.
Was Dawes in section? Somewhere in the stacks?
What was I seeing back there? He asked. Told you. Portal magic.
She said it with confidence, though she couldn't really be sure. She'd thought portal magic was used for traveling big distances or entering secure buildings, not getting the jump on someone in a beatdown.
Portals are scroll and key magic. I thought Tara and Lance might be dealing to them because of Colin Cotchery and Tara's tattoo.
Which one?
Rather die than doubt. From Idols of the King.
She had the strange sense that she'd taken Darlington's place. Did that mean he'd taken hers? God, she hated being this high.
Lance said something when he was kicking the crap out of me. He wanted to know who hurt Tara. He didn't do it.
Do I need to remind you that he's a criminal? Alex tried to shake her head, then winced.
He wasn't bullshitting me.
In the panic and fear of the attack, she thought she was being hunted again, like with the Glooma. But now she wasn't so sure.
He was interrogating me. He thought I'd broken in.
You did break in.
He wasn't there for me. He came back to the apartment for something else.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I explicitly told you not to go anywhere near...
Do you want answers? Or do you want to keep being an asshole? Lance Grisang didn't kill Tara. You have the wrong guy.
Turner said nothing, and Alex laughed softly. The effect was not worth the effort.
I get it. Either you're crazy and seeing shit, or I'm crazy, and wouldn't it be nicer if I was the crazy one? I have bad news for you, Turner. Neither of us is nuts. Someone wanted you to believe Lance is guilty.
But you don't think he is? There was a long silence. Alex heard the tick-tock, tick-tock of the turn signal in time with her heartbeat. At last, Turner said, I checked into the whereabouts of the society members you mentioned.
So, he followed up.
He was too good a detective to turn down a lead, even if it came from Leigh.
And?
We already knew it was impossible to confirm Trip Helmuth's whereabouts, because no one had eyes on him the whole night. Kate Masters claims she was at Manuscript until just after 3 a.m. Alex grunted as the charger hit a bump. It hurt to talk, but it also helped to keep her distracted.
Her whole delegation should have been there, she managed. It was a Thursday night. A meeting night.
My impression is that they were partying late. It's a big building. She easily could have come and gone with no one the wiser. And Manuscript was only a few blocks from the crime scene. Could Kate have snuck out, glamored as Lance to meet Tara? Had it been some kind of game? A high gone wrong? Had Kate intended to hurt Tara, or was all of this just in Alex's head? What do you know about the kid from Scroll and Key, Colin Cotchery? Turner asked.
I like him,
Alex was surprised to hear herself say.
He's nice, and he dresses sharp like you, but more European.
That's great intel. Alex searched her memory. The basso belladonna made it easy to remember the elaborate interior of the Scroll and Key tomb, the patterns of the tiles on the floor. The night of the botched attempt to open a portal to Budapest, Colin had given her an excited little wave when he'd seen her, as if they were rushing the same sorority.
Darlington said Colin was one of the best and brightest, doing graduate-level chem work as an undergrad, headed someplace prestigious next year. Stanford, I think.
He never showed at Scroll and Key last Thursday. He was at a party at a professor's house. Belle something, a French name. She wanted to laugh.
Not a party. A salon.
Colin had been at Belbaum's salon. Alex was supposed to attend the next one. Tomorrow? No, tonight. Her magical summer working in the professor's quiet office and watering her plants had never seemed more far away. But had Colin actually been at the salon? Maybe he'd slipped away. Alex hoped that wasn't the case. Bellbaum's world of peppery perfume and gentle conversation felt like a refuge, the reward she probably didn't deserve but would happily accept. She wanted to keep it separate from all of this mess. Alex felt her awareness drifting, that first bright burst of the basso belladonna letting go. She heard a beep that sounded too loud, then Turner talking over the radio, explaining the damage at Lance and Tara's apartment. Someone looking for drugs. He had pursued on foot but lost the perp. He gave a vague description of a suspect who might have been male or female in a parka that might have been black or dark blue. Alex was surprised to hear him lying, but she knew he wasn't covering for her. He didn't know how to explain Lance or what he'd seen. At last, Turner said, "We're coming up on the green." Alex forced herself to sit up so she could direct him. The world felt red, as if even the air touching her body was out to get her. "Allie," she said, as the dark brick and stained glass of Il Bastone came into view. There were lights on in the parlor window. "Be home, Dawes." "Parkin' back." Alex shut her eyes and released a sigh when the engine stopped. She heard Turner's door slam, and then he was helping her climb out of the car. "Keys," he said. "No keys." She had a worried moment when Turner fumbled with the doorknob, wondering if the house would let him in. But either her presence was enough or it recognized Centurion. The door swung open. Il Bastone made a worried rattle as she entered, the chandeliers tinkling. To anyone else, it probably would have felt like a truck rolling by, but Alex could feel the house's concern, and it put a lump in her throat. Maybe it just disapproved of so much blood and trauma crossing its threshold. But Alex wanted to believe that the house did not like the suffering of one of its own. Dawes was lying on the parlor carpet in her lumpy sweatshirt, headphones on. "Hey," said Turner, and repeated, "Hey," when she didn't answer. Dawes jumped. It was like watching a big beige rabbit come to life. She startled and cringed backward at the sight of Turner and Alex in the parlor. "Is she racist or just twitchy?" asked Turner. "I'm not a racist," said Dawes. "We're all racists, Dawes," said Alex. "How did you even make it through undergrad?" Dawes's mouth went slack as Turner dragged Alex into the light. "Oh my God! Oh my God! What happened?" "Long story," said Alex. "Can you fix me?" "We should go to the hospital," said Dawes. "I've never—" "No," said Alex. "I'm not leaving the wards." "What got you?" "A very big dude." "Then who can walk through walls?" "Oh." She pressed her lips together and then said, "Detective Turner, could you—" "What do you need?" "Goat's milk. I think Elm City Market stocks it." "How much?" "As much as they have. The Crucible will do the rest." "Alex, can you get up the stairs?" Alex glanced at the staircase. She wasn't sure she could. Turner hesitated. "I can—" "No," said Alex. "Dawes and I will manage." "Fine," he said, already heading toward the back door. "You're lucky this dump of a town is gentrifying. Like to see me walk into the Family Dollar looking for goat's milk." "You should have let him carry you," Dawes grunted as they made their slow way up the stairs. Alex's body was fighting every step. Right now, he feels guilty for not listening to me. I can't let him make up for it just yet. "Why?" "Because the worse he feels, the more he'll do for us. Trust me. Turner doesn't like to be in the wrong." Another step. Another. Why didn't this place have an elevator? A magical one full of morphine. "Tell me about Scroll and Key." "I thought their magic was waning. The night Darlington and I observed, they couldn't even open a portal to Eastern Europe." They've had a few bad years, trouble getting the best taps. There's been some speculation in Leigh that portal magic is so disruptive it's been eroding the power nexus their tomb is built on. But maybe the locksmiths had been pretending, running a little con, trying to look weaker than they actually were. Why? So that they could perform rituals in secret without Leigh interference? Or was there something shady about the rituals themselves? But how would that connect Colin Cottrey to Tara? All Tripp had said was that Tara had mentioned Colin once in passing. There had to be more to it. That tattoo couldn't just be coincidence. Dawes led Alex to the armory and propped her up against Hiram's crucible. It felt like it was vibrating gently, the metal cool against Alex's skin. She had never used the golden bowl, just watched Arlington mix his elixir in it. He had treated it with reverence and resentment, like any junkie with a drug. The hospital would be safer, Dawes said, rummaging through the drawers in the vast cabinet, opening and closing one after another. Come on, Dawes, Alex said. You gave me that spider egg stuff before. That's different. It was a specific magical cure for a specific magical ailment. You didn't hesitate to drown me. How hard can it be to fix me up? I did hesitate. And none of the societies specialize in healing magic. Why? Alex said. Maybe if she kept talking, her body couldn't give up. Seems like there'd be money in it. Dawes' disapproving frown, that learning should be for the sake of learning look, reminded her painfully of Darlington. Actually, everything she did in this moment was painful. Healing magic is messy, said Dawes. It's the most commonly practiced by lay people, and that means power gets distributed more broadly, instead of being drawn to nexuses. There are also strong prohibitions against tampering with immortality, and it isn't like I know exactly what's wrong with you. I can't x-ray you and just cast a spell to mend a broken rib. You could have internal bleeding or I don't know what. You'll think of something. We're going to try revision, said Dawes. I can take you back. Will an hour do it? 2 hours? I hope we have enough milk. Are you talking about time travel? Dawes paused with a hand on a drawer. Are you serious? Nope, said Alex hurriedly. I'm just helping your body revert to an earlier version of itself. It's an undoing. Much easier than trying to make new flesh or bone. It's actually a kind of portal magic. So you can thank Scroll and Key for it. I'll send them a note. How far back can you go? Not far, not without stronger magic and more people to work it. An undoing. Take me back. Make me into someone who has never been done harm. Go as far as you can. Make me brand new. No bruises. No scars. She thought of the moths in their boxes. She missed her tattoos, her old clothes. She missed sitting in the sun with Helly. She missed the gentle, dilapidated curves of her mother's couch. Alex didn't really know what she missed, only that she was homesick for something. Maybe for someone she'd never been. She ran her hand along the edge of the crucible. Could this thing burn me new? Make it so I'd never have to see another ghost or gray or whatever they decided to call it. And would she even wish for that now? Alex remembered Bellbaum asking what she wanted. Safety. A chance at a normal life. That was what had come to mind in that moment. The quiet of Bellbaum's office, the herbs blooming in the window boxes, a matched set of teacups instead of the chipped mugs of jobs lost and promotional giveaways. She wanted sunlight through the window. She wanted peace. Liar. Peace was like any high. It couldn't last. It was an illusion, something that could be interrupted in a moment and lost forever. Only two things kept you safe: money and power. Alex didn't have money, but she did have power. She'd been afraid of it, afraid of staring directly at that blood-soaked night, afraid she'd feel regret or shame, of saying goodbye to Helly all over again. But when she'd finally looked, let herself remember, well, maybe there was something broken and shriveled in her, because she felt only a deep calm in knowing what she was capable of. The Greys had plagued her life, changed it horribly. But after all of those years of torment, they'd finally given something back to her. She was owed, and she'd liked using that power, even the alien feeling of North inside her. She had enjoyed the surprise on Lance's face, on Len's face, on Betcha's. You thought you saw me. See me now. You have to take your clothes off, said Dawes. Alex unbuttoned her jeans, trying to hook her fingers into the waist. Her movements were slow, hampered by pain. I need your help. Reluctantly, Dawes stepped away from the shelves and helped shove the jeans over Alex's hips. But once they were around her ankles, Dawes realized she needed to take off Alex's boots. So Alex stood there in her underwear while Dawes undid her boots and yanked them off. She stood, eyes jumping from Alex's bruised face to the tattooed snakes at her hips, which had once matched those at her clavicles. She'd gotten them after Helly told her there was a rattler inside her. She liked the idea. Len had wanted to try tattooing her in their kitchen. He'd gotten his own gun and inks online, insisted it was all sterile. But Alex hadn't trusted him or their filthy apartment, and she hadn't wanted him to leave a mark on her. Not that way. Can you lift your arms over your head? Dawes said, cheeks red. Alex grunted. Even forming words was getting difficult. I'll get shears. A moment later, she heard the snip of scissors, felt her shirt pulled away from her skin, the fabric sticking to the drying blood. It's okay, said Dawes. You'll feel better as soon as you're in the crucible. Alex realized she was crying. She'd been choked, drowned, beaten, choked again, and nearly killed, but now she was crying over a shirt. She'd bought it new at Target before she'd come to school. It was soft and fit well. She hadn't owned many new things. Alex's head felt heavy. If she could just close her eyes for a minute. For a day. She heard Dawes say, I'm sorry, I can't get you in. Turner will have to help. Was he back from the market? She hadn't heard him return. She must have blacked out. Something soft moved over Alex's skin, and she realized Dawes had wrapped her in a sheet, pale blue, from Dante's room. My room. Bless Dawes. Is she in some kind of shroud? Turner's voice. Alex forced herself to open her eyes, saw Turner and Dawes emptying cartons of milk into the crucible. Turner's head moved back and forth like a searchlight, a slow scan, taking in the strangeness of the upper floors. Alex felt proud of Il Bastone, the armory with its cabinet of curiosities, the bizarre golden bathtub at its center. She meant to be brave, to grit her teeth through the pain, but she screamed when Turner lifted her. A moment later, she was sinking beneath the cool surface. The sheet unwrapping, blood staining the goat's milk in veins of pink. It looked like a strawberry sundae cup, the kind with the wooden spoon. Don't touch the milk, Dawes was shouting. I'm trying to keep her from drowning, Turner barked back. He had his hands cradled around her head. I'm all right, said Alex. Let me go. You're both nuts, said Turner. But she felt his grip ease. Alex let herself sink beneath the surface. The cool of the milk seemed to seep straight through her skin, coating the pain. She held her breath as long as she could. She wanted to stay below, feel the milk cocoon around her. But eventually she let her toes find the bottom of the crucible and pushed back to the surface. When she emerged, Dawes and Turner were both shouting at her. She must have stayed beneath the surface a little too long. "I'm not drowning," she said. "I'm fine." And she was. There was still pain, but it had receded. Her thoughts felt sharper, and the milk was changing too, becoming clearer and more watery. Turner looked like he might be sick, and Alex thought she understood why. Magic created a kind of vertigo. Maybe the sight of a girl on the brink of death descending into a bathtub and then emerging whole and healthy seconds later was just one spin too many on this ride. "I need to get to the station," he said. He turned and strode out the door. "I don't think he likes us, Dawes." "It's okay," Dawes said, picking up the heap of Alex's bloodied clothes. "We had too many friends already." Dawes left to make Alex something to eat, claiming she'd be famished once the reversion was complete. "Do not drown while I'm gone," she said, and left the door to the armory open behind her. Alex lay back in the crucible, feeling her body change, the pain leaching out of her, and something, the milk or whatever it had become in Dawes's enchantment, filling her up. She heard music coming from the tinny sound system, the sound so staticky it was hard to pick out a tune. She dunked her head beneath the surface again. It was quiet here. And when she opened her eyes, it was like looking through mist, watching the last traces of milk and magic fade. A pale shape loomed before her, came into focus. A face. Alex sucked in a breath, choking down water. She burst through the surface, coughing and sputtering, arms crossed over her breasts. The bridegroom's reflection stared up at her from the water. "You can't be here," she said. "The wards." "I told you," his reflection said. "Wherever water pools or gathers, we can speak now. Water is the element of translation. It is the mediary." "So you're going to be showering with me?" North's cold face didn't change. She could see the dark shore behind him in the reflection. It looked different than it had the first time, and she remembered what Dawes had said about the different borderlands. She must not be looking into Egypt this time, or whatever version of Egypt she had traveled to when she'd crossed the Nile. But Alex could see the same dark shapes on the shore, human and inhuman. She was glad they couldn't reach her here. "What did you do to me at Tara's apartment?" North said. He sounded haughtier than ever, his accent more clipped. "I don't know what to tell you," said Alex, because it felt truer than most things. There wasn't really time to ask for permission. "But what did you do? How did you do it?" "Stay with me." "I don't really know." She didn't understand any of it. Where the ability had come from. Why she could see things no one else could. Was it buried somewhere in her bloodline? In the genes of the father she'd never met? Was it in her grandmother's bones? The Greys had never dared approach in Estrella Stern's house, the candles lit at the windows. If she'd lived longer, would she have found a way to protect Alex? "I gave you my strength," said North. No, thought Alex. I took it. But she doubted North would appreciate the distinction. "I know what you did to those men," said North. "I saw when you let me inside." Alex shivered. All the warmth and well-being that had poured into her as she'd soaked in the milk bath was no match for the thought of a Grey rattling around in her head. What else had the bridegroom seen? It doesn't matter. Unlike Darlington, North couldn't share her secrets with the world. No matter how many layers of the veil he pierced, he was still trapped in death. "You have enemies on this side of the veil, Galaxy Stern," he continued. "Leonard Beacon, Mitchell Betts, Ariel Harrell. A whole host of men you sent to the darker shore." Daniel Arlington. Except he'd said Darlington wasn't on the other side. A murmur rose from the shapes behind the bridegroom, the same sound she'd heard when she waded into the Nile. Jean Dumond. Jonathan Mont. It might not even be a name. The syllables sounded strange and wrong, as if spoken by mouths not made to form human language. And what about Helly? Was she happy where she was? Was she safe from Len? Or would they find each other behind the veil and make their own misery there? Yeah, well, I have enemies on this side, too. Instead of looking at my old buddies, how about you find Tara? Why don't you seek out Darlington's notebooks? I've been busy, and it's not like you're going anywhere. How glib you are. How sure of yourself. There was a time when I had the same confidence. Time took it. Time takes everything, Miss Stern. But I didn't have to go looking for your friends. After what you did to me at Tara Hutchins's residence, they came looking for me. They could smell your power on me like stale smoke. You've deepened the bond between us. Perfect. Exactly what she needed. Just find Tara. I have hope that repellent object will draw her to me, but her death was brutal. She may be recovering somewhere. The other side can be a dismaying place for the new dead. Alex hadn't thought of that. She had just assumed people crossed over into some kind of understanding, painlessness, tranquility. She looked again at the surface of the water, that wobbling reflection of the bridegroom, at those monstrous shapes somewhere behind him, and shivered. How had Helly passed into the next world? Her death had been, well, in some ways, compared to Tara, compared to Len and Betcha and Ariel, she had passed in relative peace. It was still death. It was still death too soon. Find her, said Alex. Find Tara so I can figure out who hurt her, and Turner can put him away before he hurts me. North frowned. I don't know that the detective is a good partner in this endeavor. Alex leaned back against the curve of the crucible. She wanted to get out of the water, but she wasn't sure if she was supposed to. Not used to seeing a black man with a badge? I haven't been holed up in my tomb for the last 100 years, Miss Stern. I know the world has changed. His tomb. Where are you buried? My bones are in Evergreen. His lip curled. It's quite the tourist attraction. And Daisy? Her family had her interred in their mausoleum on Grove Street. That's why you're always lurking around there. I'm not lurking. I go to pay my respects. You go because you're hoping she'll see you doing your penance and forgive you. When North was mad, his face changed. It looked less human. I did not hurt Daisy. Temper, temper, crooned Alex, but she didn't want to provoke him further. She needed him, and she could make a gesture toward peace. I'm sorry about what I did at the apartment. No, you're not. So much for peace. No, I'm not. North turned his head away. His profile looked like it had been cut for a coin. It wasn't an entirely unenjoyable experience. Now that surprised her. No? It was
I had forgotten what it felt like to be in a body.
Alex considered. She shouldn't deepen the bond, but if he could look inside her head when he entered her, maybe his thoughts would be open to her, too. She'd gotten little sense of him in the panic of the fight. You can come back in if you like. He hesitated. Why? Because there was intimacy in the act? Or because he had something to hide? Dawes bustled through the door, a tray heaped with dishes in her hands. She set it down on the map cabinet. I kept it simple: mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, tomato soup, green salad. As soon as the smell hit, Alex's stomach began to rumble and saliva filled her mouth. Bless you, Dawes. Can I get out of this thing? Dawes glanced at the tub. It looks clear.
If you're going to eat, I'll stay,
said North. His voice was steady, but he looked eager in the mirror of the water. Dawes handed Alex a towel and helped her climb awkwardly from the tub. Can I be alone for a minute? Dawes' eyes narrowed. What are you going to do? Nothing, just eat. But if you hear anything, don't worry about knocking. Just come on in. I'll be downstairs, Dawes said warily. She closed the door behind her. Alex leaned over the crucible. North was waiting in the reflection. Want in? She asked.
Submerge your hand,
he muttered, as if asking her to disrobe. But of course she'd already disrobed. She dunked her hand beneath the surface.
I'm not a murderer,
said North, reaching for her. She smiled and let her fingers clasp his. Of course not, she said. Neither am I. She was looking through a window. She felt excited, a sense of pride and comfort she'd never known. The world was hers, this factory more modern than Brewster's or Hooker's, the city before her, the woman beside her. Daisy. She was exquisite, her face precise and lovely, her hair in curls that brushed the collar of her high-necked dress, her soft white hands buried in a fox fur muff. She was the most beautiful woman in New Haven, maybe Connecticut, and she was his. Hers. Mine. Daisy turned to him, her dark eyes mischievous. Her intelligence sometimes unnerved him. It was not quite feminine, and yet he knew it was what elevated her over all of the belles of the Elm City. Perhaps she was not really the most beautiful. Her nose was too sharp, her lips too thin. But oh, the words that spilled from them, laughing and quick and occasionally naughty. And there was absolutely nothing to fault in her figure or her clever smile. She was simply more alive than anyone he'd ever met. These calculations were made in a moment. He could not stop making them because they always tallied to a sense of triumph and contentment. "What is it you're thinking, Birdie?" she asked in her playful voice, sidling closer. Only she used that name with him. Her maid had come with them, as was proper, but Gladys had hung back in the hallway, and now he saw her through the window, drifting toward the green, the strings of her bonnet trailing from her hand as she plucked a sprig of dogwood from the trees. He hadn't had much cause to speak to Gladys, but he would make more of an effort. Servants heard everything, and it would pay to have the ear of the woman closest to the woman who would be his wife. He turned away from the window to Daisy, glowing like a piece of milky glass against the polished wood of his new office. His desk, along with the new safe, had been built especially for the space. He'd already spent several late nights here working in comfort.
"I was thinking of you, of course."
She tapped him on the arm, drawing still closer. Her body had a sway to it that might have been unseemly in another woman, but not in Daisy. "You needn't flirt with me any more." She held up her hand, fluttered her fingers, the emerald glinting on them. "I've already said yes." He snatched her hand from the air and pulled her near. Something in her eyes kindled. But with what? Desire? Fear? She was sometimes impossible to read. In the mirror above the mantel, he saw the two of them, and the image thrilled him. Let's go to Boston after the wedding. We can drive up to Maine for our honeymoon. I don't want a long sea voyage. She only lifted a brow and smiled. Bertie, Paris was part of the bargain. But why? We have time to see the whole world. You have time. I will be a mother to your children and a hostess to your business partners. But for a moment. She stood on tiptoe, her lips a bare breath from his, the heat of her body palpable as her fingers pressed against his arm. I might simply be a girl seeing Paris for the first time, and we might simply be lovers. The word hit him like a hammer swing. Paris it is, he said on a laugh, and kissed her. It was not their first kiss, but like every kiss with Daisy, it felt new. A creak sounded on the stairs, then a rolling sound, like someone stumbling. Daisy pulled away. Gladys has the very worst timing. But over Daisy's shoulder, Bertie could see Gladys still drifting dreamily along the green, her white cap bright against the dogwoods. He turned and saw nothing. No one. An empty doorway. Daisy sucked in a startled breath. The edge of his vision blurred, a dark blot spreading like flame and catching at the corner of a page, eating along its edge. He cried out as he felt something like pain, something like fire pierce his skull. A voice said, They cut me open. They wanted to see my soul. Daisy, he gasped. The word came out garbled. He was lying on his back in an operating theater. Men stood above him. Boys, really. Something's wrong, one said. Just finish, shouted another. He looked down. His stomach had been cut open. He could see, oh God, he could see himself, his gut, the meat of his organs displayed like winding stakes of offal in a butcher's case. One of the boys was pawing at him. They cut me open. He screamed, doubled over. He clutched his stomach. He was whole. He was in a room he didn't recognize, some kind of office, polished wood everywhere. It smelled new. The sunlight was so bright it hurt his eyes. But he wasn't safe from those boys. They'd followed him here. They wanted to kill him. They'd taken him from his good spot in the train yard. They'd offered him money. He knew they wanted to have their fun, but he hadn't known. He didn't know. They'd cut him open. They were trying to take his soul. He couldn't let them drag him back to that cold room. There was protection here. If he could only find it. He reached for the desk, pulling open drawers. They seemed too far away, as if his arms were shorter than he remembered. Bertie? That wasn't his name. They were trying to confuse him. He looked down and saw a black shape in his hand. It looked like a shadow, but it felt heavy in his palm. He knew the name for it, tried to form the word for it in his mind. There was a gun in his hand, and a woman was screaming. She was pleading, but she wasn't a woman. She was something terrible. He could see night gather around her. The boys had sent her to bring him back so they could cut him open again. Lightning flashed, but the sky was still blue. Daisy. He was supposed to protect her. She was crawling across the floor. She was weeping. She was trying to get away. There. A monster staring back at him from above the mantel, his white face filled with horror and rage. They'd come for him, and he had to stop them. There was only one way to do it. He had to ruin their fun. He turned the shadow in his hand, pressed it to his gut. Another flash of lightning. When had the storm come on? He looked down and saw his chest had come apart. He'd done the work. Now they couldn't cut him open. They couldn't take his soul. He was on the floor. He saw sunlight crisscrossing the slats. A beetle crawling over the dusty floorboards. Daisy. He knew her. lay still beside him, the roses fading from her cheeks, her wicked, lively eyes gone cold. 22. Winter. Alex staggered backward, nearly knocking the tray from the table where Dawes had placed it. She clutched her chest, expecting to find an open wound there. Her mouth was full of food, and she realized that she'd been standing in front of the tray, shoveling macaroni into her mouth, as she relived North's death. She could still sense him inside her, oblivious, lost to the sensations of eating for the first time in more than 100 years. With all of her will, she shoved him from her, resealing the breach that had allowed him inside. She spat out the macaroni, gasped for air, lurched to the edge of the crucible. The only face looking back at her from the surface of the water was her own. She slapped her hand against it, watching the ripples spread. "You killed her," she whispered. "I saw you kill her. I felt it." But even as she said it, she knew she hadn't been North in that moment. There had been someone else inside him. Alex stumbled down the hall to the Dante bedroom and pulled on a pair of Leigh house sweats. It felt like days had passed, but it had only been hours. There was a lingering soreness where her ribs had been broken, the only sign of the beating she'd endured. And yet she was so tired. Each day had started to feel like a year, and she wasn't sure if it was the physical trauma or the heavy exposure to the uncanny that was wearing her down. Afternoon light streamed through the stained glass windows, leaving bright patterns of blue and yellow on the polished slats of the floor. Maybe she would sleep here tonight, even if it did mean she had to go to class in sweats. She was literally running out of clothes. These attempts on her life were playing havoc with her wardrobe. The bathroom off the big bedroom had 2 standing pedestal sinks and a deep claw-footed tub that she'd never used. Had Darlington? She had trouble imagining him sinking into a bubble bath to relax. She cupped her hand beneath the sink to drink, then spat into the basin. Alex flinched back. The water was pink and speckled with something. She stoppered the drain before it could vanish. She was looking at North's blood. She felt sure of it. Blood he had himself swallowed nearly 100 years ago when he died. And parsley. Little bits of it. She remembered Michael Reyes lying unconscious on an operating table, the bonesmen gathered around him. Dove's heart for clarity, geranium root, a dish of bitter herbs, the diet of the victima before a prognostication. There had been someone inside North that day at the factory, someone who had been used by Bones for a prognostication long before there was a Leigh house around to keep watch. They cut me open. They wanted to see my soul. They'd let him die. She felt sure of it. Some nameless vagrant who would never be missed. NMDH. No more dead hobos. She'd seen the inscription in Leigh, a legacy, a little joke among the old boys of the 9th house. Alex hadn't quite believed it, somehow, even after she'd seen Michael Reyes cut open on a table. She should check on him, make sure he was okay. Alex let the sink drain. She rinsed her mouth again, wrapped her wet hair in a fresh towel, and sat down at the little antique desk by the window. Bones had been founded in 1832. They hadn't built their tomb until 25 years later, but that didn't mean they weren't trying their hand at rituals before that. No one had been keeping an eye on the societies back then, and she remembered what Darlington said about stray magic breaking loose from the rituals. What if something had gone wrong with that early prognostication? What if a gray had disrupted the rite, sent the victima's spirit flying wild? What if it had found its way into North? He hadn't even seemed to recognize that he was holding a gun, a shadow in my hand. The terrified victima inside North, North inside Alex. They were like a nesting doll of the uncanny. Had the spirit somehow chosen North's body to escape to? Or had he and Daisy simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, 2 innocent people mowed down by power they couldn't begin to understand? Was that what Darlington had been investigating? That stray magic had caused the North Whitlock murder? Alex climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. She'd spent little time here, but she found the Virgil bedroom on her 2nd try. It was directly above the Dante room, but far more grand. Alex supposed that if she survived 3 years of Leigh and Yale, it would one day be hers. She went to the desk and opened the drawers. She found a note with a few lines of poetry inside. Some stationery stamped with the Leigh hound, and not much else. There was a statistics textbook on the desk. Had Darlington left it there the night they'd gone to the basement of Rosenfeld Hall? Alex padded back down the stairs to the bookshelf that guarded the library. She pulled down the Albemarle book. The smell of horses rose from its pages, the sound of hooves on cobblestones, a snatch of Hebrew, the memory of the research she'd done on the golems. Darlington had used the library regularly, and the books rows were full of his requests. But most seemed focused on feeding his obsession with New Haven. Manufacturing history, land deeds, city planning. There were entries from Dawes, too, all about tarot and ancient mystery cults, and even a few from Dean Sandow. But then, there it was, early in the fall semester, 2 names in Darlington's jagged scrawl. Bertram Boyce North and Daisy Whitlock. The bridegroom was right. Darlington had been looking into his case. But where were his notes? Had they been in his satchel that night at Rosenfeld and been swallowed up with the rest of him? "Where are you, Darlington?" she whispered. "And can you forgive me?" "Alex?" She jumped. Dawes was standing at the top of the stairs, her headphones clamped around her neck, a dish rag in her hands. "Turner's back. He has something to show us." Alex retrieved her socks from the armory and joined Turner and Dawes in the parlor. They sat shoulder to shoulder at a clunky-looking laptop, matching frowns on their faces. Turner had changed into jeans and a button-down shirt, but still managed to look sharp, especially next to Dawes. He waved Alex over, a stack of folders piled beside him. On the screen, Alex saw black and white footage of what looked like a prison hallway, a row of inmates moving along the corridor of the cells. "Look at the timestamp," said Turner. "That's right about the time you were headed into my crime scene." Turner hit play, and the inmates shuffled forward. A huge shape lumbered into view. "That's him," said Alex. It was unmistakably Lance Grisang. "Where does he go?" "He turns a corner, and then he's just gone." He struck a few keys, and the scene changed to a different angle on another hallway, but Alex didn't see Grisang anywhere. "Here's number 1 on the long, long list of things I don't understand. Why did he go back?" Turner hit the keys again, and Alex saw a wide view of what looked like a hospital ward. "Grisang went back to jail?" "That's right. He's in the infirmary with a busted hand." Alex remembered the crunch of bones when she'd hit him with the putter. But why the hell would Grisang have returned to jail to await trial? "Are these for me?" Alex asked, gesturing at the folders. Turner nodded. "That's everything we have on Lance Grisang and Tara Hutchins right now. Look your fill, but they're going back with me tonight." Alex took the stack to the velvet sofa and settled in. "Why such generosity?" "I'm stubborn, not stupid. I know what I saw." Turner leaned back in his chair. "So, let's hear it, Alex Stern. You don't think Grisang did the murder? Who's responsible?" Alex flipped open the top folder. "I don't know, but I do know Tara has connections to at least 4 societies. And you don't get stabbed over the occasional 20 bag, so this isn't about a little weed." "How do you tally 4 societies?" "I'll get the whiteboard," said Dawes. "Is it a magical whiteboard?" asked Turner sourly. Dawes cast him a baleful look. "All whiteboards are magical." She returned with a handful of markers and a whiteboard that she propped up on the mantel. Turner rubbed a hand over his face.
Okay, give me your list of suspects.
Alex felt suddenly self-conscious, like she was being asked to work a complicated math problem in front of the class. But she took a blue marker from Dawes and went to the board. 4 of the Ancient 8 may have connections to Tara. Skull and Bones, Scroll and Key, Manuscript, and Book and Snake. The Ancient 8? Asked Turner. The Houses of the Vale? The societies with tombs? You should have read your Life of Leigh. Turner waved her on.
Start with Skull and Bones. Tara was selling weed to Trip Helmuth, but I don't see how that's a motive for murder.
She was also sleeping with Trip.
You think it was more than casual?
I doubt it, Alex admitted. But if Tara thought so? Asked Dawes tentatively. I'm guessing Tara knew the score. You had to, all the time. Still, Trip's family is real old money. She might have tried to get something out of him.
That sounds like a soap opera motive, said Turner.
He wasn't going to be an easy sell. But what if they were dealing in harder stuff? Not just pot. I think a senior named Blake Keeley was getting a drug called Merity from them. That's impossible, said Dawes. It only grows, I know, on some mountaintop.
But Blake bought from Lance and Tara. Tripp said he saw Tara with Kate Masters. And Kate is in Manuscript, the only society with access to Merity.
You think Kate sold Merity to Tara and Lance? Asked Dawes. No, said Alex, turning the idea over in her head. I think Kate paid Tara to find a way to grow it. Lance and Tara lived within spitting distance of the forestry school and the marsh greenhouses. Kate wanted to cut out the middleman, get Manuscript its own supply. But then, how did Blake get his hands on it? Maybe they started growing their own stash of Merity and sold it to Blake. Money is money. But that would be unethical? Asked Alex. Irresponsible? Like handing a sociopathic toddler a magical machete?
What exactly does this drug do?
Turner sounded reluctant, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to know. It makes you... Alex hesitated. Obedient wasn't the right word. Eager didn't cover it either. An acolyte, said Dawes. Your only desire is to serve. Turner shook his head.
And let me guess. It isn't a regulated substance because no one's ever heard of it to regulate it.
He had the same nauseated expression he'd worn when he saw Alex healed by the crucible.
All you children playing with fire, looking surprised when the house burns down.
He scrubbed a hand over his face.
Back to the board. Tara is connected to Bones by Tripp, Manuscript by Kate Masters, and this drug. Is Colin Cottrey her only connection to Scroll and Key?
No, said Alex. She had words from a poem called Idols of the King tattooed on her arm, and that text is all over the locksmith's tomb. She passed the file full of photos to Dawes. Right forearm. Dawes glanced at the autopsy photos displaying Tara's tattoos, then shuffled hurriedly past. That doesn't feel like a casual connection, said Alex. What's this? Dawes asked, tapping a photo of Tara's bedroom.
Just a bunch of jewelry-making tools, said Turner. She had a little business on the side.
Of course she had. That was what girls did when their lives fell apart. They tried to find a window to climb out of. Community college, homemade soaps, a little jewelry-making business on the side. Dawes was gnawing at her lower lip hard enough that Alex thought she might draw blood. Alex leaned over and peered at the picture, at the cheap knockoff gems and dishes of curved hooks for earrings, the pliers. But one of the dishes looked different than the others. It was shallower, the metal beaten and raw, the leavings of something like ash or a ring of lime around its base. Dawes, said Alex, what does that look like to you? Dawes pushed the file away as if she could banish it. It's a crucible. What would Tara have used it for? To process the Merity? Dawes shook her head.
No. Merity is used in its raw form.
Hey, said Turner. How about we pretend for a minute I don't know what a crucible is? Dawes tucked a strand of her auburn hair behind her ear and without looking at him said, They're vessels created for magical and alchemical use. They're usually made of pure gold and highly reactive. That big gold bathtub Dawes just put me in is a crucible, said Alex. You're telling me the thing in Tara's apartment is real gold? It's the size of an ashtray. No way Grisang and his girl could afford something like that.
Unless it was a gift, said Alex, and unless whatever they were making in it was worth more than the metal itself.
Dawes pulled her sweatshirt sleeves over her hands.
There are stories about holy men who would use psilocybin, mushrooms, to literally open doorways to other worlds. But the drugs had to be purified in a crucible.
Doorways, said Alex, remembering the night she and Darlington had observed the botched ritual at Scroll and Key. You mean portals? You said there are rumors of the magic at Scroll and Key failing. Could Lance and Tara's secret sauce have helped with that? Dawes expelled a long breath.
Yes, in theory, a drug like that could help facilitate opening the portals.
Alex picked up the photo of the tiny crucible. Do you have this stuff in, custody or whatever? In evidence, said Turner. Yes, we do. If there's enough residue left in that thing, we can have it tested, see if it matches the hallucinogen we found in Tara's system. Dawes had taken her headphones from around her neck. She sat with them cradled in her lap like a sleeping animal. What is it? Alex asked her.
You said Lance was walking through walls, maybe using portal magic to attack you. If someone from Scroll and Key allowed outsiders access to their tomb, if they brought Lance and Tara into their rituals, the Houses of the Veil consider that unforgivable. No fandom.
Alex and Turner exchanged a glance. What's the penalty for sharing that kind of information with outsiders? Alex asked. Dawes clutched her headphones.
The society would be stripped of its tomb and disbanded.
You know what that sounds like, said Turner. Yeah, replied Alex. Motive. Had Colin Cawtrey inducted Lance and Tara into the secrets of the society? Had it been some kind of payment, one he didn't want to continue to make? Was that what had gotten Tara killed? It was hard for Alex to imagine clean, cheerful Colin committing violent murder, but he was a boy with a bright future, and that meant he had plenty to lose. I'm going to Professor Bellbaum's salon tonight, said Alex. She would have preferred to fall asleep right here in front of the fire, but she didn't intend to piss off the one person who seemed to be looking out for her future. Colin works for Bellbaum. I can try to find out how late he stayed at her house the night Tara died.
Alex,
said Dawes quietly, looking up at last.
If Darlington found out about the drugs, about what Colin and the other locksmiths were doing with Lance and Tara, maybe...
She trailed off, but Alex knew what she was suggesting. Maybe Scroll and Key had been responsible for the portal that had disappeared at Darlington that night in the Rosenfeld basement. Where is Darlington? Asked Turner. And if you say Spain, I'm going to pack up my files and go home. My bed is looking real good right now. Dawes squirmed in her chair. Something happened to him, said Alex. We're not sure what. There's a ritual to try to reach him, but it can only be attempted at the new moon. Why the new moon?
The timing matters, said Dawes. For a ritual to work, it helps if it's built around an auspicious date or an auspicious place. The new moon represents the moment before something hidden is revealed.
Sandow wanted you to keep it quiet? Asked Turner. Alex nodded, feeling guilty. She hadn't exactly wanted to trumpet the news either. What about Darlington's family?
Darlington is our responsibility, said Dawes sharply, protective to the last. We'll get him back.
Maybe. Turner leaned forward.
So, what you're saying is that Scroll and Key may be involved in a murder and a kidnapping? Alex shrugged. Sure, let's call it that. But we can't rule out manuscript. Maybe Kate Masters found out Tara sold the Merity to Blake Keeley, that he was using it on girls. Or maybe something went wrong with their deal. If Lance didn't kill Tara, someone was glamored to look like him. Manuscript has plenty of tricks and gimmicks that would let Kate spend a few hours wearing his face. And none of this explains the glooma that was sent after me. Alex reached into her pocket and felt the reassuring tick of the watch. Turner looked like he might do murder himself. The what now? The thing that chased me down Elm. Don't fucking look at me like that. It happened. Fine, it happened, said Turner. Glume are servants of the dead, said Dawes. They're errand boys. Alex scowled. That was a highly homicidal errand boy. You give them a simple task, they accomplish it. Book and Snake uses them as messengers to and from the other side of the veil. They're too violent and unpredictable to really be good for much else. Except for making a girl look crazy and maybe shutting her up permanently. So, Book and Snake is on the board, said Turner. Motive unknown. You realize none of this is evidence, right? We can draw no credible connections to these societies beyond what Tripp told you. I don't even have enough to get a warrant to look inside those forestry greenhouses. I'm guessing Centurion can pull all kinds of strings with his superiors. A shadow crossed Turner's face. Except you don't want to pull strings. That isn't the way things should work, and I can't just go to my captain. He doesn't know about Leigh. I'd have to go all the way up the chain to the chief. And Turner wasn't going to make that move unless he was sure that all of their theories added up to more than some lunatic scrawl on a whiteboard. Alex couldn't blame him. I'll pull the Ludds for the liquor store near Tara's apartment. It's possible they were using the store's phone to do business. Kate Masters wasn't in Tara's cell or Lance's. Neither was Colin Cottrey or Blake Keeley. If Tara and Lance were using the greenhouses, then they were working with someone at the forestry school, said Dawes. Warrant or not, we should try to find out who. I'm a student, said Alex. I can walk right in. I thought you wanted me to start pulling strings, Turner said. She had, but now she was thinking better of it. We can handle this on our own. If you go up the food chain, someone might tell Sandow. Turner raised a brow. That's a problem? I want to know where he was the night of the murder. Dawes' spine straightened. Alex. He pushed to make me stop looking, Dawes. Leigh is here to keep the societies in line. Why did he yank so hard on the reins? We are the shepherds. Leigh had been built on that mission, or had it? Had Leigh ever really been intended to protect anyone? Or were they just supposed to maintain the status quo, to make it look like the houses of the Vale were being monitored, that some standard was being kept to without ever really checking the society's power? This is a funding year. Had Sandow somehow known that if they looked too closely, they'd find connections to the society rosters? Bones, Book and Snake, Scroll and Key, Manuscript, 4 of the 8 societies responsible for funding Leigh. That added up to half the money needed to keep the 9th house alive, more since Berzelius never paid in. Was Leigh that precious to Sandow? What kind of salary does Dean Sandow get from Leigh? Alex asked. Dawes blinked. I don't actually know, but he has tenure. He makes plenty from the university. Gambling? Suggested Turner. Drugs? Debt? Dawes' spine seemed to straighten even more, as if she were an antenna being adjusted to receive information. Divorce, she said slowly, reluctantly. His wife left him 2 years ago. They've been in court ever since, still. It's probably nothing, said Alex, though she wasn't at all sure that was true. But it couldn't hurt to know where he was that night. Dawes' teeth dug into her lip again. Dean Sandow would never do anything to hurt Leigh. Turner rose and began to collect his folders. For the right price, he just might. Why do you think I said yes to being Centurion?
It's an honor, protested Dawes. It's a job, on top of the very intense job I already have. But the money meant I could pay down my mother's mortgage. He slid the folders into a messenger bag. I'll see what I can find out about Sandow without tipping him off.
I should do it, Dawes said quietly. I can talk to his housekeeper. If you start asking questions, Yelena will go to Sandow right away.
Do you feel up to that? Turner said skeptically. She can handle it, said Alex. We just need to look at his schedule. I like money as a motive, said Turner. Nice and clean, none of this hocus-pocus bullshit. He shrugged into his coat and headed for the back door. Alex and Dawes followed. Turner paused with the door open. Behind him, Alex could see the sky turning the deep blue of dusk, the street lamps coming on. My mother couldn't just take the check, he said, a rueful smile on his lips. She knows cops don't get bonuses. She wanted to know where the money came from. Did you tell her? Asked Alex. About all this? Hell no. I said I hit a lucky streak at Foxwoods. But she still knew I'd gotten myself into something I shouldn't have.
Mothers are like that,
said Dawes. Were they? Alex thought of the photo her mom had texted her the week before. She'd had one of her friends snap a picture of her in the apartment. Mira had been wearing a Yale sweatshirt, the mantel behind her crowded with crystals. Do you know what my mother said? Turner asked. She told me there's no doorway the devil doesn't know. He's always waiting to stick his foot in. I never really believed her until tonight. Turner pulled up his collar and disappeared into the cold. 23. Winter. Alex trudged upstairs to retrieve her boots from the armory. The crucible had healed her wounds, but she was short on sleep and her body knew it. Still, if she'd had a choice, she thought she might take another brawl, even with a bruiser like Lance, rather than face the salon tonight, classes tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. When she was fighting for her life, it was strictly pass-fail. All she had to do was survive, and she could call it a win. Even sitting in the parlor with Dawes and Turner, she'd felt like she was keeping up, not just playing along. She didn't want to go back to feeling like a fraud. But you are still pretending, she reminded herself. Dawes and Turner didn't really know her. They never would have guessed at what Darlington had learned about her past. And if the new moon rite worked, if Darlington returned 2 days from now and told them all the truth, would anyone speak for her then? Alex found a stack of clothes on her bed in the Dante room.
I brought them from my apartment,
Dawes said, hovering in the doorway, hands curled into her sleeves.
They're not stylish, but they're better than sweats. I know you like black, so...
They're perfect. They weren't. The jeans were too long and the shirt had been washed so many times it was closer to gray than black. But Dawes hadn't needed to share her closet. Alex wanted to soak up every kindness while she still could. As she set out for Bellbaum's house, Alex felt jumpy. She'd wound her watch tight in case the Glooma was stalking her, stuffed a jar of graveyard dirt into her satchel, placed 2 magnets in her pocket, and studied the signs of warding needed to close a portal temporarily. They felt like small protections. The list of suspects in Tara's murder had become a list of possible threats, and they were all packing too much magical firepower. Bellbaum lived on St. Ronan, a 20-minute walk north from Ilbastone, not far from the Divinity School. Her house was one of the smaller ones on the street, 2 stories high and built of red brick covered in gray vines like an old woman's hair. Alex entered through a garden gate beneath a white lattice arch, and the same sense of calm she'd felt in Bellbaum's office descended over her. The garden smelled of mint and marjoram. Alex paused on the path. It was some kind of crushed gravel, the color of slate. Through the tall windows she could see a circle of people gathered in a variety of chairs, a few crowded onto a piano bench, some on the floor. She glimpsed glasses of red wine, plates poised on knees. A boy with a beard and a wild mane of curls was reading from something. She felt like she was looking into another Yale. A Yale beyond Leigh and the societies, one that might open and keep opening if she could just learn its rituals and codes. At Darlington's house, she had felt like a trespasser. Here she had been invited. She might not belong, but she was welcome. She knocked softly at the door and, when no one answered, pushed gently. It was unlocked, as if there were never unwanted visitors. There were coats hung in heaps and in piles along a row of hooks. The floor was littered with boots. Bellbaum saw her hovering in the door and gestured Alex toward the kitchen. Then Alex understood. She was staff. Of course she was staff. Thank God she was staff and wouldn't have to try to pretend to be anything else. Over Bellbaum's shoulder, Alex spotted Dean Sandow talking to 2 students on a settee. She slipped into the kitchen, hoping he hadn't seen her, and then wondered why she should worry about it. Did she really think he had hurt Tara? That he was capable of something that gruesome? In the parlor back at Il Bastone, it had seemed possible. But here, in this place of warmth and easy conversation, Alex couldn't quite get her head around it. The kitchen was vast, the cupboards white, the countertops black, the floor a clean checkerboard. "Alex!" crowed Colin when she appeared. Murder suspects on all sides. "I didn't know you were coming. We need extra hands. What are you wearing? Black is fine, but next time a white button-down." Alex didn't own a white button-down. "Okay," she said. "Just come over here and set these on a baking sheet." Alex fell into the rhythm of following orders. Isabel Andrews, Bellbaum's other assistant, was there too, arranging fruit and pastries and mysterious stacks of meats on different platters. The food they were serving seemed utterly foreign to her. When Colin said to hand him the cheese, it took her a long moment to realize it was right in front of her. Not platters of cubed cheddar, but giant hunks of what looked like quartz and iolite. A tiny pot of honey, a spray of almonds, all of it art. "After the readings and the talk, they'll do dessert," Colin explained. "She always does meringues and mini tarte aux pommes." "Was Dean Sandow here last week?" Alex asked. If he had been, then Alex could cross him off their list. And if Colin didn't know, then maybe he hadn't really been at the salon all night. But before he could answer, Professor Bellbaum sailed through the swinging doors. "Of course he was," she said. "That man loves to drink my bourbon." She popped a tiny wild strawberry into her mouth and wiped her fingers on a towel. "He said the most inane thing about Camus. But it's hard not to be inane about Camus. I'm not sure why I expected better. He has a Rumi quote framed beside his desk. It pains me. Darling Colin, please make sure we always have white and red at hand." She held up an empty bottle and Colin's face went ashen. "It's all right, love. Grab a bottle and come join us. Alex and the others can keep things under control here, yes? Did you bring something to read?" Yes." Colin drifted from the kitchen as if his ankles had just sprouted wings. "Meringues," commanded Isabel. "Meringues," repeated Alex, walking over to the mixer and handing the bowl to Isabel. She snapped a picture of the kitchen for her mom and texted, "At work." This was the way she wanted Mira to think of her. Happy, normal, safe. Everything Alex had never been. She texted Mercy and Lauren, too. At Bellbaum's salon, fingers crossed for leftovers. "I cannot believe Colin gets to read tonight," Isabel complained, piping the meringue onto a baking sheet. "I've been with her a semester longer than he has, and I aced her Women in Industrialism seminar." "Next time," murmured Alex, brushing melted butter over the tiny apple tarts. "Was it this crowded last week?" "Yes. And Colin bitched the entire night. We were here cleaning up until after 2. Then Colin's alibi was good. Alex felt a rush of relief. She liked Colin, liked sour Isabel, liked this kitchen, this house, this comfortable space. She liked this piece of world that had nothing to do with murder or magic. She didn't want to see it disrupted by brutality. But that didn't mean she could cross all of Scroll and Key off her list. Even if Colin hadn't killed Tara, he'd known her. And someone had taught Lance portal magic. Did Sandow stick around for the whole salon last week? Unfortunately, said Isabel. He always drinks way too much. Apparently, he's been going through some kind of awful divorce. Professor Bellbaum tucked him away in her study with a blanket. He left a ring of urine around the powder room toilet that Colin had to clean up. She shuddered. On second thought, Colin totally deserves to read. You have so much to look forward to, Alex. Isabel had no reason to lie, so Dean Sandow's bad aim had just earned him an alibi. Dawes would be glad. And Alex supposed she was, too. It was one thing to be a murderer, quite another to work for one. It was a long, late night in the kitchen, but Alex couldn't resent it. It felt like working towards something. Around 1 a.m, they finished serving, tidied up the kitchen, packed bottles into the recycling bins, accepted air kisses from Bellbaum, and then floated into the night with platters of leftovers in hand. After the violence and strangeness of the last few days, it felt like a gift. It was a beautiful taste of what life might become, of how little the societies mattered to most people at Yale, of work that asked nothing of you but time and a bit of attention in a house full of harmless people high on nothing more than their own pretensions. Alex saw a gray in rollerblades ahead of her, weaving her way between the lampposts, drawing closer. Her skull and torso looked like they'd been crushed, a deep dimple left by the wheels of some careless driver's car. Passapunto, passamundo, Alex whispered, almost kindly, and watched the girl vanish. A moment passes, a world passes. Easy. Alex didn't have classes the next morning. She got up early to eat breakfast and to try to do a little reading before trekking up to Marsh. But as she was finishing her pile of eggs and hot sauce, she caught sight of the bridegroom. His expression turned disapproving when she followed up with a hot fudge sundae, but ice cream was available at all meals in every dining hall, and that was not an opportunity to be squandered. After breakfast, she ducked into the bathroom off the J.E. common room and filled the sink. She wasn't eager to talk to him. She wasn't ready to discuss what she'd witnessed in his memories. But she also wanted to know if he'd had any luck finding Tara. After a moment, North's face appeared in the reflection. "Well," she said. "I haven't found her yet." Alex flicked the surface of the water with her finger and watched his reflection fracture. "Seems like you're not much good at this." When the water stilled, North's expression was grim. "And what have you discovered?" "You were right. Darlington was interested in your case, but his notes weren't in his desk at Ile Bastogne. I can look at Black Elm tomorrow night, when the new moon would rise. Maybe then Darlington would be able to answer the bridegroom's questions himself." And what? "What did you see when you were in my head, Miss Stern? You were distressed when you cast me out." Alex contemplated how much she wanted to tell him. "What do you remember from the moment you died, North?" His face seemed to grow still, and she realized she'd spoken his name out loud. Damn it. "Is that what you saw?" he asked slowly. "My death? Just answer me." "Nothing," he admitted. "One moment I was standing in my new office talking to Daisy, and then I was no one. The mortal world was lost to me." "You were on the other side." Alex could see how that would mess with your head. "Did you ever try to find Gladys O'Donoghue behind the veil?" "Who?" "Daisy's maid." North frowned. "The police interviewed her.
She found our bodies, but she wasn't even there to witness the crime.
And she was just a maid? Said Alex. Guys like this never notice the help. But North was right. Alex had spotted Gladys outside enjoying the spring weather herself. If Gladys had seen or heard something strange at the scene, she had every reason to share the information with the police. And Alex suspected there had been no one to see. Just magic, invisible and wild, the frightened spirit of a man who had been brutalized by the bonesmen and somehow found his way into North. I'll let you know what I find at Black Elm. Quit following me around and go hunt down Tara.
What did you see in my head, Miss Stern?
Sorry, you're breaking up. Alex released the plug in the drain. She headed out of the common room and texted Turner that she was on her way to the Marsh greenhouses. On her way, she placed a phone call to the hospital to ask after Michael Reyes. She should have checked in on the Victima from Skull and Bones' latest prognostication sooner, but she'd been more than a little distracted. It took her a while to get the right person on the line, but eventually Jean Gadula came on to tell her that Reyes was recovering well and would be sent home in the next 2 days. Alex knew home was Columbus House, a shelter far away from campus. She hoped Bones at least left him with a pocketful of cash for his trouble. The Marsh Botanical Garden sat at the top of Science Hill, the old mansion topped by what looked like a bell tower, the grounds of the former estate rolling down the slope toward the apartment Tara had shared with Lance. There was no real security, and Alex blended in easily with the students coming and going from the facility. 4 massive forestry school greenhouses stood near the back entrance, surrounded by a cluster of smaller glass structures. Alex had worried she wouldn't be able to identify where Tara had tended her dangerous garden, but as she made a circuit around the grounds, she detected the stink of the uncanny beneath the smells of manure and turned soil. Though the little greenhouse looked ordinary enough, Alex suspected it had the remnants of a glamour on it, probably courtesy of Kate Masters in manuscript. How else would Tara have cultivated her crops without inviting suspicion? But when Alex pulled open the door, she found nothing but empty planters and overturned pots on the tables. Someone had cleaned the place out. Kate? Colin? Someone else? Had Lance opened a portal from his jail cell and come here to destroy potential evidence? A single slender tendril of some unknown plant lay in a pile of dirt beside a toppled plastic container. Alex touched her finger to it. The little vine unfurled, a lone white bud appearing from its leaves. Its petals parted in a burst of glittering seeds like a firework, with a soft but audible puh, and it withered to nothing. Outside, Alex found a lean woman in jeans and a barn jacket digging through a bucket of some kind of mulch with gloved hands. "Hey," she said, "can you tell me who uses that greenhouse?"
Sveta Myers. She's a grad student.
Alex didn't remember her name from Tara's case file. "You know where I can find her?" The woman shook her head.
She left a couple days ago. Took the rest of the semester off.
Sveta Myers had gotten spooked. Maybe she'd done the work of destroying the greenhouse herself. You ever see her with a couple? Skinny little blonde girl and a big guy, looked like he lived at the gym.
I saw the girl here a lot. She was Sveta's cousin or niece or something.
Alex highly doubted that.
I might have seen the guy once or twice. Why?
Thanks for your help, said Alex, and headed for the gates. She tried to shake off her feeling of disappointment as she made her way back down the hill. She'd hoped to find more of Tara in the gardens, not just piles of dirt heaped like a fresh grave. Turner said he'd meet Alex outside Ingalls Rink, and she spotted his Dodge idling by the curb. It was blessedly warm inside.
"Anything?"
he asked. She shook her head. Someone cleaned the whole place out, and the student they were working with skipped town too. Someone named Sveta Myers.
Doesn't ring a bell, but I'll see if I can track her down.
I'll check the alumni rosters to see if she's connected to any of the societies, said Alex. I want to talk to Lance Grisang.
You're back on that?
Alex had almost forgotten she'd feigned interest in talking to Grisang before. Someone has to question him about the new information we have.
If the case goes to trial,
It will be too late. Someone sent a monster after me. They killed Tara, stole all her plants. Maybe they got to Sveta Myers, too. They're cleaning house.
even if I could get an interview with Grisang, I'm not bringing you with me.
Why not? We need Grisang to believe we understand more about all of this than he does. It will take him about 30 seconds to realize you don't know your ass from a hot rock.
What a colorful turn of phrase.
I saw you in that apartment, Turner. You almost wet yourself when Lance disappeared through that wall.
You have a real way about you, you know that, Stern?
Is it my charm or my looks that you can't get enough of? Turner twisted in his seat to give her a long stare.
You don't always have to come out swinging. What are you so angry at?
Alex felt an irritating jolt of embarrassment. Everything, she muttered, gazing at the fogged-up windshield. Anyway, you know I'm right.
Maybe so, but Lance is represented by counsel. Neither of us can talk to him without his lawyer.
Would you like to?
Of course I'd like to. I'd also like a rare steak and a moment of peace without you yapping in my ear.
Can't oblige. But I think I can get you an interview with Grisang.
Let's say that's true. Nothing we'll learn will be admissible in a court of law, Stern. Lance Grisang could tell us he killed Tara 12 times over, and we wouldn't be able to pin it on him.
But we'll still get answers. Turner rested his gloved hands on the steering wheel.
I'm pretty sure when my mother was talking about the devil, she had you in mind.
I'm a delight.
If I said yes, what would we need?
Turner already had a nice enough suit. You own a briefcase?
I can borrow one.
Great. Then all we need is this. She pulled the mirror she'd used to gain access to Tara's apartment from her pocket.
You want me to walk into a secure jail with a compact and a nice attaché case?
It's worse than that, Turner. Alex flipped the mirror in her hand.
I want you to believe in magic.
24. Winter. The plan was trickier than Alex had anticipated. The mirror would fool the guards they encountered, but not the cameras in the jail. Dawes came to the rescue with an actual tempest in a teapot. Alex hadn't thought Darlington was being literal when they'd walked through the bizarre basement of Rosenfeld Hall, but apparently back in their heyday, St. Elmo's had managed all kinds of interesting magic. It's not just the vessel, Dawes explained to Alex and Turner the next day, standing at the counter in the kitchen at Il Bastone. A golden teapot and jeweled strainer before her. It's the tea itself. She carefully measured out dried leaves from a tin stamped with the St. Elmo's crest, a sinister little design referred to as the Goat and Boat. Darlington said they're campaigning for a new tomb, Alex said. Dawes nodded. Losing Rosenfeld Hall broke them. They've been petitioning for years, claiming all sorts of new applications for their magic. But without a nexus to build over, there's no point to a new tomb. She poured the water over the leaves and set the timer on her phone. The lights flickered. Make the brew too strong and you could short the grid for the entire eastern seaboard.
Why are the tombs so important? Turner asked. This is just a house, and you're standing there, working magic.
He ran his tongue over his teeth as if he didn't like the taste of the word. Lethe house magic is spell and object-based. Borrowed enchantments, very stable. We don't rely on rites. It's why we can keep the wards up. The other societies are trafficking with far more powerful forces, telling the future, communicating with the dead, altering matter. Big magic, said Alex. Turner leaned back against the counter.
So, they have machine guns and you're working with a bow and arrow?
Dawes looked up, startled. She rubbed her nose. Well,
More like a crossbow, but yes. The timer sounded. Dawes swiftly removed the strainer and poured the tea into a thermos. She handed it to Alex. You should have about 2 hours of real disruption. After that, she shrugged.
But you're not going to knock the power out, right? Turner asked. I don't want to be at a jail when all the lights go down.
Aw, look how far you've come, Alex said. Now you're worried about magic being too powerful. Dawes tugged at her sweatshirt sleeves, the surety she'd displayed while caught up in brewing the tea evaporating. Not if I got it right? Alex took the thermos and stowed it in her satchel, then yanked her hair into a tight bun. She told Mercy she had a job interview as an excuse to borrow her fancy black pantsuit. I hope you get the job, Mercy had said, and hugged Alex so tight it felt like her bones were bending. I hope I get it too, Alex had replied. She had been happy to play dress-up, happy to have this adventure to fill her hours, regardless of the danger. The new moon rite had felt distant, impossibly far off, but tonight it would happen. She was having trouble thinking about anything else. She checked her phone. No signal. Turner did the same. Me neither. Alex turned on the little television that sat above the breakfast nook. Nothing but static. A perfect brew, Dawes. Dawes looked pleased. Good luck.
I'm about to commit career suicide, said Turner. Let's hope we've got more on our side than luck.
The drive to the jail was short. No one there knew Alex, so she didn't have to worry about being recognized. She made a perfectly reasonable assistant in her borrowed corporate drag. Turner was another matter. He'd had to pop by the courthouse that morning to bump into Lance Grissang's attorney and secure his visage in the compact. They passed through security without incident. Stop looking at the cameras, Alex whispered as she and Turner were escorted down a dingy hallway lit by buzzing fluorescents.
They look like they're working.
The power is on, but they're just recording static, Alex said with more confidence than she felt. The thermos was tucked into her bag, its weight resting reassuringly against her hip. Once they were inside the meeting room, they'd be safe at last. There was no video or audio recording allowed in a conference between an attorney and his client. Lance was seated at the table when they entered.
What do you want?
He said when he caught sight of Turner, who had pocketed the compact after flashing it at the scowling guard.
You've got 1 hour, the guard said. Don't push it.
Grissang shoved back from the table, looking from Turner to Alex.
What the fuck is this? Are you two working together?
1 hour, the guard repeated, then locked the door behind him.
I know my rights,
Grissang said, standing. He looked even bigger than he had at the apartment, and his bandaged hand didn't do much to put Alex at ease. She had made it her business not to get trapped in small spaces with men like Lance Grissang. You didn't want to be the only thing in sight when their moods went sour.
Sit down, said Turner. We need to have a conversation. You can't talk to me without my lawyer.
You walked through a wall yesterday, said Turner. That in the penal code? Lance looked almost sheepish at the accusation. He knows he's not supposed to be using portal magic, Alex thought. And he most definitely wasn't supposed to be seen doing it by a cop. Lance had no way of knowing that Turner was associated with the Houses of the Vale.
Sit down, Grissang, Turner repeated. You might be glad you did.
Alex wondered if Lance would just pop a mushroom in his mouth and vanish through the floor. But slowly, sullenly, he dropped back into his seat. Turner and Lance took chairs opposite him at the table. Lance's jaw set, and he jutted his chin toward Alex.
Why were you at my place?
My place, not our place. She said nothing.
I'm trying to find out who killed Tara, said Turner.
Lance threw up his hands.
If you know I'm innocent, why don't you get me out of this shithole?
Innocent is a big word for what you are, Turner said in that same pleasant, condescending tone he'd used on Alex just a few days ago.
Maybe you're innocent of this particular bit of brutality, and if that's the case, it will be my great pleasure to make sure the murder charge against you is vacated. But right now, what I want to convey to you is that no one knows we're here. The guards all think you're chatting with your lawyer, and what you need to absorb is that we can do whatever we want. Am I supposed to be afraid? Yes, said Turner. You are. But not of us.
Hey, he can be afraid of us, said Alex.
He can, but he has bigger problems to worry about. If you didn't kill Tara, then someone did, and that someone is just waiting to lay hands on you too. Right now, you're a useful scapegoat, but for how long? Tara knew things she wasn't supposed to, and maybe you did too. I don't know shit. I'm not the one you need to convince. You've seen what these people can do. Do you think they care about wiping away a little shit stain like you? Do you think they will hesitate to eradicate you or your friends, or that entire neighborhood if it will help them sleep a little better at night?
People like you and me don't matter, said Alex. Not when we stop being useful. Lance placed his injured hand gingerly on the table and leaned forward.
Who the fuck are you?
Alex held his gaze. I'm the only person who thinks you didn't kill Tara. So help me figure out who did before Turner loses patience, shuffles me out that door, and leaves you to rot. Lance's eyes darted back and forth between Alex and Turner. At last he said,
I didn't hurt her. I loved her.
Like those things couldn't go hand in hand. When did you start working with Sveta Myers? Lance shifted in his seat. He obviously didn't like that they knew that name.
I don't remember. 2 years back. Tara went up there for a plant sale, got to chatting with her. They got on real good, talking about community gardening and shit. We sold to her for a while, then we started growing with her, giving her a cut.
Tell us about the Merity, Alex said.
The what?
You weren't just growing kush. What did you grow for Blake Keeley?
That model guy? He was always sniffing around Tara, flashing cash like he's a celebrity. I can't stand that asshole.
Alex didn't know how she felt about finding common ground with Lance Grisang.
What were you growing for him? Turner pushed. It wasn't for him. Not at first. We were selling green to his frat for a while. None of this shit is admissible, all right? It's all off the record.
Turner waved him on.
Nothing special. Dime bags, 20 bags, the usual shit. Then this year, this girl, Katie, shows up.
Alex sat forward. Kate Masters?
Yeah. Blonde, real cute, but kind of butch.
Tell me more about your taste in women.
Really?
No, you ass. What did Katie want?
She wanted to know where we were growing, and if Tara could make some space at the greenhouses for something new. Some medicinal shit. Had all these specific rules about moisture, or I don't know what. Tara got real into working on it with Sveta. Took a minute, but eventually it started growing pretty well. I tried some of it once, didn't even give me a buzz.
Jesus. Lance Grisang had gotten his hands on Merity, and he hadn't even known it. When Alex thought of the damage he might have done if he'd realized the control it gave him over others. But someone else had gotten there first. You thought it was worthless, said Alex. A shit buzz? So you sold it to Blake?
Yeah,
Grisang said, grinning. And what did you think when he came back for more? Grisang shrugged.
Happy to take his money.
Did Kate Masters know you sold Merity to Blake?
Nah, she was real uptight. Told us it was poisonous and whatever, not to mess with it. I knew she'd be pissed off if she found out. But Blake kept hitting us up for more, and then he brings this other guy around and wants to know if we can get mushrooms.
Who? Turner asked Lance, but Alex already knew what Lance was going to say. Lance wriggled in his seat. He looked uneasy, almost scared. It was Colin Cottrey, wasn't it? Said Alex. From Scroll and Key.
Yeah, he...
Lance leaned back. The bravado had gone from him. He looked at the wall as if expecting to find some kind of answer there. The clock was ticking, but Alex and Turner stayed quiet.
I didn't know what we were starting.
Tell me, said Turner. Tell me how it began.
Tara was at the greenhouses all the time,
Lance said haltingly.
Coming home late, staying up to try mixing shit, putting the mushrooms together with I don't know what. She had this little yellow dish Colin gave her, called it her witch's cauldron. Colin couldn't get enough of the tabs she made. He kept coming back for more.
Tabs? Asked Turner.
I thought you were dealing with mushrooms. Tara distilled that shit down. It wasn't acid, I don't know what it was.
Lance rubbed his good hand up his other arm, and Alex could see his skin had puckered with goosebumps.
We wanted to know what Colin was using it for, but he was real cagey about it, so Tara's like, I guess I won't be cooking for you guys anymore.
Lance held his hands out like he was pleading with Alex.
I told her just to leave it alone. Just keep taking Colin's cash.
But it wasn't enough, Alex said. Rather die than doubt. Tara had sensed something big at play, and she'd wanted to be a part of it. So what happened?
Colin caved.
Alex couldn't tell if he sounded more smug or regretful.
One weekend, he and his buddies come get us at the apartment. We all take the tabs Tara made, and they blindfold us and take us into this building, this room. It was real pretty, with these screens with, like, Jewish stars on them, and the roof was open so you could see the skies.
Alex had been in that room the night of the failed locksmith ritual, when they'd tried to get to Budapest. Had they staged the whole thing, knowing it wouldn't work without Tara's tabs?
We stand in a circle at this round table, and they start chanting in, like, I don't know, Arabic maybe, and the table just opens up.
Like a passage? Asked Turner. Lance was shaking his head.
No, you don't understand. There was no bottom. It was night down there. Some other night. And night up top. Our night, it was all stars.
There was real awe in his voice.
We walked through and we were standing on a mountaintop. You could see for miles. It was so clear you could see the bend in the horizon. It was incredible. I was sick as shit the next day, though, and God, we smelled. It didn't wash off for days.
Lance sighed and said,
I guess it just went on from there. Colin and that whole crew wanted Tara to keep cooking up her stuff for them. We wanted to keep tripping. Tara wanted to see the world. I only wanted to fuck around. We went to the Amazon, Morocco, those hot pools in Iceland. We went to New Orleans for New Year's. It was like the best video game ever.
Lance released a little laugh.
Colin couldn't figure out how Tara was mixing the shit. He acted like he thought it was funny, but I could tell it pissed him off.
Alex tried to reconcile this Colin, greedy, jealous, tripping with drug dealers, with the ambitious, perfectly groomed boy she'd seen at Bellbaum's house. Where had he thought this would end? How did Blake and Colin know each other? Alex asked. She couldn't imagine them hanging out.
Lance shrugged. Lacrosse or some shit.
Lacrosse. Colin seemed so distinctly un-jock-like, it was hard to picture. Had he seen one of Blake's nasty little videos and recognized Meredy the way Alex had? The locksmith's magic had started to fail. The nexus beneath their tomb wasn't working anymore, and they were desperate for ways to open portals. And Colin, bright, friendly, polished Colin, hadn't reported what Blake had been doing with the Meredy. He hadn't stopped him from hurting girls. Instead, he'd seized an opportunity for himself and his society.
What about Trip Helmuth? Said Turner.
It felt strange to ask about rosy-cheeked, good-vibes-only Trip, but Alex was glad he wasn't ruling anyone out.
Who?
Rich kid, said Alex. Sailing team? Always seems to have a tan.
That could be a lot of guys around Yale.
Alex didn't think he was playing dumb, but she couldn't be sure.
The other day you opened a portal in the jail, said Turner. I had a tab on me when you guys picked me up.
Lance grinned.
Plenty of places to stash something that small. Why not just escape? Asked Turner. Go to Cuba or something. What the fuck would I do in Cuba? Lance asked. Besides, you can't portal big distances from anywhere with the table.
He meant the tomb. Scroll and Key still needed the nexus. Tara's tabs weren't enough on their own.
Wait, said Alex. You wasted your only tab going back to your apartment?
I thought I could get some cash, maybe make a run for it or get something to trade in here, but your asshole cops had tore the whole place apart.
Why didn't you just portal to the tomb, the table, and then go wherever you wanted? Lance blinked.
Shit.
He slumped back in his chair.
Shit!
He trained his gaze on Alex. He looked impossibly mournful.
You're going to help me, right? You're going to protect me.
Turner stood.
Keep your head down, Grisang. As long as you look like you're taking the fall, you should be safe in here.
Alex expected Lance to protest, try to bargain, maybe even threaten them. Instead, he just sat there, his big body frozen like a stone idol beneath the fluorescent lights. He didn't say a word when Turner knocked on the door and the guard came to fetch them. Didn't look up when they left. He'd been to the jungles of the Amazon, explored the markets of Marrakesh. He'd seen into the mysteries of the world. But the mysteries of the world had taken no notice of him. And after all of it, he'd still ended up here. The doors had closed. The portals, too. Lance Grisang wasn't going anywhere. Turner and Alex rode back to campus in silence, the Dodge's heater cranked up against the bitter cold. She texted Dawes to let her know they were in the clear and that she'd be back at Black Elm by 8 at the latest, then slipped off the pumps she'd borrowed from Mercy. They were a half size too small and her feet were killing her. It wasn't until they were exiting the highway that Turner said,
Well,
I think we may have more motives than we started with.
I'm not taking Grisang off the table. Not until we can put someone else at the scene. But Colin Cottrey and Kate Masters are looking a lot more interesting.
He tapped his gloved hands on the wheel.
It's not only Colin and Kate, though, is it? It's all of them. All the little children in their robes and hoods pretending they're wizards.
They're not pretending. But Alex knew exactly what he meant. Colin was the most direct connection between Scroll and Key and Tara, but all of the locksmiths had shared their rituals with outsiders and hidden the truth from Leigh. If Tara had become a danger to the society, any one of them could have decided to shut her up. It also didn't seem likely Kate Masters had opted to go rogue from manuscript. Alex remembered what Mike Awolowo had said about the rarity of the drug. Maybe they'd all thought they could cut out their King and Mountain supplier and start growing their own. He'd seemed genuinely surprised that the Merity had gotten out, but that could have been an act.
Who do you like for this?
Turner asked. Alex tried not to show her surprise. Turner might just be using her as a sounding board, but it felt good to be asked. She wished she had a better answer. Alex flexed her aching feet. Any member of manuscript could have used a glamour to make Tara think she was meeting Lance. Plus, if Keyes relied on Tara for the secret sauce, why would they want her dead? Their magic has been a mess the last few years. They needed her.
Unless she was pushing too hard, said Turner. We have no idea what her relationship with Colin was really like. We don't even know exactly what was in those tabs of hers. We aren't talking about magic mushrooms anymore.
That was true. Maybe Colin the chemwiz hadn't liked being shown up by a town girl. And Alex doubted anyone in Scroll and Key liked being blackmailed into sharing their rights.
It was also possible someone had cracked Tara's recipe and decided they didn't want her around anymore. Colin Cottrey had an alibi that night, Alex said. He was at Bellbaum's salon.
You're telling me he couldn't just open up a convenient little portal, pop through, kill Tara, be back before anyone noticed?
Alex wanted to smack herself. Smart, Turner.
It's almost like I'm good at my job.
Alex knew she should have thought of it herself. Maybe she would have if she wasn't too busy hoping Colin wasn't involved in the worst of this. That her perfect, promising summer with Bellbaum could remain untouched by the ugliness of Tara's murder. Turner steered the car up Chapel and pulled in at the Vanderbilt gates. She saw North hovering by the steps to her entryway. How long had he been waiting? And had he found Tara on the other side? With a shiver, she realized he'd been killed, or killed Pretty Daisy and himself, only blocks from where she was sitting. "What would you say if I told you there's a ghost outside my dorm?" asked Alex. "Right there in the courtyard."
Honestly, asked Turner, after everything I've seen the last few days,
"Yeah."
"I'd still think you were screwing with me."
"What if I told you he's working our case?" Turner's real laugh was completely unlike his false chuckle, a deep, full belly laugh.
"I've had weirder sea eyes."
Alex shoved her feet into the too tight pumps and pushed open the car door. The night air was so cold it hurt to breathe, and the sky was black above her. New moon rising. She was due at Black Elm in a matter of hours. When Dean Sandow had first started talking about the ritual, Alex assumed they would try to contact Darlington from Il Bastone, maybe even using the Crucible. But Sandow really did intend to call him home.
"I'll shake Kate Masters' tree tomorrow," said Turner. "Colin Cottrey, too. See what falls out."
"Thanks for the ride-along." Alex shut the door and watched Turner's headlights recede down Chapel. She wondered if she'd ever get to speak to the detective again. Everything might change tonight. Alex had longed for Darlington's return, and she'd feared it. And she couldn't quite pull apart those feelings. She knew that when he told Dean Sandow what she'd done, what she really was, it would mean the end for her and Lethe. She knew that. But she also knew that Darlington was Tara's best chance at justice. He spoke the language of this world, understood its protocols. He would make the connections that the rest of them were missing. She could admit she missed his pompous know-it-all ass. But it was more than that. He would protect her. The thought was embarrassing. Alex the survivor, Alex the rattler, should be harder than that. But she was tired of fighting. Darlington wouldn't stand for any of what she and Dawes had been put through. He might not believe she belonged in Lethe, but she knew he believed she was worthy of Lethe's protection. He had promised to place himself between her, between all of them and the terrible dark. That meant something. North kept his distance, hovering in the golden light of the street lamp. Murderer or victim, but partner either way. For now. She nodded to him and left it at that. Tonight she had other debts to pay. 25. Winter. "How'd it go?" Mercy asked, as soon as Alex entered the common room. She sat cross-legged on the couch, surrounded by books. It took Alex a moment to remember she was supposed to have been on a job interview. "I'm not sure," she said, heading back to their bedroom to change. "Maybe good? It was interesting. These pants are too tight." "Your ass is too big." "My ass is just right," Alex called back. She pulled on black jeans, one of the last of her good long-sleeved shirts, and a black sweater. She considered making up an excuse about a study group, then opted for brushing her hair and applying some dark plum lipstick. "Where are you going?" Mercy asked when she caught sight of Alex's look. "I'm meeting someone for coffee." "Hold up," said Lauren, poking her head out of her bedroom. Is Alex Stern going on a date? First, Alex Stern had a job interview, said Mercy, and now she's going on a date? Who are you, Alex Stern? Hell if I know. If y'all are done, who stole my hoops? What college is he in? Asked Lauren. He's town. Oh, said Lauren. She placed Alex's fake silver hoops in her hand. Alex loves a working man. That lipstick is way too much. I like it, said Mercy. It looks like she's going to try to eat his heart. Alex stuck the hoops in her ears and blotted her lips with a tissue. Just right. Feb Club is almost over, said Mercy. Every night in February, some group or organization hosted an event, a protest against the deep gloom of winter. We should hit the last party on Friday. Should we? Alex asked, wondering if Mercy was really ready for that. Yeah, said Mercy. I'm not saying we should stay long or anything, but I want to go. Maybe I'll borrow your lipstick. Alex grinned and took out her phone to request a ride. Then we're definitely going. If I'm still a Yale student tomorrow. Don't wait up, Ma. You beautiful slut, said Lauren. Be careful, said Mercy. Tell him to be careful, said Alex, and locked the door behind her. She had the driver drop her off at the stone columns of Black Elm and walked up the long driveway on foot. The garage was open and Alex could see Darlington's burgundy Mercedes parked inside. Lights shone from the first and second stories of the house, and Alex saw Dawes through the kitchen window, stirring something on the stove. As soon as she entered, she recognized the lemony smell. Avga lemino, Darlington's favorite. You're early, Dawes said over her shoulder. You look nice. Thanks, Alex said, feeling suddenly shy. Had the earrings and the lipstick been her version of lemon soup? Alex stripped off her coat and hung it on a hook by the door. She wasn't sure what to expect from the night, but she wanted a chance to search Darlington's office and bedroom before the others arrived. She was glad Dawes had turned all the lights on. The last time she'd been here, the loneliness of the place had overwhelmed her. Alex checked the office first. A room of wood paneling and packed bookshelves located just off the pretty sunroom where she'd written her report for Sandow on Tara's death. The desk was fairly well organized, but its file cabinets just seemed to be full of documents pertaining to Black Elm. In the top drawer, Alex found an old-fashioned date book and a crushed pack of Chesterfields. She couldn't imagine Darlington taking a drag on a bargain smoke. Her search through his monk's chamber on the third floor was equally fruitless. Cosmo followed her inside and stared at her judgmentally as she pulled open drawers and thumbed through stacks of books. Yes, I'm violating his privacy, Cosmo, she said, but it's for a good cause. Apparently that was enough for the cat, who twined through Alex's legs, pressing his head against her combat boots and purring loudly. She gave him a scratch between the ears as she flipped through the books piled closest to Darlington's bed, all of them devoted to New England industry. She paused on what looked like an old carriage catalog, the paper yellowing and torn at the edges, sealed in a plastic baggie to protect it from the elements. North's family had been carriage makers. Alex removed it carefully from the bag. On closer inspection, it seemed to be a kind of newsy trade magazine for the various carriage makers in New Haven, and the businesses that supported them. There were hand-drawn pictures of wheels and locking mechanisms and lanterns, and on the third page an announcement in large bold type of the construction of North & Son's brand-new factory, which would be fronted by a showroom for prospective buyers. In the margin, in Darlington's distinctive scrawl, was a note that read, "The first?" That's it? Come on, Darlington, the first what? Alex heard the sound of tires on gravel and looked down to the driveway to see headlights from two cars, a slightly beat-up Audi and close behind it, a shiny blue Land Rover. The Audi pulled into the garage beside Darlington's Mercedes, and a moment later Alex saw Dean Sandow and a woman who had to be Michelle Alameddine emerge. Alex wasn't sure what she'd expected, but the girl looked perfectly ordinary. Thick curls in a tangle around her shoulders, an angular face with elegantly manicured brows. She wore a well-cut black coat and knee-length black boots. She looked very New York to Alex, though Alex had never been to New York. Alex slipped the carriage catalog back in its bag and hurried downstairs. Sandow and Michelle were already hanging up their coats in the mudroom, trailed by an older woman and a gawky-looking boy with a mohawk and a huge backpack slung over his shoulders. It took Alex a long minute to recognize them out of their white robes, but then the memory locked into place. Josh Zielinski, the president of the Aurelian delegation, and the alumna who had led the ritual last fall with that novelist that had almost gone so wrong. Amelia. Darlington had convinced Aurelian the fault had been theirs and not Alex's. And on that same night, much to Dawes's confusion, Alex and Darlington had gotten very drunk on expensive red wine and smashed a cupboard full of innocent crystal to bits, along with a tacky set of china chafing dishes that had probably deserved to die. She remembered standing in a room full of broken glass and crockery shards, feeling better than she had in years. Darlington had surveyed the damage, topped off his glass, and blearily said, "There's a metaphor in this, Stern. I'll figure it out when I'm sober." Now introductions were made, and Sandow opened a bottle of wine. Dawes set out a plate of cheese and sliced vegetables. It felt like the prelude to a bad dinner party. "So," Michelle said, popping a slice of cucumber into her mouth. "Danny got himself disappeared?" "He could be dead," Dawes said quietly. "I doubt it," Michelle replied, "or he'd be haunting the hell out of her." She hooked her thumb at Alex. "You were with him, right?" Alex nodded, feeling her stomach clench. "And you're the magic girl who can see grays. Has he been hanging around?" "No," said Alex. And North hadn't seen him on the other side. Darlington was alive somewhere, and he was coming home tonight. "Such an extraordinary gift," Amelia said. She had thick honey-brown hair that fell just below her chin and wore a navy twin set over starched jeans. "Leigh is lucky to have you." "Yes," said Sandow kindly. "We are." Josh Zielinski shook his head. "Crazy. They're just all floating around? Are there any grays here right now?" Alex took a long sip of her wine. "Yep, one has his hand on your ass." Zielinski whirled. Sandow looked pained. But Michelle laughed. "Darlington must have been pissing himself when he found out what you can do." Sandow cleared his throat. "Thank you for coming," he said. "All of you. This is a difficult situation, and I know you're all busy." "It's not a fucking board meeting," Alex wanted to shout. "He disappeared." Michelle refilled her wine glass. "I can't say I was surprised to get the call." "No?" "I feel like I spent most of Darlington's freshman year making sure he didn't kill himself or set something on fire. Wherever he is, he's probably thrilled things finally got exciting around here." Sandow chuckled. "I'll wager." Alex felt a stab of irritation. She didn't like Sandow and Michelle sharing a smile over Darlington. He deserved better. "He's a sensation seeker?" asked Amelia, sounding a little thrilled herself. "Not exactly," said Michelle. "He's just always ready to jump in. He fancied himself a knight, a boy standing at the door to the underworld with a sword in his hand." Alex had scoffed whenever Darlington described himself or Leigh that way, but it didn't feel silly now. Not when she thought of Tara, of drugs like Meredy, boys like Blake. The Houses of the Vale had too much power, and the rules they had put in place were really about controlling access to that power.
not limiting the damage it could do. "Isn't that kind of what we are?" Alex said before she could stop herself. "We are the shepherds and all that?" Michelle laughed again. "Don't tell me he got to you, too." She looped her arm through Sandow's as they strolled out of the kitchen, followed by Zelinsky and Amelia. "I wish I'd been able to come earlier and see this place in the daylight. He did so much work to it." Dawes's hand brushed against Alex's, startling her. It was a little thing, but Alex let her knuckles do the same. Darlington had been right about the need for Leigh, about why they were here. They weren't just mall cops keeping a bunch of unruly kids in line. They were supposed to be detectives, soldiers. Michelle and Sandow didn't get it. Do I? Alex wondered. How had she gone from barely getting by to holy warrior? And what was going to happen when they pulled Darlington back to their world from wherever he'd been cooling his heels? Maybe her work on the Tara Hutchins case would be a mark in her favor, but she very much doubted he was just going to say, "Way to take the initiative, all is forgiven." She would tell him she was sorry, that she hadn't known what Helly intended that morning at Ground Zero. She would tell him whatever she had to, and hold on to this life with both hands. "Where do we think he is?" Michelle was asking, as they took the stairs up to the second floor. "We don't know. I thought we'd use a hound dog casting." Sandow seemed almost pleased with himself. Alex sometimes forgot that the dean had actually been in Leigh, and had been pretty good at it, too. "Very nice. What are we using for his scent?" "The deed to Black Elm." "Was it bound by Aurelian?" "Not that I know of," said Amelia. "But we can activate the language to summon the signatories." "From anywhere?" asked Michelle. "From anywhere," Zelinsky said smugly. They went through a long description of the mechanics of the contract, and how the summoning should work so long as the commitment to the contract was made in good faith and the parties had some emotional connection to the agreement. Alex and Dawes exchanged a glance. That much at least they could be sure of. Darlington loved Black Elm. The second-floor ballroom had been lit with lanterns at the 4 compass points. Darlington's exercise mats and gear had been set off to the side. "This is a good space," said Zelinsky, unzipping his backpack. He and Amelia drew out 4 objects wrapped in cotton batting. "We don't need someone to open a portal?" Alex whispered to Dawes, watching Josh unwrap the cotton to reveal a large silver bell. "If Sandow is right, and Darlington is just stuck between worlds or in some kind of pocket space, then the activation of the deed should create enough pull to bring him through to us. And if he isn't, then we'll have to get Scroll and Key involved at the next new moon." But what if the locksmiths had been the one to create the portal in the basement that night? What if they wanted Darlington to stay gone? "Alex," called Sandow, "please come help me make the marks." Alex felt strange warding the circle, as if she had somehow fallen backward through time and became Sandow's Dante. "We'll leave the northern gate open," he said. "True north to guide him home. I'll need you to be on the lookout for greys on your own. I would take Hiram's elixir, but I'm at an age where the risk is just too high." He sounded embarrassed. "I can handle it," said Alex. "Is there blood involved?" She at least wanted to be ready if a flood of greys came on. "No," said Sandow. "No blood, and Darlington planted the Black Elm borders with protective species. But, strong desire can draw greys, and strong desire is what we need to bring him back." Alex nodded and took her position at the northern compass point. Sandow took the southern point. Dawes and Michelle Alameddine faced each other at east and west. With only the candlelight to give shape to the space, the ballroom felt even more vast. It was a big, cold room, built to impress people long since gone. Amelia and Josh stood at the center of the circle with a sheaf of papers, the deed to Black Elm. But they would have nothing to do unless Sandow's casting worked.
"Are we ready?"
he asked. When no one answered, Sandow forged ahead, murmuring first in English, then in Spanish, then in a whispery language that Alex recognized as Dutch. Was that Portuguese next? Mandarin followed. She realized he was speaking the languages that Darlington knew. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination or if she really did hear the patter of paws, panting, a hound dog casting. She thought of the hounds of Leigh, the surprisingly beautiful jackals Darlington had set on her that first day at Ilbastone. "I forgive you," she thought. "Just come home." She heard a sudden howl, and then the very distant sound of barking. The candles flared, their flames gone vibrant green.
"We've found him,"
cried Sandow in a trembling voice. He sounded almost frightened.
"Activate the deed."
Amelia touched a candle to the papers lying at the center of the circle. Green light kindled and rose around the piles. She tossed something into the flame and it ignited in bright sparks like a firework. Iron, Alex realized. She'd seen an experiment just like that in a science class once. Words seemed to hover in the green flame over the document as the iron filings sparked. "Witnesseth that the said grantor, for good and valuable consideration, for good. The words curled in on themselves, rising in the fire and vanishing like smoke. The candle flames shot even higher, then sputtered. The fire covering the deed banked abruptly. They were left in darkness. And then Black Elm came alive. All at once, the sconces on the walls flared to brightness. Music blared from the speakers in the corner, and the halls echoed with the sound of a late-night newscast as somewhere in the house a television came on.
"Who the hell left all the lights on?"
said an old man standing outside the circle. He was frighteningly thin, his hair a wisp on his head, his bathrobe hanging open to reveal an emaciated chest and shriveled genitals. A cigarette hung from his mouth. He wasn't sharp and clear the way grays usually were to Alex. He looked, well, gray, as if she were viewing him through layers of milky chiffon. The veil. She knew she was looking at Daniel Tabor Arlington III. A moment later, he was gone.
"It's working!" shouted Josh.
"Use the bells!" cried Amelia.
"Call him home!"
Alex lifted the silver bell at her feet and saw the others do the same. They rang the bells, the sweet sound rolling over the circle, over the din of the music and the chaos of the house. The windows blew open. Alex heard a squeal of tires and a loud crash from somewhere below. Around her, she saw people dancing. A young man with a heavy mustache who distinctly resembled Darlington floated past, dressed in a suit that looked like it belonged in a museum.
"Stop!" shouted Sandow. "Something's wrong. Stop the ringing!"
Alex seized the clapper of her bell, trying to silence it, and saw the others do the same. But the bells did not stop ringing. She could feel her bell still vibrating in her hand as if struck, hear the peals growing louder. Alex's cheeks felt flushed. The room had been icy moments before, but now she was sweating in her clothes. The stink of sulfur filled the air. She heard a groan that seemed to rumble through the floor, a deep bass rattle. She remembered the crocodiles calling to each other from the banks of the river in the borderlands. Whatever was out there, whatever had entered the room, was bigger. Much, much bigger. It sounded hungry. The bells were screaming. They sounded like an angry crowd, a mob about to do violence. Alex could feel the vibrations making her palms buzz. Boom. The building shook. Boom. Amelia lost her footing, clutched at Zielinski to keep her balance, the bell tumbling from her hands, still ringing and ringing.
Boom.
The same sound Alex had heard that night at the prognostication, the sound of something trying to break through the circle, to break through to their world. That night, the Greys in the operating theater had pierced the veil, splintered the railing. She'd thought they were trying to destroy the protection of the circle. But what if they were trying to get inside it? What if they were afraid of whatever was coming? That low rumbling groan shook the room again. It sounded like the jaws of something ancient creaking open. Alex gagged, then retched, the scent of sulfur so heavy she could taste it, rotten in her mouth.
Murder!
A voice, hard and loud above the bells, Darlington's voice, but deeper, snarling, angry.
Murder!
He said. Well, shit. So much for him keeping his mouth shut. And then she saw it, looming over the circle. As if there were no ceiling, no third story, no house at all. A monster. There was no other word for it, horned and heavy-toothed, so big its hulking body blotted out the night sky. A boar, a ram, the rearing, segmented body of a scorpion. Her mind leapt from terror to terror, unable to make sense of it. Alex realized she was screaming. Everyone was screaming. The walls seemed lit by fire. Alex could feel the heat on her cheeks, searing the hair on her arms. Sandow strode forward to the center of the circle. He tossed down his bell and roared, "Lapidia est lingua vestra!" He threw his arms open as if conducting an orchestra, his face made golden in the flames. He looked young. He looked like a stranger.
Silentium domus vacue audito. Nemo gratus accipietur.
The windows of the ballroom blew inward, glass shattering. Alex fell to her knees, covering her head with her hands. She waited, heart pounding in her chest. Only then did she realize the bells had stopped ringing. The silence was soft against her ears. When Alex opened her eyes, she saw that the candles had bloomed to light again, bathing everything in a gentle glow. As if nothing had happened. As if it had all been a grand illusion, except for the pebbles of broken glass littering the floor. Amelia and Josh were both on their knees, sobbing. Dawes was huddled on the floor with her hands clasped over her mouth. Michelle Alameddine paced back and forth, muttering, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit." Wind gusted through the shattered windows, the smell of the night air cold and sweet after the thick tang of sulfur. Sandow stood staring up at where the beast had been. His dress shirt was soaked through with sweat. Alex forced herself to stand and make her way to Dawes, boots crunching over glass. "Dawes," she said, crouching down and laying a hand on her shoulder. "Pammy." Dawes was crying, the tears making slow, silent tracks down her cheeks. "He's gone," she said. "He's really gone." "But I heard him," Alex said. Or something that sounded very much like him. "You don't understand," Dawes said. "That thing—" "It was a hell beast," said Michelle. "It was talking with his voice. That means it consumed him. Someone let it into our world, left it like a cave for him to walk into." "Who?" said Dawes, wiping the tears from her face. "How?" Sandow put his arm around her.
"I don't know, but we're going to find out."
"But if he's dead, then he should be on the other side," said Alex. "He isn't, He's gone, Alex," Michelle said. Her voice was harsh. "He's not on the other side. He's not beyond the veil. He was devoured, soul and all." "It's not a portal," That's what Darlington had said that night in the Rosenfeld basement. And now she knew what he had meant to say. What he had tried to say before that thing had taken him. It's not a portal, it's a mouth. Darlington had not disappeared. He had been eaten.
No one survives that,
said Sandow. His voice was hoarse. He took off his glasses and Alex saw him wipe his eyes.
No soul can endure it. We summoned a poltergeist. An echo. That's all.
He's gone,
Dawes said again. This time Alex didn't deny it. They collected Aurelian's bells, and Dean Sandow said he would make calls to have the windows of the ballroom boarded up the next morning. It was starting to snow, but it was too late in the evening to do anything about it now. And who was there left to care? Black Elm's keeper? Its defender? Would never return. They made their slow way out of the house. When they entered the kitchen, Dawes began to cry harder. It all looked so impossibly stupid and hopeful. The half-full glass of wine, the tidily arranged vegetables, the pot of soup waiting on the stove. Outside, they'd found Darlington's Mercedes smashed into Amelia's Land Rover. That was the crash Alex had heard. Darlington's car possessed by whatever echo they'd drawn into this world. Sandow sighed.
I'll call a tow truck and wait with you, Amelia. Michelle?
I can take a car to the station.
I'm sorry,
It's fine, she said. She seemed distracted, confused, as if she couldn't quite make the numbers tally. As if she'd only now realized that in all her years at Leigh she'd been walking side by side with death.
Alex, can you see Dawes home?
Sandow asked. Dawes wiped her sleeve across her tear-stained face.
I don't want to go home.
To Ile Baston, then. I'll join you as soon as I can. He trailed off. I don't know exactly what we'll do.
Sure, said Alex. She used her phone to request a ride, then put her arm around Dawes and herded her down the driveway after Michelle. They stood in silence by the stone columns, Black Elm behind them, the snow gathering around them. Michelle's car came first. She didn't offer to share it, but she turned to Alex as she got in.
I work in gifts and acquisitions at the Butler Library at Columbia, she said, if you need me.
Before Alex could reply, she ducked inside. The car vanished slowly down the street, cautious in the snow, its red taillights dwindling to sparks. Alex kept her arm around Dawes, afraid she might pull away. Until this moment, until this night, anything had been possible. And Alex had really believed that somehow, inevitably, maybe not on this new moon, but on the next, Darlington would return. Now the spell of hope was broken, and no amount of magic could make it whole. The golden boy of Leigh was gone. 26. Winter.
You'll stay, won't you?
Dawes asked as they entered the foyer at Ile Baston. The house sighed around them as if sensing their sadness. Did it know? Had it known from the start that Darlington would never come back? Of course. She was grateful Dawes wanted her there. She didn't want to be alone or try to put on a cheerful face for her roommates. She couldn't pretend right now, and yet she couldn't stop reaching for some scrap of hope. Maybe we got it wrong. Maybe Sandow screwed up. Dawes switched on the lights.
He has had almost 3 months to plan. It was a good ritual.
Well, maybe he got it wrong on purpose. Maybe he doesn't want Darlington back. She knew she was grasping at smoke, but it was all she had. If he's involved in covering up Tara's murder, you think he really wants a crusader like Darlington around instead of me?
But you are a crusader, Alex.
A more competent crusader. What did Sandow say to stop the ritual?
Your tongues are made stone. He used that to silence the bells. And the rest? Dawes shucked off her scarf and hung her parka on the hook. She kept her back to Alex when she said, "Hear the silence of an empty home. No one will be made welcome." The thought of Darlington being forever banned from Black Elm was horrible. Alex rubbed her tired eyes. The night of the Skull and Bones prognostication, I heard something pounding on the door to get in right at the moment Tara was murdered. It sounded just like tonight. Maybe it was Darlington. Maybe he saw what was happening to Tara and he tried to warn me. Dawes was already shaking her head, her loose bun unwinding at her neck. "You heard what they said. That thing ate him." Her shoulders shook and Alex realized she was crying again, clutching her hanging coat as if without its support she might topple. "He's gone." The words like a refrain, a song they'd be singing until the grief had passed. Alex touched a hand to Dawes's arm. "Dawes." But Dawes stood up straight, sniffled deeply, wiped the tears from her eyes. "Sandow was wrong, though, technically. Someone could survive being consumed by a hell beast. Just no one human. What could then? A demon. Far above our pay grade." Dawes took a long, shuddering breath and pushed her hair back from her face, refastening her bun. "Do you think Sandow will want coffee when he gets here?" she asked as she retrieved her headphones from the parlor carpet. "I want to work for a while." "How's it going?" "The dissertation?" Dawes blinked slowly, looked down at the headphones in her hand as if wondering how they'd gotten there. "I have no idea." "I'll order pizza," said Alex. "And I'm taking first shower. We both reek." "I'll open a bottle of wine." Alex was halfway up the stairs when she heard the knock at the door. For a second she thought it might be Dean Sandow, but why would he knock? In the 6 months she'd been a part of Lethe, no one had knocked at Orange. "Dawes?" she began. "Let me in." A male voice, loud and angry, through the door. Alex's feet had carried her all the way to the base of the stairs before she realized it. Compulsion. "Dawes, don't!" she cried. But Dawes was already unlocking the door. The lock clicked, and the door slammed inward. Dawes was thrown back against the banister, headphones flying from her hand. Alex heard a loud crack as her head connected with the wood. Alex didn't stop to think. She snatched up Dawes's headphones and shoved them down over her ears, using her hands to keep them tight over her head as she ran up the stairs. She glanced back once and saw Blake Keeley, beautiful Blake Keeley, the shoulders of his wool coat dusted with snow as if he'd emerged from the pages of a catalog, step over Dawes's body, his eyes locked on Alex. "Dawes will be okay," she told herself. "She has to be okay. You can't help her if you lose control." Blake was using star power, or something like it. Alex had felt the pull of it in his voice through the door. It was the only reason Dawes had flipped the lock. She bolted toward the armory, punching Turner's number into her phone, and slammed her hand against the old stereo panel on the wall by the library, hoping that for once it would oblige. Maybe the house was fighting alongside her, because music boomed through the hallways, louder and clearer than she'd ever heard before. When Darlington had been around, it would have been Purcell or Prokofiev. Instead, it was the last thing Dawes had listened to. If Alex hadn't been so frightened, she would have laughed as Morrissey's warble and the jangle of guitars filled the air. The words were muted by the headphones, the sound of her own breathing loud in her ears. She hurtled into the armory, throwing open drawers. Dawes was down and bleeding. Turner was far away, and Alex didn't want to think about what Blake might do to her. What he might make her do. Would it be revenge for what she'd done? Had he figured out who she was and somehow followed her here? Or was it Tara who had brought him to her door? Alex had been so focused on the society she hadn't noticed another suspect right in front of her.
A pretty boy with a rotten core who didn't like the word no. She needed a weapon, but nothing in the armory was made to fight a living human body, hyped up on super charisma. Alex glanced over her shoulder. Blake was right behind her. He was saying something, but thankfully she couldn't hear him over the music. She reached into the drawers, grabbing anything heavy she could find to throw. She wasn't even sure what priceless thing she was hurling at him. An astrolabe, a glittering paperweight with a C frozen inside it. Blake batted them aside and seized the back of her neck. He was strong from lacrosse and vanity. He tore the headphones from her ears. Alex screamed as loud as she could and raked her nails across his face. Blake shrieked and she fled down the hall. She'd fought monsters before. She'd won. But not on her own. She needed to get outside, away from the wards where she could draw a North strength or find another Grey to help her. The house seemed to be humming, buzzing its anxiety. A stranger is here. A killer is here. The lights crackled and flared, the static from the stereo rising. "Calm down," Alex told the house as she pounded down the hallway, back to the stairs. "You're too old for this shit." But the house continued to whir and rattle. Blake tackled her from behind. She hit the floor hard. "Be still," he crooned in her ear. Alex felt her limbs lock up. She didn't just stop moving. She was glad to do it. Thrilled, really. She would be perfectly still, still as a statue. "Dawes!" she screamed. "Be quiet," said Blake. Alex clamped her lips shut. She was happy to have the chance to do this for him. He deserved it. He deserved everything. Blake rolled her over and stood, towering over her. He seemed impossibly tall, his golden tousled head framed by the coffered ceiling. "You ruined my life," he said. He lifted his foot and rested his boot on her chest. "You ruined me." Some part of her mind screamed, "Run, push him off, do something." But it was a distant voice, lost to the contented hum of submission. She was so happy, so very happy to oblige. Blake pressed down with his boot, and Alex felt her ribs bend. He was big, 200 pounds of muscle, and all of it felt like it was resting just beneath her heart. The house rattled hysterically as if it could feel her bones crying out. Alex heard a table topple somewhere, dishes crashing from their shelves. Il Baston giving voice to her fear. "What gave you the right?" he said. "Answer me." He had granted her permission. "Mercy, and every girl before her." Alex spat, even as her mind begged for another command, another way to please him. "They gave me the right." Blake lifted his boot and brought it down hard. Alex screamed as pain exploded through her. At the same moment, the lights went out. The stereo went with it, the music fading, leaving them in darkness, in silence, as if Il Baston had simply died around her. In the quiet, she heard Blake crying. His left hand was clenched in a fist as if readying to strike her. But the light from the street lamps filtering in through the windows caught on something silver in his other hand. A blade. "Can you be quiet?" he asked. "Tell me you can be quiet." "I can be quiet," said Alex. Blake giggled, that high-pitched giggle she remembered from the video. "That's what Tara said, too." "What did she say?" Alex whispered. "What did she do to make you mad?" Blake leaned down. His face was still beautiful, cut in sharp, almost angelic lines. "She thought she was better than all my other girls, but everyone gets the same from Blake." Had he been stupid enough to use the Merity on Tara? Had she realized what he was using it for? Had she threatened him? Did any of it matter now? Alex was going to die. In the end, she'd been no smarter than Tara, no more able to protect herself.
Alex?
Dean Sandow's voice from somewhere down below. "Don't come up here!" she screamed. "Call the cops! He has—"
"Shut the fuck up!"
Blake drew back his foot and kicked her hard in the side. Alex went silent. It was too late anyway. Sandow was at the top of the stairs, his expression bewildered. From her place on the floor, Alex saw him register her on her back, Blake above her, the knife in his hand. Sandow lunged forward, but he was too slow.
"Stop!"
snapped Blake. The dean went rigid, nearly toppling. Blake turned to Alex, a smile spreading across his lips.
"He a friend of yours? Should I make him throw himself down the stairs?"
Alex was silent. He told her to be silent, and she just wanted to make him happy. But her mind was mule-kicking around her skull. They were all going to die tonight.
"Come here,"
Blake said. Sandow strode forward eagerly, a spring in his step. Blake bobbed his head at Alex.
"I want you to do me a favor."
"Whatever I can do to help," said Sandow, as if inviting a promising new student to office hours. Blake held out the knife.
Stab her. Stab her in the heart." "A pleasure."
Sandow took the knife and straddled Alex. A cold wind gusted through the house from the open door. Alex felt it on her flushed face. She couldn't speak, couldn't fight, couldn't run. Behind Sandow, the top of the open door and the brick path were visible. Alex remembered the first day Darlington had brought her here. She remembered Darlington's whistle. She remembered the jackals, spirit hounds, bound to serve the delegates of Leigh. "We are the shepherds." Alex's hand lay against the floorboards. She could feel the cool, polished wood beneath her palm. "Please," she begged the house silently. "I am a daughter of Leigh, and the wolf is at the door." Sandow raised the knife high above his head. Alex parted her lips. She wasn't speaking. No, she wasn't talking. And desperately, hopelessly, she whistled. "Send me my hounds." The jackals burst through the front door in a snapping, snarling pack. They raced up the stairs, claws clattering and paws sliding. Too late. "Do it," said Blake. Sandow brought the knife down. Something slammed into him, driving him off Alex. The hallway was suddenly full of jackals, trampling over her in a snarling mess. One of them crashed into Blake. The weight of their bodies drove the breath from Alex's lungs, and she cried out as their paws smacked over her broken bones. They were wild with excitement and bloodlust, yelping and snapping. Alex had no idea how to control them. She'd never had reason to ask. They were a mess of gleaming canines and black gums, muzzles frothing. She tried to push up, push away. She felt jaws clamp closed on her side and screamed as long teeth sank into her flesh. Sandow shouted a string of words she didn't understand, and Alex felt the jaws open, hot blood gushing from her. Her vision was turning black. The jackals retreated, slinking back toward the stairs, bodies bumping against each other. They crouched by the banister, whining softly, jaws snapping at the air. Sandow lay bleeding on the hall runner beside her. His pant leg was torn. She could see that the jackal's jaws had snapped clean through his femur, the white jut of bone gleaming like a pale tuber. Blood was gouting from his leg. He was gasping, fumbling in his pocket, trying to find his phone, but his movements were slow, sluggish. "Dean Sandow," she panted. His head lolled on his shoulders. She saw the phone slip from his fingers and fall to the carpet. Blake was crawling toward her. He was bleeding, too. She saw where the jackals had sunk their teeth into the meat of his biceps, his thigh. He pulled himself up the length of her body, resting against her like a lover. His hand was still clenched in a fist. He struck her once, twice. The other hand slid into her hair. "Eat shit," he whispered against her cheek. He sat up, gripped her hair in his hand, and slammed her skull against the floor. Stars exploded behind her eyes. He lifted her head again, yanking on her hair, tilting her chin back. "Eat shit and die." Alex heard a wet, heavy thud and wondered if her skull had split open. Then Blake fell forward onto her. She shoved at him, scrabbling against his chest, his weight impossible, and finally rolled him off her. She touched her hand to the back of her head. No blood, no wound. She couldn't say the same for Blake. One side of his perfect face was a bloody red crater. His head had been smashed in. Dawes stood over him, weeping. In her hands she clutched the marble bust of Hiram Bingham III, patron saint of Leigh, his stern profile covered with blood and bits of bone. Dawes let the bust slip from her fingers. It hit the carpet and rolled to its side. She turned away from Alex, fell to her knees, and vomited. Blake Keeley stared at the ceiling, eyes unseeing. The snow had melted on his jacket, and the wool glittered like something far finer. He looked like a fallen prince. The jackals padded down the stairs, vanishing through the open door. Alex wondered where they went, what they spent their hours hunting. Somewhere in the distance she heard what might have been a siren or some lost thing howling in the dark. 27. Winter. When Alex woke, she thought she was back in the hospital in Van Nuys. The white walls, the beeping machines. Helly was dead. Everyone was dead, and she was going to jail. The illusion was fleeting. The pain burning in the wound at her side brought her back to the present. The horror of what had happened at Il Baston returned in a rapid blur. Red lights flashing, Turner and the cops flooding up the stairs. The uniforms had sent a jolt of panic through her, but then... "What's your name, kiddo? Talk to me. Can you tell me what happened? You're all right now. You're all right." How gently they spoke to her. How gently they handled her. She heard Turner talking. "She's a student, a freshman." Magic words, Yale falling over her, shroud and shield. Take courage. No one is immortal. Such power in a few words, an incantation. Alex pushed her blankets back and yanked at her hospital gown. Every movement hurt. Her side had been stitched up and was covered in bandages. Her mouth was dry and cottony. A nurse bustled in with a big smile on her face as she rubbed hand sanitizer between her palms. "You're up," she said brightly. Alex read the name on the tag attached to the scrubs and felt a chill creep over her. Jean. Was this Jean Gatula? The woman Skull and Bones had paid to take care of Michael Reyes, to care for all of their victimae for the prognostications? It couldn't be coincidence. "How are you, sweetheart?" the nurse asked. "How's your pain?"
Hay una moza que non se espanta de la muerte porque tiene padre y madre y sus 12 hermanos casados. Casa de 3 tabacades y en cortillo el ladriado. En medio de aquel cortillo había un manzanale que da manzanas de amores en invierno y en verano. Adentro de aquel cortillo 7 grutas hay fraguada. En cada gruta y gruta hay echado cadenado. El huerco que fue ligero se entró por el cadenado. La moza y el huerco. There is a girl who does not fear death because she has her father and her mother and her 12 hunter brothers, a home of 3 floors and a barnyard farmhouse.
In the middle of the farm, an apple tree that gives love apples in the winter and summer. In the farm, there are 7 grottos, each and every grotto secured. Death was light and slipped in through the lock. Death and the Girl. Sephardic Ballad. Prologue. Early spring. By the time Alex managed to get the blood out of her good wool coat, it was too warm to wear it. Spring had come on grudgingly. Pale blue mornings failed to deepen, turning instead to moist, sullen afternoons. And stubborn frost lined the road in high, dirty meringues. But sometime around mid-March, the slices of lawn between the stone paths of Old Campus began to sweat themselves free of snow, emerging wet, black, and tufty with matted grass. And Alex found herself notched into the window seat, in the rooms hidden on the top floor of 268 York, reading suggested requirements for Leigh candidates. She heard the clock on the mantel tick, the chiming of the bell as customers came and went in the clothing store below. The secret rooms above the shop were affectionately known as the Hutch by Leigh members, and the commercial space beneath them had been at varying times a shoe store, a wilderness outfitter, and a 24-hour Wawa mini-mart with its own Taco Bell counter. The Leigh diaries from those years were filled with complaints about the stink of refried beans and grilled onions seeping up through the floor. Until 1995, when someone had enchanted the hutch and the back staircase that led down to the alley, so that they smelled always of fabric softener and clove. Alex had discovered the pamphlet of Leigh House guidelines sometime in the blurred weeks after the incident at the mansion on Orange. She had checked her email only once since then on the hutch's old desktop, seen the long string of messages from Dean Sandow, and logged off. She'd let the battery run down on her phone, ignored her classes, watched the branches sprout leaves at the knuckles like a woman trying on rings. She ate all the food in the pantries and freezer, the fancy cheeses and packs of smoked salmon first, then the cans of beans and syrup-soaked peaches in boxes marked emergency rations. When they were gone, she ordered takeout aggressively, charging it all to Darlington's still-active account. The trip down and up the stairs was tiring enough that she had to rest before she tore into her lunch or dinner. And sometimes she didn't bother to eat at all, just fell asleep in the window seat or on the floor beside the plastic bags and foil-wrapped containers. No one came to check on her. There was no one left. The pamphlet was cheaply printed, bound with staples, a black and white picture of Harkness Tower on the cover. "We are the shepherds," printed beneath it. She doubted the Leigh House founders had Johnny Cash in mind when they'd chosen their motto, but every time she saw those words, she thought of Christmas time. Of lying on the old mattress in Len's squat in Van Nuys, room spinning, a half-eaten can of cranberry sauce on the floor beside her, and Johnny Cash singing, "We are the shepherds. We walked across the mountains. We left our flocks when the new star appeared." She thought of Len rolling over, sliding his hand under her shirt, murmuring into her ear, "Those are some shitty shepherds." The guidelines for Leigh House candidates were located near the back of the pamphlet and had last been updated in 1962. High academic achievement with an emphasis on history and chemistry. Facility with languages and a working knowledge of Latin and Greek. Good physical health and hygiene. Evidence of a regular fitness regimen encouraged. Exhibits signs of a steady character with a mind toward discretion. An interest in the arcane is discouraged, as this is a frequent indicator of an outsider disposition. Should demonstrate no squeamishness toward the realities of the human body. Mors vincit omnia. Alex, whose knowledge of Latin was less than working, looked it up. Death conquers all. But in the margin, someone had scrawled Iromat over vincit, nearly obliterating the original with blue ballpoint pen. Beneath the Leigh requirements, an addendum read, "Standards for candidates have been relaxed in 2 circumstances. Lowell Scott, B.A. English, 1909, and Sinclair Bell Braverman, no degree, 1950, with mixed results. Another note had been scratched into the margin here, this one clearly in Darlington's jagged EKG-like scrawl. Alex Stern. She thought of the blood soaking the carpet of the old Anderson mansion black. She thought of the dean, the startled white of his femur jutting from his thigh, the stink of wild dogs filling the air. Alex set aside the aluminum container of cold falafel from Mamoon's, wiped her hands on her Leigh house sweats. She limped to the bathroom, popped open the bottle of Zolpidem and tucked one beneath her tongue. She cupped her hand beneath the faucet, watched the water pour over her fingers, listened to the grim sucking sound from the mouth of the drain. Standards for candidates have been relaxed in 2 circumstances. For the first time in weeks, she looked at the girl in the water-speckled mirror, watched as that bruised girl lifted her tank top, the cotton stained yellow with pus. The wound in Alex's side was a deep divot, crusted black. The bite had left a visible curve that she knew would heal badly, if it healed at all. Her map had been changed, her coastline altered. Mors irumat omnia. Death fucks us all. Alex touched her fingers gently to the hot red skin surrounding the teeth marks. The wound was getting infected. She felt some kind of concern, her mind nudging her toward self-preservation, but the idea of picking up the phone, getting a ride to the undergrad health center, the sequence of actions each new action would incite, was overwhelming, and the warm, dull throb of her body setting fire to itself had become almost companionable. Maybe she'd get a fever, start hallucinating. She eyed the thrust of her ribs, the blue veins like downed power lines beneath her fading bruises. Her lips were feathered with chapped skin. She thought of her name inked into the margins of the pamphlet. The third circumstance. Results were decidedly mixed, she said, startled by the husky rattle of her voice. She laughed and the drain seemed to chuckle with her. Maybe she already had a fever. In the fluorescent glare of the bathroom light, she gripped the edges of the bite in her side and dug her fingers into it, pinching the flesh around her stitches until the pain dropped over her like a mantle, the blackout coming on in a welcome rush. That was in the spring. But the trouble had begun on a night in the full dark of winter, when Tara Hutchins died, and Alex still thought she might get away with everything. Skull and Bones, oldest of the landed societies, first of the 8 houses of the Vale, founded in 1832. The Bonesmen can boast more presidents, publishers, captains of industry, and cabinet members than any other society. For a full list of its alumni, please see Appendix C. And perhaps boast is the right word. The Bonesmen are aware of their influence and expect the deference of Leigh delegates. They would do well to remember their own motto, rich or poor, all are equal in death. Conduct yourself with the discretion and diplomacy warranted by your office and association with Leigh, but remember always that our duty is not to prop up the vanity of Yale's best and brightest, but to stand between the living and the dead. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the 9th House. The Bonesmen fancy themselves titans among piss ants, and ain't that a bite. But who am I to quibble when the drinks are stiff and the girls are pretty? Leigh Day's Diary of George Pettit. Saybrook College, 56. 1. Winter. Alex hurried across the wide alien plain of Beinecke Plaza, boots thudding over flat squares of clean concrete. The giant cube of the rare books collection seemed to float above its lower story. During the day, its panels glowed amber, a burnished golden hive, less a library than a temple. At night, it just looked like a tomb. This part of campus didn't quite fit with the rest of Yale. No gray stone or Gothic arches, no rebellious little outcroppings of red brick buildings, which Darlington had explained were not actually colonial but only meant to look that way. He'd explained the reasons for the way Beinecke had been built, the way it was supposed to mirror and slot into this corner of the campus architecture, but it still felt like a 70s sci-fi movie to her. Like the students should all be wearing unitards or too short tunics, drinking something called the extract, eating food in pellets. Even the big metal sculpture that she now knew was by Alexander Calder reminded her of a giant lava lamp in negative. "It's Calder," she murmured beneath her breath. That was the way people here talked about art. Nothing was by anyone. The sculpture is Calder, the painting is Rothko, the house is Neutra. And Alex was late. She had begun the night with good intentions, determined to get ahead of her modern British novel essay and leave with plenty of time to make it to the prognostication. But she'd fallen asleep in one of the Sterling Library reading rooms, a copy of Nostromo gripped loosely in her hand, feet propped on a heating duct. At 10:30, she'd woken with a start, drool trickling across her cheek. Her startled, "Shit!" had gone off like a shotgun blast in the quiet of the library, and she'd buried her face in her scarf as she slung her bag over her shoulder and made her escape. Now she cut through Commons, beneath the rotunda where the names of the war dead were carved deep into the marble, and stone figures stood vigil. Peace, devotion, memory, and finally courage, who wore a helmet and shield and little else, and had always looked to Alex more like a stripper than a mourner. She charged down the steps and across the intersection of College and Grove. The campus had a way of changing faces from hour to hour and block to block so that Alex always felt as if she were meeting it for the first time. Tonight, it was a sleepwalker, breathing deep and even. The people she passed on her way to SSS seemed locked in a dream, soft-eyed, faces turned to one another, steam rising off the cups of coffee in their gloved hands. She had the eerie sense that they were dreaming her, a girl in a dark coat who would disappear when they woke. Sheffield's Sterling Strathcona Hall was drowsing too. The classrooms closed up tight, hallways cast an energy-saving half-light. Alex took the stairs to the second floor and heard noise echoing from one of the lecture halls. The Yale Social screened movies there every Thursday night. Mercy had tacked the schedule to the door of their dorm room, but Alex hadn't bothered to study it. Her Thursdays were full. Trip Helmuth slouched against the wall beside the doors to the lecture hall. He acknowledged Alex with a heavy-lidded nod. Even in the dim light, she could see his eyes were bloodshot. No doubt he'd smoked before he showed up tonight. Maybe that was why the elder bonesman had stuck him on guard duty. Or maybe he'd volunteered. "You're late," he said. "They started." Alex ignored him, glanced once over her shoulder to make sure the hallway was clear. She didn't owe Trip Helmuth an excuse, and it would look weak to offer one. She pressed her thumb into a barely visible notch in the paneling. The wall was supposed to swing open smoothly, but it always stuck. She gave it a hard nudge with her shoulder and stumbled as it jolted open. "Easy, killer," said Trip. Alex shut the door behind her and edged down the narrow passage in the dark. Unfortunately, Trip was right. The prognostication had already begun. Alex entered the old operating theater as quietly as she could. The room was a windowless chamber, sandwiched between the lecture hall and a classroom that grad students used for discussion sections. It was a forgotten remnant of the old medical school, which had held its classes here in SSS before it moved on to its own buildings. The managers of the trust that funded Skull and Bones had sealed up the room's entrance and disguised it with new paneling sometime around 1932. All facts Alex had gleaned from Leigh, A Legacy, when she probably should have been reading Nostromo. No one spared Alex a glance. All eyes were on the haruspics, his lean face hidden behind a surgical mask, pale blue robes spattered with blood. His latex-gloved hands moved methodically through the bowels of the patient, subject, sacrifice. Alex wasn't sure which term applied to the man on the table. Not sacrifice. He's supposed to live. Ensuring that was part of her job. She'd see him safely through this ordeal and back to the hospital ward he'd been taken from. But what about a year from now? She wondered. 5 years from now? Alex glanced at the man on the table. Michael Reyes. She'd read his file 2 weeks ago when he was selected for the ritual. The flaps of his stomach were pinned back with steel clips, and his abdomen looked like it was blooming, a plump pink orchid, plush and red at its center. Tell me that doesn't leave a mark. But she had her own future to worry about. Reyes would manage. Alex averted her eyes, tried to breathe through her nose as her stomach roiled and coppery saliva filled her mouth. She'd seen plenty of bad injuries, but always on the dead. There was something much worse about a living wound, a human body tethered to life by nothing but the steady metallic beep of a monitor. She had candied ginger in her pocket for nausea, one of Darlington's tips, but she couldn't quite bring herself to take it out and unwrap it. Instead, she focused her gaze on some middle distance as the haruspics called out a series of numbers and letters, stock symbols and share prices for companies traded publicly on the New York Stock Exchange. Later in the night, he'd move on to the NASDAQ, Euronext, and the Asian markets. Alex didn't bother trying to decipher them. The orders to buy, sell, or hold were given in impenetrable Dutch, the language of commerce, the first stock exchange, Old New York, and the official language of the bonesmen. When Skull and Bones was founded, too many students knew Greek and Latin. Their dealings had required something more obscure. Dutch is harder to pronounce, Darlington had told her. Besides, it gives the bonesmen an excuse to visit Amsterdam. Of course, Darlington knew Latin, Greek, and Dutch. He also spoke French, Mandarin, and passable Portuguese. Alex had just started Spanish, too. Between the classes she'd taken in grade school and her grandmother's mishmash of Ladino sayings, she'd thought it would be an easy grade. She hadn't counted on things like the subjunctive. But she could just about ask if Gloria might like to go to the discotheque tomorrow night. A burst of muffled gunfire rattled through the wall from the screening next door. The haruspics looked up from the slick pink mess of Michael Reyes's small intestine, his irritation apparent. Scarface, Alex realized, as the music swelled and a chorus of rowdy voices thundered in unison. You wanna fuck with me? Okay, you wanna play rough? The audience chanting along like it was Rocky Horror. She must have seen Scarface 100 times. It was one of Len's favorites. He was predictable that way. Loved everything hard. As if he'd mailed away for a how-to-be gangster kit. When they'd met Helly near the Venice boardwalk, her golden hair like a parted curtain for the theater of her big blue eyes, Alex had thought instantly of Michelle Pfeiffer in her satin shift. All she'd been missing was the smooth sheaf of bangs. But Alex didn't want to think about Helly tonight, not with the stink of blood in the air. Len and Helly were her old life. They didn't belong at Yale. Then again, neither did Alex. Despite the memories, Alex was grateful for any noise that would cover the wet sounds of the haruspics pawing through Michael Reyes's gut. What did he see there? Darlington had said the prognostications were no different than someone reading the future in the cards of a tarot deck, or a handful of animal bones. But it sure looked different. And sounded more specific. You're missing someone. You will find happiness in the new year. Those were the kinds of things fortune-tellers said. Vague, comforting. Alex eyed the bonesman, robed and hooded, crowded around the body on the table. The undergrad scribe taking down the predictions that would be passed on to hedge fund managers and private investors all over the world to keep the bonesmen and their alumni financially secure. Former presidents, diplomats, at least one director of the CIA. All of them bonesmen. Alex thought of Tony Montana, soaking in his hot tub, speechifying, "You know what capitalism is?" Alex glanced at Michael Reyes's prone body. "Tony, you have no idea." She caught a flicker of movement from the benches that overlooked the operating arena. The theater had 2 local Greys, who always sat in the same places, just a few rows apart. A female mental patient who'd had her ovaries and uterus removed in a hysterectomy in 1926, for which she would have been paid $6 if she had survived the procedure. And a male, a medical student. He'd frozen to death in an opium den thousands of miles away, sometime around 1880, but kept returning here to sit in his old seat and look down on whatever passed for life below. Prognostications only happened in the theater 4 times a year, at the start of each fiscal quarter. But that seemed to be enough to suit him. Darlington liked to say that dealing with ghosts was like riding the subway. Do not make eye contact, do not smile, do not engage. Otherwise you never know what might follow you home. Easier said than done when the only other thing to look at in the room was a man playing with another man's innards like they were mahjong tiles. She remembered Darlington's shock when he'd realized she could not only see ghosts without the help of any potion or spell, but see them in color. He'd been weirdly furious. She'd enjoyed that.
What kinds of color?
He'd asked, sliding his feet off the coffee table, his heavy black boots thunking on the slatted floor of the parlor at Il Bastone. Just color. Like an old Polaroid. Why? What do you see?
They look gray, he'd snapped. That's why they're called Greys.
She'd shrugged, knowing her nonchalance would make Darlington even angrier. It isn't a big deal.
Not to you,
he muttered and stomped away. He'd spent the rest of the day in the training room working up a cranky sweat. She'd felt smug at the time, glad not everything came so easily to him. But now, moving in a circle around the perimeter of the theater, checking the little chalk markings made at every compass point, she just felt jittery and unprepared. That was the way she'd felt since she'd taken her first step on campus. No, before that. From the time Dean Sandow had sat down beside her hospital bed, tapped the handcuffs on her wrist with his nicotine-stained fingers and said, "We are offering you an opportunity." But that was the old Alex. The Alex of Helly and Len. Yale Alex had never worn handcuffs, never gotten into a fight, never fucked a stranger in a bathroom to make up her boyfriend's vig. Yale Alex struggled but didn't complain. She was a good girl trying to keep up. And failing. She should have been here early to observe the making of the signs and ensure the circle was secure. Greys as old as the ones hovering on the tiered benches above didn't tend to make trouble, even when drawn by blood, but prognostications were big magic, and her job was to verify that the bonesmen followed proper procedures, stayed cautious. She was play-acting, though. She had spent the previous night cramming, trying to memorize the correct signs and proportions of chalk, charcoal, and bone. She'd made flashcards, for fuck's sake, and forced herself to shuffle through them in between bouts of Joseph Conrad. Alex thought the markings looked okay, but she knew her signs of protection about as well as her modern British novels. When she'd attended the fall quarter prognostication with Darlington, had she really paid attention? No. She'd been too busy sucking on ginger candy, reeling from the strangeness of it all, and praying she wouldn't humiliate herself by puking. She'd thought she had plenty of time to learn with Darlington looking over her shoulder. But they'd both been wrong about that.
"Vorhoft,"
the haruspics called, and one of the bonesmen darted forward. Melinda? Miranda? Alex couldn't remember the redhead's name, only that she was in an all-female a cappella group called Women Rhythm. The girl patted the haruspic's forehead with a white cloth and melted back into the group. Alex tried not to look at the man on the table, but her eyes darted to his face anyway. Michael Reyes, age 48, diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. Would Reyes remember any of it when he woke? When he tried to tell someone, would they just call him crazy? Alex knew exactly what that was like. It could be me on that table.
"The bonesmen like them as nuts as possible," Darlington had told her. "They think it makes for better predictions."
When she'd asked him why, he'd just said,
The crazier the victima, the closer to God.
Is that true?
It is only through mystery and madness that the soul is revealed,
He'd quoted. Then he'd shrugged.
Their bank balances say yes.
And we're okay with this? Alex had asked Darlington. With people getting cut open so Chauncey can redecorate his summer home?
Never met a Chauncey, he'd said. Still hoping.
Then he'd paused, standing in the armory, his face grave.
Nothing is going to stop this. Too many powerful people rely on what the societies can do. Before Leigh existed, no one was keeping watch. So you can make futile bleating noises in protest and lose your scholarship, or you can stay here, do your job, and do the most good you can.
Even then, she'd wondered if that was only part of the story. If Darlington's desire to know everything bound him to Leigh just as surely as any sense of duty. But she'd stayed quiet then, and she intended to stay quiet now. Michael Reyes had been found in one of the public beds at Yale New Haven. To the outside world, he looked like any other patient, a vagrant, the type who passed through psych wards and emergency rooms and jails, on his meds, then off. He had a brother in New Jersey who was listed as his next of kin and who had signed off on what was supposed to be a routine medical procedure for the treatment of a scarred bowel. Reyes was cared for solely by a nurse named Jean Gadula, who'd worked 3 night shifts in a row. She didn't blink or cause a fuss when, through what appeared to be a scheduling error, she was slated for 2 more evenings in the ward. That week, her colleagues may or may not have noticed that she always came to work with a huge handbag. In it was stowed a little cooler that she used to carry Michael Reyes's meals, a dove's heart for clarity, geranium root, and a dish of bitter herbs. The doula had no idea what the food did or what fate awaited Michael Reyes, any more than she knew what became of any of the special patients she tended to. She didn't even know whom she worked for, only that once every month she received a much-needed check to offset the gambling debts her husband racked up at the Foxwoods blackjack tables. Alex wasn't sure if it was her imagination or if she really could smell the ground parsley speckling Reyes's insides, but her own stomach gave another warning flutter. She was desperate for fresh air, sweating beneath her layers. The operating theater was kept ice cold, fed by vents separate from the rest of the building, but the huge portable halogens used to light the proceedings still radiated heat. A low moan sounded. Alex's gaze shot to Michael Reyes, a terrible image flashing through her mind, Reyes waking to find himself strapped to a table, surrounded by hooded figures, his insides on the outside. But his eyes were closed, his chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. The moan continued, louder now. Maybe someone else was feeling sick. But none of the bonesmen looked distressed. Their faces glowed like studious moons in the dim theater, eyes trained on the proceedings. Still, the moan climbed, a low wind building, churning through the room and bouncing off its dark wood walls. No direct eye contact, Alex warned herself. Just look to see if the Greys... She choked back a startled grunt. The Greys were no longer in their seats. They leaned over the railing that surrounded the operating theater, fingers gripping the wood, necks craned, their bodies stretching toward the very edge of the chalk circle like animals straining to drink from the lip of a watering hole. "Don't look." It was Darlington's voice, his warning. "Don't look too closely." It was too easy for a Grey to form a bond, to attach itself to you. And it was more dangerous because she already knew these Greys' histories. They had been around so long that generations of Leigh delegates had documented their pasts, but their names had been redacted from all documents. "If you don't know a name," Darlington had explained, "you can't think it. And then you won't be tempted to say it." A name was a kind of intimacy. "Don't look." But Darlington wasn't here. The female Grey was naked, her small breasts puckered from the cold, as they must have been in death. She lifted a hand to the opened wound of her belly, touched the flesh there fondly, like a woman coyly indicating that she was expecting. They hadn't sewn her up. The boy, and he was a boy, skinny and tender-featured, wore a sloppy bottle-green jacket and stained trousers. Grays always appeared as they had in the moment of death. But there was something obscene about them side by side, one naked, the other clothed. Every muscle in the Greys' bodies strained, their eyes wide and staring, their lips yawning open. The black holes of their mouths were caverns, and from them that bleak, keening rose, not really a moan at all, but something flat and inhuman. Alex thought of the wasp's nest she'd found in the garage beneath her mother's Studio City apartment one summer, the mindless buzz of insects in a dark place. The haruspics kept reciting in Dutch. Another bonesman held a glass of water to the scribe's lips as he continued his transcriptions. The smell of blood and herbs and shit hung dense in the air. The Greys arced forward, inch by inch, trembling, lips distended, their mouths too wide now as if their jaws had unhinged. The whole room seemed to vibrate. But only Alex could see them. That was why Leigh had brought her here. Why Dean Sandow had grudgingly made his golden offer to a girl in handcuffs. Still, Alex looked around, hoping for someone else to understand, for anyone to offer their help. She took a step back, heart rabbiting in her chest. Greys were docile, vague, especially Greys this old. At least Alex thought they were. Was this one of the lessons Darlington hadn't gotten to yet? She racked her brain for the few incantations Darlington had taught her last semester, spells of protection. She could use death words in a pinch. Would they work on Greys in this state? She should have put salt in her pockets, caramels to distract them, anything. Basic stuff, Darlington said in her head. Easy to master. The wood beneath the Greys' fingers began to bend and creak. Now the red-headed a cappella girl looked up, wondering where the creaking had come from. The wood was going to splinter. The signs must have been made incorrectly. The circle of protection would not hold. Alex looked right and left at the useless bonesmen in their ridiculous robes. If Darlington were here, he would stay and fight, make sure the Greys were contained and Reyes was kept safe. The halogens dimmed, surged. Fuck you, Darlington, Alex muttered beneath her breath, already turning on her heel to run. Boom! The room shook. Alex stumbled. The haruspics and the rest of the bonesmen looked at her, scowling. Boom! The sound of something knocking from the next world. Something big. Something that should not be let through. Is our Dante drunk? Muttered the haruspics. Boom! Alex opened her mouth to scream, to tell them to run before whatever was holding that thing back gave way. The moaning dropped away suddenly, completely, as if stoppered in a bottle. The monitor beeped. The lights hummed. The Greys were back in their seats, ignoring each other, ignoring her. Beneath her coat, Alex's blouse clung wetly to her, soaked through with sweat. She could smell her own sour fear thick on her skin. The halogens still shone hot and white. The feeder pulsed heat like an organ, suffused with blood. The bonesmen were staring. Next door, the credits rolled. Alex could see the spot where the Greys had gripped the railing, white slivers of wood splayed like corn silk. Sorry, Alex said. She bent at the knees and vomited onto the stone floor. When they finally stitched up Michael Reyes, it was nearly 3 a.m. The haruspics and most of the other bonesmen had left hours before to shower off the ritual and prepare for a party that would last well past dawn. The haruspics might head directly back to New York in the creamy leather seat of a black town car, or he might stay for the festivities and take his pick of willing undergrad girls or boys or both. She'd been told attending to the haruspics was considered an honor. And Alex supposed if you were high enough and drunk enough, it might feel like that was the case, but it sure sounded like being pimped out to the man who paid the bills. The redhead, Miranda, it turned out, like in The Tempest, had helped Alex clean up the vomit. She'd been genuinely nice about it, and Alex had almost felt bad for not remembering her name. Reyes had been transported out of the building on a gurney, cloaked in obfuscation veils that made him look like a bunch of AV equipment piled beneath protective plastic sheeting. It was the most risky part of the whole night's endeavor as far as the safety of the society went. Skull and Bones didn't really excel at anything other than prognostication, and of course the members of Manuscript weren't interested in sharing their glamours with another society. The magic binding Reyes's veils wobbled with every bump, the gurney coming into and out of focus, the blips and bleeps from the medical equipment and the ventilator still audible. If anyone stopped to take a close look at what was being wheeled down the hallway, the Bonesmen would have some real trouble, though Alex doubted it would be anything they couldn't buy their way out of. She would check in on Reyes once he was back on the ward, and then again in a week to make sure he was healing without complications. There had been casualties following prognostications before, though only one since Leigh had been founded in 1898 to monitor the societies. A group of Bonesmen had accidentally killed a vagrant during a hastily planned emergency reading after the stock market crash of 1929. Prognostications had been banned for the next 4 years, and Bones had been threatened with the loss of its massive red stone tomb on High Street. "That's why we exist," Darlington had said, as Alex turned the pages listing the names of each victima and prognostication date in the Leigh records. "We are the shepherds, Stern." But he had cringed when Alex pointed to an inscription in one of the margins of Leigh, a Legacy. NMDH? "No more dead hobos," he'd said on a sigh. So much for the noble mission of Leigh House. Still, Alex couldn't feel too superior tonight. Not when she'd been seconds from abandoning Michael Reyes to save her own ass. Alex endured a long string of jokes about her spewed dinner of grilled chicken and Twizzlers, and stayed at the theater to make sure the remaining Bonesmen followed what she hoped was proper procedure for sanitizing the space. She promised herself she'd return later to sprinkle the theater with bone dust. Reminders of death were the best way to keep Greys at bay. It was why cemeteries were some of the least haunted places in the world. She thought of the ghosts' open mouths, that horrible drone of insects. Something had been trying to slam its way into the chalk circle. At least, that was how it had seemed. Greys, ghosts, were harmless. Mostly. It took a lot for them to take any kind of form in the mortal world. And to pass through the final veil? To become physical? Capable of touch? Capable of damage? They could. Alex knew they could. But it was close to impossible. Even so, there had been hundreds of prognostications in this theater, and she'd never heard of any Greys crossing over into physical form or interfering. Why had their behavior changed tonight? If it had. The greatest gift Leigh had given Alex was not the full ride to Yale, the new start that had scrubbed her past clean like a chemical burn. It was the knowledge, the certainty, that the things she saw were real and always had been. But she'd lived too long wondering if she was crazy to stop now. Darlington would have believed her. He always had. Except Darlington was gone. Not for good, she told herself. In a week the new moon would rise and they would bring him home. Alex touched her fingers to the cracked railing, already thinking about how to phrase her description of the prognostication for the Leigh House records. Dean Sandow reviewed all of them, and she wasn't anxious to draw his attention to anything out of the ordinary. Besides, if you set aside a helpless man having his guts rearranged, nothing bad had actually happened. When Alex emerged from the passage into the hallway, Trip Helmuth startled from his slouch. "Are they almost done in there?" Alex nodded and took a deep breath of comparatively fresh air, eager to get outside. "Pretty gross, huh?" Trip asked with a smirk. "If you want, I can slip you some of the tips when they get transcribed. Take the edge off those student loans." What the fuck would you know about student loans? The words were out before she could stop them. Darlington would not approve. Alex was supposed to remain civil, distant, diplomatic. And anyway, she was a hypocrite. Leigh had made sure she would graduate without a cloud of debt hanging over her, if she actually made it through 4 years of exams and papers and nights like these. Tripp held his hands up in surrender, laughing uneasily.
Hey, just trying to get by.
Tripp was on the sailing team. A third-generation bonesman, a gentleman and a scholar, a purebred golden retriever, dopey, glossy, and expensive. He was rumpled and rosy as a healthy infant, his hair sandy, his skin still tan from whichever island he'd spent winter break on. He had the ease of someone who had always been and would always be just fine. A boy of 1,000 second chances.
We good?
He asked eagerly. We're good, she said, though she was not good at all. She could still feel the reverberation of that buzzing moan filling up her lungs, rattling the inside of her skull. Just stuffy in there.
Right?
Tripp said, ready to be pals.
Maybe getting stuck out here all night's not so bad.
He didn't sound convinced. What happened to your arm? Alex could see a big bandage peeking out from Tripp's windbreaker. He shoved the sleeve up, revealing a patch of greasy cellophane taped over the inside of his forearm.
A bunch of us got tattoos today.
Alex looked closer. A strutting bulldog bursting through a big blue Y. The dude bro equivalent of best friends forever. Nice, she lied.
You got any ink?
His sleepy eyes roved over her, trying to peel back the winter layers. No different than the losers who had hung around Ground Zero, fingers brushing her clavicle, her biceps, tracing the shapes there.
So what does this one mean?
Nope, not my thing. Alex wrapped her scarf around her neck. I'll check in on Reyes on the war tomorrow.
Huh? Oh, right. Good. Where is Darlington anyway? He already sticking you with the shit jobs?
Tripp tolerated Alex, tried to be friendly with her because he wanted his belly rubbed by everyone he encountered, but he genuinely liked Darlington. Spain, she said, because that was what she'd been instructed to say.
Nice. Tell him buenos dias.
If Alex could have told Darlington anything, it would have been come back. She would have said it in English and Spanish. She would have used the imperative. Adios, she said to Tripp. Enjoy the party. Once she was clear of the building, Alex yanked off her gloves and unwrapped 2 sticky ginger candies, shoving them into her mouth. She was tired of thinking about Darlington, but the smell of the ginger, the heat it created at the back of her throat, brought him even more brightly alive. She saw his long body sprawled in front of the great stone fireplace at Black Elm. He'd taken his boots off, left his socks to dry on the hearth. He was on his back, eyes closed, head resting in the cradle of his arms, toes wiggling in time to the music floating around the room. Something classical, Alex didn't know, dense with French horns that left emphatic crescents of sound in the air. Alex had been on the floor beside him, arms clasped around her knees, back pressed against the base of an old sofa, trying to seem relaxed and to stop staring at his feet. They just looked so naked. He'd cuffed his black jeans up, keeping the damp off his skin, and those slender white feet, hair dusting the toes, had made her feel a little obscene, like some sepia-toned pervert driven mad by a glimpse of ankle. Fuck you, Darlington. She yanked her gloves back on. For a moment, she stood, paralyzed. She should get back to Leigh House and write up a report for Dean Sandow to review. But what she really wanted was to flop down on the narrow bottom bunk of the room she shared with Mercy and cram in all the sleep she could before class. At this hour, she wouldn't have to make any excuses to curious roommates. But if she slept at Leigh, Mercy and Lauren would be clamoring to know where and with whom she'd spent the night. Darlington had suggested making up a boyfriend to justify her long absences and late nights. If I do that, at some point I'll have to produce a boy-shaped human to gaze at me adoringly. Alex had replied in frustration. How have you gotten away with this for the last 3 years? Darlington had just shrugged. My roommates figured I was a player. If Alex's eyes had rolled back in her head any further, she would have been facing the opposite direction. All right. I told them I was in a band with some Yukon guys and that we played out a lot. Do you even play an instrument? Of course. Cello, upright bass, guitar, piano, and something called an oud. Hopefully Mercy would be fast asleep when Alex got back to the room and she could slip inside to retrieve her basket of shower things and head down the hall without notice. It would be tricky. Any time you tampered with the veil between this world and the next, it left a stink that was something like the electrical crackle of ozone after a storm, coupled with the rot of a pumpkin left too long on a windowsill. The first time she'd made the mistake of returning to the suite without showering, she'd actually had to lie about slipping in a pile of garbage to explain it. Mercy and Lauren had laughed about it for weeks. Alex thought of the grimy shower waiting in her dorm, and then of sinking into the vast old clawfoot tub in Il Baston's spotless bathroom, the 4-poster bed so high she had to hoist herself onto it. Supposedly, Leigh had safe houses and hidey holes all over the Yale campus, but the 2 Alex had been introduced to were the Hutch and Il Baston. The Hutch was closer to Alex's dorm and most of her classes, but it was just a shabby, comfortable set of rooms above a clothing store, always stocked with bags of chips and Darlington's protein bars, a place to stop in and take a quick nap on the badly sprung couch. Il Baston was something special. A 3-story mansion, nearly a mile from the heart of campus, that served as Leith's main headquarters. Oculus would be waiting there tonight, the lamps lit, with a tray of tea, brandy, and sandwiches. It was tradition, even if Alex didn't show up to enjoy them. But the price of all that luxury would be dealing with Oculus, and she just couldn't handle Dawes's clenched jaw silences tonight. Better to return to the dorms with the stink of the night's work on her. Alex crossed the street and cut back through the rotunda. It was hard not to keep looking behind her, thinking of the Greys standing at the edge of the circle with their mouths stretched too wide, black pits humming that low insect sound. What would have happened if that railing had broken? If the chalk circle hadn't held? What had provoked them? Would she have had the strength or the knowledge to hold them off? Passapunto, passamundo. Alex pulled her coat tighter, tucking her face into her scarf, her breath humid against the wool, hurrying back past Beinecke Library. If you get locked in there during a fire, all of the oxygen gets sucked out, Lauren had claimed. To protect the books. Alex knew that was bullshit. Darlington had told her so. He'd known the truth of the building, all of its faces, that it had been built to the Platonic ideal. The building was a temple, employing the same ratios used by some typesetters for their pages. The building was a book. That its marble had been quarried in Vermont. The building was a monument. The entrance had been created so that only one person was permitted to enter at a time, passing through the rotating door like a supplicant. She remembered Darlington pulling on the white gloves worn to handle rare manuscripts, his long fingers resting reverently on the page. It was the same way Len handled cash. There was a room in Beinecke, hidden on... She couldn't remember which floor. And even if she could have, she wouldn't have gone. She didn't have the balls to descend into the patio, touch her fingers to the window in the secret pattern, enter in the dark. This place had been dear to Darlington. There was no place more magical. There was no place on campus she felt more like a fraud. Alex reached for her phone to check the time, hoping it wasn't much past 3. If she could get washed up and into bed by 4, she'd still be able to get 3.5 solid hours before she had to be up and across campus again for Spanish. This was the math she ran every night. Every moment. How much time to try to get the work done? How much time to rest? She could never quite make the numbers work. She was just scraping by, stretching the budget, always coming up a little short. And the panic clung to her, dogging her steps. Alex looked at the glowing screen and swore. It was flooded with messages. She'd put the phone on silent for the prognostication and forgotten to switch it back on. The texts were all from the same person. Oculus, Pamela Dawes, the grad student who maintained the Leigh residences and served as their research assistant. Pammy, though only Darlington called her that. Call in. Call in. Call in. The texts were all timed exactly 15 minutes apart. Either Dawes was following some kind of protocol, or she was even more uptight than Alex had thought. Alex considered just ignoring the messages. But it was a Thursday night, the night the societies met, and that meant that some little shit had gotten up to something bad. For all she knew, the shape-shifting idiots at Wolf's Head had turned themselves into a herd of buffalo and trampled a bunch of students coming out of Branford. She stepped behind one of the columns supporting the Beinecke cube to shelter from the wind and dialed. Dawes picked up on the first ring. Oculus speaking. Dante replies, Alex said, feeling like a jackass. She was Dante. Darlington was Virgil. That was the way Leigh was supposed to work, until Alex made it to her senior year and took on the title of Virgil to mentor an incoming freshman. She'd nodded and matched Darlington's small smile when he told her their code names. He'd referred to them as offices, pretending she got the joke. Later, she'd looked them up and discovered that Virgil had been Dante's guide as he descended into hell. More Leigh humor wasted on her. There's a body at Payne Whitney, said Dawes. Centurion is on site. A body? Alex repeated, wondering if fatigue had damaged her ability to understand basic human speech. Yes. Like a dead body? Yes. Dawes was clearly trying to sound calm, but her breath caught, turning the single syllable into a musical hiccup. Alex pressed her back against the column, the cold of the stone seeping through her coat, and felt a stab of angry adrenaline spike through her. Are you messing with me? That was what she wanted to ask. That was what this felt like, being fucked with, being the weird kid who talked to herself, who was so desperate for friends she agreed when Sarah McKinney pleaded, Can you meet me at Tres Muchachos after school? I want to see if you can talk to my grandma. We used to go there a lot and I miss her so much. The kid who stood outside the shittiest Mexican restaurant in the shittiest food court in the valley by herself until she had to call her mom to ask her to pick her up because no one was coming. Of course, no one was coming. This is real, she reminded herself. And Pamela Dawes was a lot of things, but she wasn't a Sarah McKinney-style asshole. Which meant someone was dead. And she was supposed to do something about it? Was it an accident? Possible homicide. Dawes sounded like she'd been waiting for just this question. Okay, Alex said, because she had no idea what else to say. Okay, Dawes replied awkwardly. She'd delivered her big line, and now she was ready to get off stage. Alex hung up and stood in the bleak, windswept silence of the empty plaza. She'd forgotten at least half of what Darlington had tried to teach her before he'd vanished, but he definitely hadn't covered murder. She didn't know why. If you were going to hell together, murder seemed like a good place to start.
2. Last fall. Daniel Arlington prided himself on being prepared for anything. But if he'd had to choose a way to describe Alex Stern, it would have been an unwelcome surprise. He could think of a lot of other terms for her, but none of them were polite, and Darlington always endeavored to be polite. If he'd been brought up by his parents, his dilettante father, his glib but brilliant mother, he might have had different priorities, but he'd been raised by his grandfather, Daniel Tabor Arlington III, who believed that most problems could be solved with cask-strength scotch, plenty of ice, and impeccable manners. His grandfather, had never met Galaxy Stern. Darlington sought out Alex's first-floor Vanderbilt dorm room on a sweating, miserable day in the first week of September. He could have waited for her to report to the house on Orange, but when he was a freshman, his own mentor, the inimitable Michelle Alameddine, who had served as his Virgil, had welcomed him to Yale and the mysteries of Leigh House by coming to meet him at the old campus freshman dorms. Darlington was determined to do things right, even if everything about the Stern situation had started out wrong. He hadn't chosen Galaxy Stern as his Dante. In fact, she had, by sheer virtue of her existence, robbed him of something he'd been looking forward to for the entirety of his 3-year tenure with Leigh. The moment when he would gift someone new with the job he loved. When he'd crack the ordinary world open for some worthy but barely suspecting soul. Only a few months before, he'd unloaded the boxes full of incoming freshman applications and stacked them in the great room at Black Elm, giddy with excitement, determined to read or at least skim through all 1,800-plus files before he made his recommendations to the Leigh House alumni. It would be fair, open-minded, and thorough, and in the end he would choose 20 candidates for the role of Dante. Then Leigh would vet their backgrounds, check for health risks, signs of mental illness, and financial vulnerabilities, and a final decision would be made. Darlington had created a plan for how many applications he'd have to tackle each day that would still free his mornings for work on the estate and his afternoons for his job at the Peabody Museum. He'd been ahead of schedule that day in July, on application number 324, Mackenzie Hoffer. 800 verbal, 720 math, 9 APs her junior year, blog on the Bayou Tapestry maintained in both English and French. She'd seemed promising until he'd gotten to her personal essay, in which she'd compared herself to Emily Dickinson. Darlington had just tossed her folder onto the no pile when Dean Sandow called to tell him their search was over. They'd found their candidate. The alumni were unanimous. Darlington had wanted to protest. Hell, he'd wanted to break something. Instead, he'd straightened the stack of folders before him and said, "Who is it? I have all of the files right here." "You don't have her file. She never applied. She didn't even finish high school." Before Darlington could sputter his indignation, Sandow added, "Daniel, she can see grays." Darlington had paused, his hand still atop Mackenzie Hoffer. 2 summers with Habitat for Humanity. It wasn't just the sound of his given name, something Sandow rarely used. She can see grays. The only way for one of the living to see the dead was by ingesting the Orasario, an elixir of infinite complexity that required perfect skill and attention to detail to create. He'd attempted it himself when he was 17, before he'd ever heard of Leigh, when he'd only hoped there might be more to this world than he'd been led to believe. His efforts had landed him in the ER, and he'd hemorrhaged blood from his ears and eyes for 2 days. She managed to brew an elixir, he said, both thrilled and, he could admit it, a little jealous. Silence followed, long enough for Darlington to switch off the light on his grandfather's desk and walk out to the back porch of Black Elm. From here, he could see the gentle slope of houses leading down Edgewood to campus, and far beyond, the Long Island Sound. All of the land down to Central Avenue had once been a part of Black Elm, but had been sold off in bits and pieces as the Arlington fortune dwindled. The house, its rose gardens, and the ruined mess of the maze at the edge of the wood were all that remained, and only he remained to tend and prune and coddle it back to life. Dusk was falling now, a long, slow summer twilight, thick with mosquitoes and the glint of fireflies. He could see the question mark of Cosmo's white tail as the cat wended his way through the high grass, stalking some small creature. "No elixir," said Sandow. "She can just see them." "Ah," said Darlington, watching a thrush peck half-heartedly at the broken base of what had once been the obelisk fountain. There was nothing else to say. Though Leigh had been created to monitor the activities of Yale's secret societies, its secondary mission was to unravel the mysteries of what lay beyond the veil. For years, they had documented stories of people who could actually see phantoms, Some confirmed, some little more than rumor. So if the board had found a girl who could do these things, and they could make her beholden to them, well, that was that. He should be glad to meet her. He wanted to get drunk. "I'm not any happier about this than you are," said Sandow. "But you know the position we're in. This is an important year for Leigh. We need everyone happy." Leigh was responsible for keeping watch over the houses of the Vale, but it also relied on them for funding. This was a re-up year, and the societies had gone so long without an incident, there were rumblings that perhaps they shouldn't dip into their coffers to continue supporting Leigh at all. "I'll send you her files. She's not the Dante we might have hoped for, but try to keep an open mind." "Of course," said Darlington, because that was what a gentleman did. "Of course I will." He'd tried to mean it. Even after he read her file, even after he'd watched the interview between her and Sandow recorded at a hospital in Van Nuys, California, heard the husky, broken, woodwind sound of her voice, he'd tried. She'd been found naked and comatose at a crime scene, next to a girl who hadn't been lucky enough to survive the fentanyl they'd both taken. The details of it were all more sordid and sad than he could have fathomed, and he'd tried to feel sorry for her. His Dante, the girl he would gift with the keys to a secret world, was a criminal, a drug user, a dropout who cared about none of the things he did. But he'd tried. And still, nothing had prepared him for the shock of her presence in that shabby Vanderbilt common room. The room was small but high-ceilinged, with 3 tall windows that looked out onto the horseshoe-shaped courtyard and 2 narrow doors leading to the bedrooms. The space eddied with the easy chaos of a freshman year move-in. Boxes on the floor, no proper furniture to be seen, but a wobbly lamp and a battered recliner pushed up against the long-since-functional fireplace. A muscular blonde in running shorts, Lauren, he guessed, likely pre-med, solid test scores, field hockey captain at her Philadelphia prep school, was setting up a faux vintage turntable on the ledge of the window seat, a plastic crate of records balanced beside it. The recliner was probably hers too, carted along in a moving truck from Bucks County to New Haven. Anna Breen, Huntsville, Texas, STEM scholarship, choir leader, sat on the floor trying to assemble what looked like a bookshelf. This was a girl who would never quite fit. She'd end up in a singing group or maybe get heavily into her church. She definitely wouldn't be partying with her other roommates. Then the other 2 girls shuffled out of one of the bedrooms, awkwardly hefting a banged-up university-issued desk between them. "Do you have to put that out here?" asked Anna glumly. "We need more space," said a girl in a flowered sundress Darlington knew was Mercy Zhao. Piano, 800 math, 800 verbal, prize-winning essays on Rabelais, and a bizarre but compelling comparison of a passage in The Sound and the Fury to a bit about a pear tree in the Canterbury Tales that had garnered the notice of both the Yale and Princeton English departments. And then, Galaxy Stern. No high school diploma, no GED, no achievements to speak of other than surviving her own misery. Emerged from the dark nook of the bedroom, dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and black jeans, totally inappropriate to the heat, and balancing one end of the desk in her skinny arms. The low quality of Sandow's video had caught the slick, straight sheaves of her black hair, but not the severe precision of her center part, the hollow quality of her eyes, but not the deep inkblot of their color. She looked malnourished, her clavicles sharp as exclamation points beneath the fabric of her shirt. She was too sleek, almost damp, less Undine rising from the waters than a dagger-toothed Rusalka. Or maybe she just needed a snack and a long nap. "All right, Stern, let's begin." Darlington rapped on the door, stepped into the room, smiled big, bright, welcoming, as they set the desk down in the common room corner. "Alex, your mom told me I should check in on you. It's me, Darlington." For a brief moment, she looked utterly lost, even panicked. Then she matched his smile. "Hey, I didn't recognize you." Good. She was adaptable. "Introductions, please," said Lauren, her gaze interested, assessing. She'd pulled a copy of Queen's A Day at the Races from the crate. He extended his hand. "I'm Darlington, Alex's cousin." "Are you in JE too?" Lauren asked. Darlington remembered that unearned sense of loyalty. At the start of the year, all the incoming freshmen were sorted into residential colleges, where they would eat most of their meals and where they would eventually sleep when they left old campus behind as sophomores. They would buy scarves striped in their residential college colors, learn the college's chants and mottos. Alex belonged to Leigh, just as Darlington had, but she'd been assigned to Jonathan Edwards, named for the fire and brimstone preacher. "I'm in Davenport," Darlington said, "but I don't live on campus." He'd liked living in Davenport. The dining hall, the big grassy courtyard. But he didn't like Black Elm sitting empty. And the money he'd saved on his room and board had been enough to fix the water damage he'd found in the ballroom last spring. Besides, Cosmo liked the company. "Do you have a car?" asked Lauren. Mercy laughed. "Oh my God, you're ridiculous." Lauren shrugged. "How else are we going to get to IKEA? We need a couch." She would be the leader of this crew, the one who'd suggest which parties to go to, who'd have them host a room for lick or treat at Halloween. "Sorry," he said with an apologetic smile. "I can't drive you. At least not today. Or any day. And I need to steal Alex away." Alex wiped her palms on her jeans. "We're trying to get settled," she said hesitantly, hopefully even. He could see circles of sweat blooming beneath her arms. "You made a promise," he said with a wink, "and you know how my mom gets about family stuff." He saw a flash of rebellion in her oil-slick eyes, but all she said was, "Okay." "Can you give us cash for the couch?" Lauren asked Alex, roughly shoving the Queen record back into the crate. He hoped it wasn't the original vinyl. "You bet," said Alex. She turned to Darlington. "Aunt Eileen said she'd spring for a new couch, right?" Darlington's mother's name was Harper, and he doubted she even knew the word IKEA. "Did she really?" Alex crossed her arms. "Yep." Darlington took his wallet from his back pocket and peeled off $300 in cash. He handed it to Alex, who passed it to Lauren. "Make sure you write her a thank you note," he said. "Oh, I will," said Alex. "I know she's a real stickler for that kind of thing." When they were striding across the lawns of old campus, the red brick towers and crenellations of Vanderbilt behind them, Darlington said, "You owe me $300. I'm not buying you a couch." "You can afford it," Alex said coolly. "I'm guessing you come from the good side of the family, cuz." "You needed cover for why you're going to be off seeing me so much." "Bullshit. You were testing me." "It's my job to test you." "I thought it was your job to teach me. That's not the same thing." At least she wasn't stupid. "Fair enough. But visits to dear Aunt Eileen can cover a few of your late nights." "How late are we talking about?" He could hear the worry in her voice. Was it caution or laziness? "How much did Dean Sandow tell you?" "Not much." She pulled the fabric of her shirt away from her stomach, trying to cool herself. "Why are you dressed like that?" He hadn't meant to ask, but she looked uncomfortable. Her black Henley buttoned to the neck, sweat spreading in dark rings from her armpits, and completely out of place. A girl who managed lies so smoothly should have a better sense of protective cover. Alex just slid him a sideways look. "I'm very modest." Darlington had no reply to that, so he pointed to one of the two identical red brick buildings bracketing the path. "This is the oldest building on campus." "It doesn't look old." "It's been well maintained. It almost didn't make it, though. People thought it ruined the look of old campus, so they wanted to knock it down." "Why didn't they?" "The books credit a preservation campaign, but the truth is, Leigh discovered the building was load-bearing." "Huh?" "Spiritually load-bearing. It was part of an old binding ritual to keep the campus safe." They turned right down a path that would lead them toward the ersatz medieval portcullis of Phelps Gate. That's what the whole college used to look like. Little buildings of red bricks. Colonial, a lot like Harvard. Then, after the Civil War, the walls went up. Now, most of the campus is built that way. A series of fortresses, walled and gated. A castle keep. Old Campus was a perfect example. A massive quadrangle of towering stone dorms surrounding a huge sun-dappled courtyard, welcome to all, until night fell and the gates banged shut. "Why?" Alex asked. "To keep the rabble out." The soldiers came back to New Haven from the war wild, most of them unmarried, a lot of them messed up from the fighting. There was a wave of immigration, too. Irish, Italians, freed slaves, everyone looking for manufacturing jobs. Yale didn't want any of it. Alex laughed. "Is something funny?" he asked. She glanced back at her dorm. "Mercy's Chinese. A Nigerian girl lives next door. Then there's my mongrel ass. We all got in anyway. Eventually." A long, slow siege. The word mongrel felt like dangerous bait. He took in her black hair, her black eyes, the olive cast to her skin. She might have been Greek, Mexican, white. Jewish mother, no mention of a father, but I assume you had one. Never knew him. There was more here, but he wasn't going to push. We all have spaces we keep blank. They'd reached Phelps Gate, the big echoing archway that led onto College Street and away from the relative safety of Old Campus. He didn't want to get sidetracked. They had too much literal and figurative ground to cover. "This is the New Haven Green," he said as they strode down one of the stone paths. When the colony was founded, this was where they built their meeting house. The town was meant to be a new Eden, founded between two rivers, like the Tigris and the Euphrates. Alex frowned. Why so many churches? There were 3 on the green, 2 of them near twins in their federal design, the third a jewel of Gothic revival. This town has a church for nearly every block, or it used to. Some of them are closing now. People just don't go. "Do you?" she asked. "Do you?" "Nope." "Yes, I go," he said. "It's a family thing." He saw the flicker of judgment in her eyes, but he didn't need to explain. Church on Sunday, work on Monday. That was the Arlington way. When Darlington had turned 13 and protested that he'd be happy to risk God's wrath if he could just sleep in, his grandfather seized him by the ear and dragged him out of bed, despite his 80 years. "I don't care what you believe," he'd said. "The working man believes in God and expects us to do the same. So you will get your ass dressed and in a pew, or I will tan it raw." Darlington had gone, and after his grandfather had died, he'd kept going. The Green is the site of the city's first church and its first graveyard. It's a source of tremendous power. Yeah, no shit. He realized her shoulders had gone loose and easy. Her stride had changed. She looked a little less like someone gearing up to take a swing. Darlington tried not to sound too eager. "What do you see?" She didn't answer. "I know about what you can do. It isn't a secret." Alex's gaze was still distant, almost disinterested. "It's empty here, that's all. I never really see much around cemeteries and stuff." And stuff. Darlington looked around, but all he saw was what everyone else would. Students. People who worked at the courthouse or the string of shops along Chapel, enjoying the sun on their lunch hour. He knew the paths that seemed to bisect the Green arbitrarily had been drawn by a group of Freemasons to try to appease and contain the dead when the cemetery had been moved a few blocks away. He knew that their compass lines, or a pentagram, depending on whom you asked, could be seen from above. He knew the spot where the Lincoln Oak had toppled after Hurricane Sandy, revealing a human skeleton tangled in its roots, one of the many bodies never moved to Grove Street Cemetery. He saw the city differently because he knew it, and his knowledge was not casual. It was adoration. But no amount of love could make him see grays. Not without Orisario, another hit from the golden bowl. He shuddered. Every time was a risk, another chance that his body would say enough, that one of his kidneys would simply fail. "It makes sense you don't see them here," he said. "Certain things will draw them to graveyards and cemeteries, but as a rule, they steer clear." Now he had her attention. Real interest sparked in her eyes, the first indication of something beyond watchful reserve. Why? Greys love life, and anything that reminds them of being alive. Salt, sugar, sweat, fighting and fucking, tears and blood and human drama. "I thought salt kept them out." Darlington raised a brow. "Did you see that on television?" "Would it make you happier if I say I learned it from an ancient book?" "Actually, yes." "Too bad." "Salt is a purifier," he said, as they crossed Temple Street. "So it's good for banishing demons, though to my great sorrow I've never personally had the honor. But when it comes to greys, making a salt circle is the equivalent of leaving a salt lick for deer." "So what keeps them out?" Her need crackled through the words. So this was where her interest lay. "Bone dust, graveyard dirt, the leavings of crematory ash. Memento mori." He glanced at her. "Any Latin?" She shook her head. "Of course not." "They hate reminders of death. If you want to gray-proof your room, hang a Holbein print." He'd meant it as a joke, but he could see she was chewing on what he'd said, committing the artist's name to memory. Darlington felt an acute twinge of guilt that he did not enjoy. He'd been so busy envying this girl's ability, he hadn't considered what it might be like if you could never close the door on the dead. "I can ward your room," he said by way of penance. "Your whole dorm, if you like." "You can do that?" "Yes," he said, "and I can show you how to do it too." "Tell me the rest," said Alex. Away from the dim cavern of the dorms, sweat had formed in a slick sheen over her nose and forehead, gathering in the divot above her upper lip. She was going to soak that shirt, and he could see she was self-conscious about it by the way she held her arms rigidly to her sides. "Did you read The Life of Leigh?" "Yes." "Really?" "I skimmed it." "Read it," he said. "I've made you a list of other material that will help get you up to speed. Mostly histories of New Haven and our own compiled history of the societies." Alex gave a sharp shake of her head. "I mean, tell me what I'm in for here, with you." That was a hard question to answer. Nothing. Everything. Leigh was meant to be a gift, but could it be to her? There was too much to tell. They left the green, and he saw tension snap back into her shoulders, though there was still nothing his eyes could see to warrant it. They passed the row of banks clustered along Elm, looming over Cababians, the little red rug store that had somehow thrived in New Haven for over 100 years, then turned left up Orange. They were only a few blocks from campus proper now, but it felt like miles. The bustle of student life vanished, as if stepping into the city was like falling off a cliff. The streets were a mess of new and old, gently weathered townhouses, barren parking lots, a carefully restored concert hall, the gargantuan high-rise of the housing authority. "Why here?" Alex asked when Darlington didn't answer her previous question. "What is it about this place that draws them?" The short answer was who knows, but Darlington doubted that would cast him or Leigh in the most credible light. In the early 1800s, magic was moving from the old world to the new, leaving Europe along with its practitioners. They needed some place to store their knowledge and preserve its practices. No one's certain why New Haven worked. They tried in other places too, Darlington said with some pride. Cambridge, Princeton. New Haven was where the magic caught and held and took root, Some people think it's because the veil is thinner here, easier to pierce. You can see why Leigh is happy to have you on board. At least some of Leigh. You may be able to offer us answers. There are Greys that have been here far longer than the university. And these practitioners thought it would be smart to teach all this magic to a bunch of college kids? Contact with the uncanny takes a toll. The older you get, the harder it is to endure that contact. So each year, the societies replenish the supply with a new tap, a new delegation. Magic is quite literally a dying art, and New Haven is one of the few places in the world where it can still be brought to life. She said nothing. Was she scared? Good. Maybe she would actually read the books he assigned instead of skimming them. There are over 100 societies at Yale at this point, but we don't concern ourselves with most of them. They get together for dinners, tell their life stories, do a little community service. It's the ancient 8 that matter, the landed societies, the houses of the Vale. They're the ones that have held their tombs continuously. Tombs? I'm betting you've already seen some of them. Clubhouses, though they look more like mausoleums. Why don't we care about the other societies? She asked. We care about power, and power is linked to place. Each of the houses of the Vale grew up around a branch of the arcane and is devoted to studying it, and each built their tomb over a nexus of power. Except for Berzelius, and no one cares about Berzelius. They'd founded their society in direct response to the growing magical presence in New Haven, claiming the other houses were charlatans and superstitious dilettantes, dedicating themselves to investments in new technologies and the philosophy that the only true magic was science. They'd managed to survive the stock market crash of 1929 without the help of prognostication, and limped along until the crash of 1987, when they'd been all but wiped out. As it happened, the only true magic was magic. A nexus, Alex repeated. They're all over campus? The nexes? Nexuses. Think of magic like a river. The nexuses are where the power eddies, and it's what allows the society's rituals to function successfully. We've mapped 12 in the city. Tombs have been built on 8 of them. The others are on sites where structures already exist, like the train station, and where it would be impossible to build. A few societies have lost their tombs over time. They can study all they want. Once that connection is broken, they don't accomplish much. And you're telling me this has all been going on for more than 100 years and no one has figured it out? The Ancient 8 have yielded some of the most powerful men and women in the world. People who literally steer governments, the wealth of nations, who forge the shape of culture. They've run everything from the United Nations to Congress to the New York Times to the World Bank. They've fixed nearly every World Series, 6 Super Bowls, the Academy Awards, and at least 1 presidential election. Hundreds of websites are dedicated to unraveling their connections to the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Bilderberg Group. The list goes on. Maybe if they met at Denny's instead of giant mausoleums, they wouldn't have to worry about that. They had arrived at Il Baston, Leigh House, 3 stories of red brick and stained glass, built by John Anderson in 1882 for an outrageous sum, and then abandoned barely a year later. He'd claimed he was being chased out by the city's high tax rates. Leith's records told a different story, one that involved his father and the ghost of a dead cigar girl. Il Baston didn't sprawl like Black Elm. It was a city house, bracketed closely on both sides by other properties, tall but contained in its grandeur. They're not worried, said Darlington. They welcome all of the conspiracy theories and tinfoil hat-wearing loons. Because they like feeling interesting? Because what they're really doing is so much worse. Darlington pushed open the black wrought iron gate and saw the porch of the old house straighten slightly, as if in anticipation. After you. As soon as the gate shut, darkness enveloped them. From somewhere beneath the house, a howl sounded, high and hungry. Galaxy Stern had asked what she was in for. It was time to show her.
3. Winter. Who dies at the gym? After her call with Dawes, Alex backtracked across the plaza. She'd been to Payne Whitney Gymnasium exactly once, when she'd let Mercy drag her to a salsa class, where a white girl snugly packed into taut black pants had told her to pivot, pivot, pivot. Darlington had encouraged her to use the free weights and to build up her cardio. For what? Alex had asked. To better yourself. Only Darlington could say something like that with a straight face. But then again, he ran 6 miles every morning and swept into rooms on a cloud of physical perfection. Every time he showed up at the Vanderbilt suite, it was as if someone had run an electric current through the floor. Lauren, Mercy, even silent, frowning Anna would sit up a little straighter, looking bright-eyed and slightly frantic as a bunch of well-groomed squirrels. Alex would have liked to be immune to it. The pretty face, his lean frame, the easy way he occupied space as if he owned it. He had a way of distractingly brushing the brown hair back from his forehead that made you want to do it for him. But Darlington's lure was offset by the healthy fear he instilled in her. At the end of the day, he was a rich boy in an ice coat who could capsize her without even meaning to. That first day at the mansion on Orange, he'd set jackals on her. Jackals. He'd given a sharp whistle, and they'd leapt from the bushes near the house, snarling and cackling. Alex had screamed. Her legs had tangled, and she'd turned to run, and she'd fallen to the grass, nearly impaling herself on the low iron fence. But early on in her time with Len, she'd learned to always watch the person in charge. That changed from room to room, house to house, deal to deal. But it always paid to know who could make the big decisions. That was Darlington. And Darlington didn't look scared. He looked interested. The jackals were stalking toward her, slavering, teeth bared and backs bent. They looked like foxes. They looked like the coyotes that ran the Hollywood Hills. They looked like hounds. We are the shepherds. Darlington, she said, forcing calm into her voice. Call off your fucking dogs. He'd spoken a series of words she didn't understand, and the creatures had slunk back into the bushes, all of their aggression vanishing, bouncing on their paws and nipping at one another's heels. He'd had the gall to smile at her as he'd offered her an elegant hand. The Van Nuys girl inside her longed to slap it away, jab her fingers into his windpipe, and make him sorry. But she forced herself to take his hand. Let him help her up. It had been the start of a very long day. When Alex had finally returned home to the dorms, Lauren waited all of 60 seconds before pouncing with, So, does your cousin have a girlfriend? They were sitting around the new coffee table, trying to get its legs not to wobble as they pushed in little plastic screws. Anna had vanished off somewhere, and Lauren had ordered pizza. The window was open, letting in the bare beginnings of a breeze as twilight fell. And Alex felt like she was watching herself from the courtyard. A happy girl, a normal girl, surrounded by people with futures who assumed she had a future too. She had wanted to hold on to that feeling, to keep it for herself. You know, I have no idea. She'd been so overwhelmed, she hadn't had a chance to be curious. He smells like money, said Mercy. Lauren threw an Allen wrench at her. Tacky. Don't start dating my cousin, Alex said, because that was the kind of thing these girls said. I don't need that mess. On this night, with the wind clawing to get into her winter coat, Alex thought of that girl, illuminated in gold, sitting in that sacred circle. It was the last moment of peace she could remember. Only 5 months had passed, but it felt much longer. She cut left, shadowed by the white columns that ran along the south side of the vast dining hall that everyone still called Commons, though it was supposed to be the Schwartzman Center now. Schwartzman was a bonesman, class of 1969, and had managed a notoriously successful private equity fund, the Blackstone Group. The center was the result of a $150 million donation to the university, a gift and a kind of apology for stray magic that had escaped an unsanctioned ritual and caused bizarre behavior and seizures in half the members of the Yale Precision Marching Band during a football game with Dartmouth. Alex thought of the Greys in the operating theater, mouths gaping. It had been a routine prognostication. Nothing should have gone wrong. But something most definitely had, even if she was the only one who knew it. And now she was supposed to contend with a murder? She knew Darlington and Dawes had kept an eye on homicides in the New Haven area just to make sure there was no stink of the uncanny, no chance one of the societies had gotten overeager and stepped beyond the bounds of their rituals. Ahead of her, Greys formed a thin gruel that shifted over the roof of the law school, spreading and curling like milk poured into coffee, drawn by the grind of fear and ambition. Book and Snake's towering white tomb loomed on her right. Of all the society buildings, it was the most like a crypt. Greek pediment, Ionic columns, pedestrian stuff, Darlington had said. He saved his admiration for the Moorish screens and scrollwork of scroll and key, the severe mid-century lines of manuscript. But it was the fence surrounding Book and Snake that always drew Alex's eye, black iron crawling with snakes. The symbol of Mercury, god of commerce, Darlington had said. God of thieves. Even Alex knew that one. Mercury was the messenger. Ahead of her lay Grove Street Cemetery. Alex glimpsed a cluster of grays gathered by a grave near the entrance. Someone had probably left cookies for a lost relative or something sugary as a fan offering for one of the artists or architects buried there. But the rest of the cemetery, like all cemeteries at night, was empty of ghosts. During the day, grays were called to the salt tears and fragrant flowers of mourners, gifts from the living left for the dead. She'd learned they loved anything that reminded them of life. The spilled beer and raucous laughter of frat parties, the libraries at exam time, dense with anxiety, coffee, and open cans of sweet, syrupy Coke. Dorm rooms, staticky with gossip, panting couples, mini fridges stuffed with food going to rot, students tossing in their sleep, dreams full of sex and terror. That's where I should be, Alex thought, in the dorm, showering in the grimy bathroom, not walking by a graveyard in the dead of night. The cemetery gates had been built to look like an Egyptian temple, their fat columns carved with lotus blossoms, the plinth emblazoned with giant letters, "The dead shall be raised." Darlington called the period at the end of that sentence the most eloquent piece of punctuation in the English language. Another thing Alex had been forced to look up, another bit of code to decipher. It turned out the quote was from a Bible verse. "Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed." Incorruptible. When she saw that word, she understood Darlington's smirk. The dead would be raised, but as for incorruptibility, Grove Street Cemetery was making no promises. In New Haven, it was best not to hope for guarantees. The scene in front of Payne Whitney Gym reminded Alex of the operating theater, police floodlights illuminating the snow, throwing the shadows of onlookers against the ground in stark lines. It would have been beautiful, carved in white and black like a lithograph, but the effect was ruined by barriers of yellow tape and the lazy rhythmic whirl of blue and red from patrol cars that had been parked to block off the intersection where the two streets conjoined. The activity seemed to be focused on the triangle of orphaned land at its center. Alex could see a coroner's van with its bay doors open, uniformed officers standing at attention along the perimeter, men in blue jackets, who she thought might be forensics based on the television she'd watched. Students who had emerged from their dorms to see what was happening despite the late hour. Her time with Len had left her wary of cops. When she was younger, he'd gotten a kick out of having her help with deliveries because no uniform, campus security or LAPD, was going to stop a chubby kid in braids looking for her big sister on a high school campus. But as she'd gotten older, she'd lost the look of someone who belonged in wholesome places. Even when she wasn't carrying, she'd learned to keep well clear of cops. Some of them just seemed to smell the trouble on her. But now she was walking toward them, smoothing her hair with a gloved hand, just another student. Centurion wasn't hard to spot. Alex had met Detective Abel Turner exactly once before. He'd been smiling, gracious, and she'd known in an instant that he hated not only her but also Darlington and everything related to Leigh. She wasn't sure why he'd been chosen as Centurion, the liaison between Leigh House and the chief of police, but he clearly didn't want the job. He stood speaking to another detective in a uniform. He was a full half-head taller than either of them. Black, his head shaved in a low fade. He wore a sharp navy suit and what was probably a real Burberry overcoat, and ambition rolled off him like thunder. Too pretty, her grandmother would have said. ¿Quién se prestado se vestió? En medio de la calle se quitó. Estrella Stern didn't trust handsome men, particularly the well-dressed ones. Alex hovered by the barricade. Centurion was on the scene just as Dawes had promised, but Alex wasn't sure how to get his attention, or what to do once she had it. The societies met on Thursdays and Sundays. No ritual of any real risk was allowed without Leigh House delegates present, but that didn't mean someone hadn't gone off script. Maybe word had spread that Darlington was in Spain and someone at one of the societies had used the opportunity to mess with something new. She didn't think they had any real malice in mind, but the Trips and Mirandas of the world could do plenty of damage without ever meaning to. Their mistakes never stuck. The crowd around her had dispersed almost immediately, and Alex remembered how bad she must smell, but there was nothing she could do about it now. She took out her phone and scrolled through her few contacts. She had gotten a new phone when she had accepted Leith's offer, erasing everyone from her old life in a single act of banishment. So it was a short list of numbers. Her roommates, her mom, who texted every morning with a series of happy faces, as if emoji were their own incantation. Turner was in there too, but Alex had never texted him, never had cause to. "I'm here," she typed, then added, "It's Dante," on the very good possibility that he hadn't bothered to add her to his contacts. She watched as Turner drew his phone from his pocket, read the message. He didn't look around. Her phone buzzed a second later. "I know." Alex waited for 10 minutes. 20. She watched Turner finish his conversation, consult a woman in a blue jacket, walk back and forth near a marked-off area where the body must have been found. A cluster of grays was milling around by the gym. Alex let her eyes skim over them, landing nowhere, barely focused. A few were local grays who could always be found in the area. A rower who had drowned off the Florida Keys but who now returned to haunt the training tanks. A heavy-set man who had clearly once been a football player. She thought she glimpsed the bridegroom, the city's most notorious ghost and a favorite of murder nerds and haunted New England guidebooks. He had reputedly killed his fiancée and himself in the offices of a factory that had once stood barely a mile from here. She didn't let her gaze linger to confirm it. Payne Whitney was always a beacon for grays, steeped in sweat and endeavor, full of hunger and fast-beating hearts. "When did you first see them?" Darlington had asked on the day they'd first met, the day he'd set the jackals on her. Darlington knew 7 languages. He could fence. He knew Brazilian jiu-jitsu and how to rewire an electrical box, could quote poetry and plays by people Alex had never heard of. But he always asked the wrong questions. Alex checked her phone. She'd lost another hour. At this point, she probably shouldn't even bother going to sleep. She knew she wasn't high on Turner's list of priorities, but she was in a bind. She typed, My next call is to Sandow." It was a bluff, one Alex almost hoped Turner wouldn't fall for. If he refused to speak to her, she'd happily snitch on him to the dean, but at a more civilized hour. First, she'd go home and get 2 glorious hours of sleep. Instead, she watched Turner take his phone from his pocket, shake his head, and then saunter over to where she stood. His nose wrinkled slightly, but all he said was, "Miss Stern, how can I help you?" Alex didn't really know, but he'd given her plenty of time to formulate a response. "I'm not here to make trouble for you. I'm here because I was told to be." Turner gave a convincing chuckle. "We all have jobs to do, Miss Stern." "Pretty sure you wish your job entailed wringing my neck right now." "I understand that, but it's Thursday night." "Preceded by Wednesday, followed by Friday." Go ahead and play dumb. Alex would have been happy to turn her back on him. But she needed something to put in her report. "Is there a cause of death?" "Of course something caused her death. This asshole." "I know what you meant. Nothing definitive yet, but I'll be sure to write it up for the dean when we know more." "If a society is involved?" "There's no reason to think that." Like he was at a press conference, he added, "At this time." "It's Thursday," she repeated. Though the societies met twice a week, rituals were only sanctioned on Thursday nights. Sundays were for quiet study and inquiry, which usually meant a fancy meal served on expensive dishes, the occasional guest speaker, and plenty of alcohol. "Were you out with the idiots tonight?" he said, voice still pleasant. "Is that why you smell like pan-warmed shit? Who were you with?" That kick-me, troublemaking part of her made her say, "You sound like a jealous boyfriend." "I sound like a cop. Answer me." "The Bonesmen are on tonight." He looked bemused. "Tell them to return Geronimo's skull." "They don't have it," Alex said truthfully. A few years back, Geronimo's heirs had brought suit against the society, but it had come to nothing. The Bonesman did have his liver and small intestine in a jar, but she didn't feel this was the moment to point that out. "Where's Darlington?" Turner asked. "Spain." "Spain?" For the first time, Turner's mild expression gave way. "Study abroad." "And he left you in charge?" "Sure did." "He must have a lot of faith in you." "Sure does." Alex flashed him her most winning grin, and for a second she thought Detective Turner might smile back because it took a con to know a con. But he didn't. He'd had to be careful for too long. "Where are you from, Stern?" "Why?" "Look," he said. "You seem like a nice girl." "No," said Alex. "I don't." Turner raised a brow, cocked his head to the side, assessing, then nodded, conceding the point. "All right," he said. "You have a job to do tonight, and so do I. You did your part. You talked to me. You'll let Sandow know a girl died here. A white girl who's going to get plenty of attention without you getting in our way. We're going to keep this far from the university and all the rest." He gave a wave of his hand as if he were distractedly swatting a fly instead of shooing away a century-old cabal of ancient magics. "You've done your bit and you can go home. That's what you want, isn't it?" Hadn't Alex just thought that very thing? Even so, she hesitated, feeling Darlington's judgment heavy on her. "I do, but Dean Sandow will want—" Turner's mask slipped, the fatigue of the night and his anger at her presence suddenly visible. "She's town, Stern. Back the fuck off." She's town. Not a student, not connected to the societies. Let it go. "Yeah," Alex said. That's fine. Turner smiled, dimples appearing in his cheeks, boyish, pleased, almost a real smile.
There you go.
He turned away from her, sauntered back to his people. Alex glanced up at the gray Gothic cathedral of Payne Whitney. It didn't look like a gym, but nothing here looked like what it was.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Detective Abel Turner understood her in a way Darlington never had. Good, better, best. That was the trajectory that got you to this place. What Darlington and probably all the rest of these eager, effortful children couldn't understand was that Alex would have happily settled for less than Yale. Darlington was all about the pursuit of perfection, something spectacular. He didn't know how precious a normal life could be, how easy it was to drift away from average. You started sleeping until noon, skipped one class, one day of school, lost one job, then another. Forgot the way that normal people did things. You lost the language of ordinary life, and then, without meaning to, you crossed into a country from which you couldn't return. You lived in a state where the ground always seemed to be slipping from beneath your feet, with no way back to someplace solid. It didn't matter that Alex had witnessed the delegates of Skull and Bones predict commodities futures using Michael Reyes's guts, or that she'd once seen the captain of the lacrosse team turn himself into a vole. He'd squealed, and then she could have sworn it, pumped his tiny pink fist. Leigh was Alex's way back to normal. She didn't need to be exceptional. She didn't even need to be good. Just good enough. Turner had given her permission. Go home. Go to sleep. Take a shower. Get back to the real world of trying to pass your classes and make it through the year. Her grades from first semester had been bad enough to land her in academic probation.
She's town.
Except the societies liked to shop town girls and boys for their experiments. It was the whole reason Leigh existed. Or a big part of it. And Alex had spent most of her life as town. She eyed the coroner's van, parked half on and half off the sidewalk. Turner's back was still to her. The mistake people made when they didn't want to get noticed was to try to look casual, so instead, she strode toward the van with purpose, a girl who needed to get to the dorms. It was late, after all. When she rounded the back of the vehicle, she shot one quick glance in Turner's direction, then slipped into the wide V of the open van doors as a uniformed coroner turned to her. "Hey," she said. He remained in a half-crouch, face wary, body blocking the view behind him. Alex held up one of the 2 gold coins she kept tucked in the lining of her coat. "You dropped this." He saw the glint, and without thinking, reached out to take it. His response part courtesy, part trained behavior. Someone offered you a boon, you accepted. But it was also a magpie impulse, the lure of something shiny. She felt a little like a troll in a fairy tale.
"I don't think,"
he began. But as soon as his fingers closed over the coin, his face went slack, the compulsion taking hold. "Show me the body," Alex said, half expecting him to refuse. She'd seen Darlington flash one at a security guard before, but she'd never used a coin of compulsion herself. The coroner didn't even blink, only backed further into the van and offered her his hand. She clambered up behind him with a quick glance over her shoulder and shut the doors. They wouldn't have much time. All she needed was for the driver, or worse, Turner, to come knocking on the door and find her there, having a chat over a corpse. She also wasn't sure how long the compulsion would last. This particular bit of magic had come from manuscript. They specialized in mirror magic, glamours, persuasion. Any object could be enchanted, the most famous being a condom that had convinced a philandering Swedish diplomat to hand over a cache of sensitive documents. The coins took tremendous magic to generate, so they were kept in tight supply at Leigh, and Alex had been stingy with her allotted 2. Why was she squandering one now? As Alex joined the coroner in the enclosed space, she saw his nostrils flare at her smell. but his fingers were already on the zipper of the body bag, the coin clutched in his other hand. He was moving too quickly, as if in fast forward, and Alex had the urge to tell him to just stop for a second. But then the moment passed, and he was pulling the body bag open, the black vinyl splitting like the skin of a fruit. "Jesus," breathed Alex. The girl's face was fragile, blue-veined. She wore a white cotton camisole, torn and puckered where the knife had entered and retreated, again and again. The wounds were all centered on her heart, and she'd been struck with enough force that it looked as if her sternum had started to give way, the bones fracturing in a shallow, bloody crater. Alex was suddenly sorry she hadn't taken Turner's strongly worded advice and gone home. This didn't look like a ritual gone wrong. It looked personal. She swallowed the bile that rose in her throat and forced herself to inhale deeply. If this girl had somehow been targeted by a society, or was messing with the uncanny, the smell of the veil should still be on her. But with Alex's own stink filling the ambulance, it was impossible to tell. "It's the boyfriend." Alex glanced at the coroner. Compulsions were supposed to make anyone under their power eager to please. "How do you know?" she asked. "Turner said so. They've already picked him up for questioning. He has priors." "For what?" "Dealing and possession. So does she." Of course she did. The boyfriend was moving product, and this girl was too. But there was a good long leap from small-time dealing to murder. Sometimes, she reminded herself. Sometimes it's not far at all. Alex looked again at the girl's face. She was blonde, a little like Helly. The resemblance was superficial, at least on the outside, but underneath, in the cut-open places, they were all the same. Girls like Helly, girls like Alex, girls like this one had to keep running or eventually trouble caught up. This girl just hadn't run fast enough. There were paper bags over her hands. To preserve the evidence, Alex realized. Maybe she'd scratched her attacker? "What's her name?" It didn't matter, but Alex needed it for her report. "Tara Hutchins." Alex typed it into her phone so she wouldn't forget it. "Cover her up." She was glad when she couldn't see that brutalized body anymore. This was nasty, ugly. But it didn't mean Tara was connected to the societies. People didn't need magic to be terrible to each other. "Time of death?" she asked. That seemed like the kind of thing she should know. "Sometime around 11, hard to pinpoint because of the cold." She paused with her hand on the lever of the van doors. Sometime around 11. Right around the time two docile Greys, who had never given anyone any trouble, had opened their jaws like they were trying to swallow the world, and something had tried to slam its way into a chalk circle. What if that something had found its way to Tara instead? Or what if her boyfriend got fucked up enough to think he could stab straight through to her heart? There were plenty of human monsters out there. Alex had met a few. For now, she'd done her part. More than done it. Alex cracked the door to the van, scanned the street, then hopped down. "Forget you met me," she told the coroner. A vague, confused expression crossed his face. Alex left him standing, dazed, beside Tara's body, and strolled away, crossing the street and keeping to the dark sidewalk, away from the police lights. In a short while, the compulsion would wear off, and he'd wonder how he'd ended up with a gold coin in his hand. He would put it in his pocket and forget about it, or toss it in the trash without ever realizing the metal was real. She glanced back at the Greys gathered around Payne Whitney. Was it her imagination, or was there something in the bent of their shoulders? The way they huddled together by the gymnasium doors. Alex knew better than to look too closely, but in that fleeting moment she could have sworn they looked frightened. What did the dead have to fear? She could hear Darlington's voice in her head. "When was the first time you saw them?" low and halting, as if he wasn't sure whether the question was taboo. But the real question, the right question, was, when was the first time you knew to be afraid? Alex was glad he'd never had the sense to ask. Where do we begin to tell the story of Leigh? Does it begin in 1824 with Bathsheba Smith? Perhaps it should. But it would take another 70 years and many more disasters before Leigh would come to be. So instead we point to 1898, when Charlie Baxter, a man with no home and of no consequence, turned up dead, with burns to his hands, feet, and scrotum, and a black scarab where his tongue should be. Accusations flew, and the societies found themselves under threat from the university. To heal the rift and, let us speak frankly, to save themselves, Edward Harkness, a member of Wolf's Head, joined with William Payne Whitney of Skull and Bones, and Hiram Bingham III of the now-defunct Acacia fraternity, to form the League of Leigh as an oversight body for the Society's occult activities. From these earliest meetings rose our mission statement. We are charged with monitoring the rites and practices of any senior societies trafficking in magic, divination, or otherworldly discourse, with the express intent of keeping citizens and students safe from mental, physical, and spiritual harm, and of fostering amicable relations between the societies and school administration. Leigh was funded by an infusion of capital from Harkness and a mandatory contribution from the trusts of each of the Ancient Eight. When Harkness tapped James Gamble Rogers, Scroll and Key, 1889, to create a plan for Yale and design many of its structures, he ensured that safe houses and tunnels for Leigh would be built throughout the campus. Harkness, Whitney, and Bingham drew on knowledge from each of the societies to create a storehouse of arcane magic for use by the deputies of Leigh. This was added to significantly in 1911, when Bingham traveled to Peru. From The Life of Leigh, Procedures and Protocols of the Ninth House.
4. Last fall. Come on, Darlington said, helping her to her feet. The illusion will break any minute, and you'll be lying in the front yard like a noon drinker. He half dragged her up the stairs to the porch. She'd handled the jackals well enough, but her color wasn't good, and she was breathing hard. You're in terrible shape. And you're an asshole. Then we both have hardships to overcome. You asked me to tell you what you were getting into, now you know. She yanked her arm away. Tell me, not try to kill me. He looked at her steadily. It was important she understand. You were never in any danger, but I can't promise that will always be the case. If you don't take this seriously, you could get yourself or someone else hurt. Someone like you? Yes, he said. Most of the time, nothing too bad happens at the houses. You'll see things you'd like to forget. Miracles, too. But no one completely understands what lies beyond the veil, or what might happen if it crosses over. Death waits on black wings, and we stand hoplite, hussar, dragoon. She placed her hands on her thighs and peered up at him. You make that up? Cabot Collins. They called him the poet of Leigh. Darlington reached for the door. He lost both his hands when an interdimensional portal closed on them. He was reciting his latest work at the time. Alex shuddered. Okay, I get it. Bad poetry, serious business. Are those dogs real? Real enough. They're spirit hounds, bound to serve the sons and daughters of Leigh. Why the long sleeves, Stern? Track marks. Really? He'd suspected that might be the issue, but he didn't quite believe her. She straightened and cracked her back. Sure. Are we going in or not? He bobbed his chin toward her wrist. Show me. Alex lifted her arm, but she didn't shove her sleeve back. She just held it out to him, like he was going to tap a vein for a blood drive. a challenge. One that he suddenly didn't want to accept. It was none of his business. He should say that. Let it go. Instead, he took hold of her wrist. The bones were narrow, sharp in his hand. With his other hand, he pushed the fabric of her shirt up the slope of her forearm. It felt like a prelude. No needle punctures. Her skin was covered in tattoos. The curling tail of a rattlesnake, the sunburst bloom of a peony, and the wheel. He resisted the urge to touch his thumb to the image below the crook of her elbow. Dawes would be interested in that bit of tarot. Maybe it would give them something to talk about. Why hide tattoos? No one cares about that here. Half the student body had them. Not many had full sleeves, but they weren't unheard of. Alex yanked her cuff back down. Any other hoops to jump through? Plenty. He pulled open the door and led her inside. The entry was dark and cool, the stained glass throwing bright patterns onto the carpeted floor. Before them, the great staircase wound along the wall to the second story, dark wood carved in a thick sunflower motif. Michelle had told him the staircase alone was worth more than the rest of the house and the land it was built on. Alex released a small sigh. Glad to be out of the sun? She made a soft humming noise. It's quiet here. It took him a moment to understand what she meant. Il Baston is warded, as are the rooms at the hutch. It's that bad. Alex shrugged. Well, they can't get to you here. Alex looked around, her face impassive. Was she unimpressed by the soaring entry, the warm wood and stained glass, the scent of pine and cassis that always made stepping into the house feel a bit like Christmas? Or was she just trying to seem that way? Nice clubhouse, she said. Not very tomb-like. We're not a society and we don't run like one. This isn't a clubhouse, it's our headquarters, the heart of Leigh, and the storehouse of hundreds of years of knowledge on the occult. He knew he sounded like a horrible prig, but he couldn't seem to stop himself. The societies tap a new delegation of seniors every year, 16 members, 8 women, 8 men. We tap a single new Dante, 1 freshman, every 3 years. Guess that makes me pretty special. Let's hope so. Alex frowned at that, then nodded at the marble bust propped on a table beneath the coat rack. Who's that? The patron saint of Leigh, Hiram Bingham III. Unfortunately, Bingham's boyish features and downturned mouth didn't lend themselves to immortalization in stone. He looked like a perturbed department store mannequin. Dawes shuffled out of the parlor, her hands curled into the sleeves of her voluminous sweatshirt, her headphones snug around her neck. A vision in beige. Darlington could feel the discomfort radiating off her. Pammy hated new people. It had taken him the better part of his freshman year to win her over, and he still always had the sense that she might be one loud noise away from bolting into the library, never to be seen again. Pamela Dawes, meet our new Dante, Alex Stern. With all the enthusiasm of someone greeting a cholera outbreak, Dawes offered her hand and said, Welcome to Leigh. Dawes keeps everything running and ensures I don't make too big a fool of myself. So it's a full-time job? Asked Alex. Dawes blinked. Evenings and afternoons, but I can make myself available to you with enough notice. She glanced back at the parlor worriedly, as if her long unfinished dissertation was a baby crying. Dawes had served as oculist for nearly 4 years, and she'd been hammering away on her dissertation, an examination of Mycenaean cult practices and early tarot iconography, all the while. Darlington decided to put her out of her misery. I'm giving Alex the tour, and then I'll take her across campus to the hutch. The hutch? Asked Alex. Rooms we keep at the corner of York and Elm. It's not much, but it's convenient when you don't want to trek too far from your dorm, and it's warded, too. It's stocked, Dawes said faintly, already scooting back into the parlor and safety. Darlington gestured for Alex to follow him upstairs. "Who was Bathsheba Smith?" Alex asked on his heels. Then she had been reading her life of Leigh. He was pleased she remembered the name, but if memory served, Bathsheba appeared on the first page of the first chapter, so he wasn't going to get too excited. The 17-year-old daughter of a local farmer. Her body was found in the basement of the Yale Medical School in 1824. She'd been dug up for study by the students. Jesus. It wasn't uncommon. Doctors needed to study anatomy, and they needed cadavers to do that. But we think Bathsheba was an early attempt to communicate with the dead. A medical assistant took the fall, and Yale's students learned to keep their activities more quiet. After the discovery of the girl's body, the locals nearly burned Yale to the ground. Maybe they should have, murmured Alex. Maybe. They'd called it the Resurrection Riot, but it hadn't turned truly nasty. Boom or bust, New Haven was a town forever on the brink of things. Darlington toured Alex around the rest of Ile Baston. The grand parlor, with the old map of New Haven above the fireplace, the kitchen and pantry, the downstairs training rooms, and the second-floor armory, with its wall of apothecary drawers, all of them stocked with herbs and sacred objects. It was left to Dawes to make sure they were kept well supplied, that any perishable items were freshened or disposed of before they turned foul, and to maintain any artifacts that required it. Cuthbert's pearls of protection had to be worn for a few hours every month, or they lost both their luster and their power to protect the wearer from lightning strikes. A Leigh alum named Leigh DeForest, who had once been suspended as an undergrad for causing a campus-wide blackout, had left Leigh with countless inventions, including the revolution clock, which showed an accurate to-the-minute countdown to armed revolt in countries around the globe. It had 22 faces and 76 hands, and had to be wound regularly or it would simply begin screaming. Darlington pointed out the stores of bone dust and graveyard dirt with which they would provision themselves on Thursday nights, and the rare vials of perdition water, said to come from the 7 rivers of hell, and that were to be used only in case of emergency. Darlington had never had cause to tap into any of them, but he kept hoping. At the center of the room sat Hiram's crucible, or, as the delegates of Leigh liked to call it, the Golden Bowl. It was the circumference of a tractor wheel and made of beaten 22-karat gold. For years, Leigh knew there were ghosts in New Haven. There were hauntings, rumors of sightings, and some of the societies had managed to pierce the veil through seances and summonings. But Leigh knew there was more, a secret world operating beside ours and frequently interfering with it. Interfering with it how? Alex asked, and he could see the narrow line of her shoulders tighten, that slightly hunched fighter's stance. At the time, no one was sure. They suspected that the presence of greys in sacred circles and temple halls was disrupting the spells and rituals of the societies. There were signs that stray magic loosed from rituals by the interference of greys could cause anything from a sudden frost 10 miles away to violent outbursts in schoolchildren. But Leigh had no proof, and no way to prevent it. Year after year they attempted to perfect an elixir that would allow them to see spirits, experimenting on themselves through sometimes deadly trial and error. Still, they had nothing to show for their work. Until Hiram's crucible. Alex ran her finger against the gilded edge of the basin. It looks like a sun. Many of the structures in Machu Picchu were dedicated to the worship of the sun god. This thing came from Peru? Alex asked. You don't need to look so surprised. I know where Machu Picchu is. I can even find Texas on a map if you give me enough time. You'll have to forgive my lack of familiarity with the curriculum of the Los Angeles School District, or your interest in same. Forgiven. Maybe, thought Darlington. But Alex Stern looked like the type to hold a grudge. Hiram Bingham was one of the founding members of Lethe. He discovered Machu Picchu in 1911, though that word tends to ruffle feathers, since the locals were perfectly aware of its existence. When Alex said nothing, he added, he was also rumored to be the inspiration for Indiana Jones. "Nice," said Alex. Darlington held back a sigh. Of course that would be what got her attention. Bingham stole about 40,000 artifacts. And brought them back here? Yes, to Yale, to be studied at the Peabody. He said they would be returned after 18 months. It took literally 100 years for Peru to get them back. Alex flicked her finger against the crucible, and it emitted a low hum. They forget this in the return shipment? It seems pretty hard to miss. The crucible was never documented because it was never given to Yale. It was brought to Lethe. Stolen goods. Very much so, I'm afraid. But it's the key to the Orasario. The problem with Lethe's elixir wasn't the recipe, it was the vessel. So, it's a magical mixing bowl? Such a little heathen. I might not put it that way, but yes. And it's gold all the way through? Before you think about trying to run off with it, keep in mind that it weighs twice as much as you do, and that the whole house is warded against theft. If you say so. With his luck, she'd find a way to roll the crucible down the stairs into the back of a truck and melt it down for earrings. The elixir has plenty of other names besides Orasario, he said. The Golden Trial. Hiram's Bullet. Every time a member of Lethe drinks it, every time the crucible is used, he takes his life in his hands. The mixture is toxic, and the process incredibly painful. But we do it, again and again, for a glimpse behind the veil. I get it, said Alex. I've met users before. It isn't like that, he wanted to protest. But maybe it was. The rest of the tour was uneventful. Darlington showed her the storage and research rooms in the upper stories, how to use the library, though he warned her not to use it on her own until the house got to know her, and finally the bedroom and adjoining bath, tidied and readied for her as Lethe's new Dante. He'd moved his own things to Virgil's suite at the end of last year, back when he'd still believed he'd have a proper protege. He'd felt embarrassingly sentimental about it all. Virgil's quarters were a floor above Dante's, and twice as large. When he graduated, they would be left empty, so that they would be available to him if he chose to visit. The vanity had belonged to Eliezer Wheelock. Half of the wall facing the bed was taken up by a stained glass window depicting a hemlock wood, positioned so that as the sun rose and set throughout the day, the colors of the glass trees and the sky above it seemed to change as well. When he'd moved in, he discovered that Michelle had left him a bottle of brandy and a note on her last visit. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garment green, indistinct in the twilight. Stand like druids of eld with voices sad and prophetic. There was a monastery that produced Armagnac so refined, its monks were forced to flee to Italy when Louis XIV joked about killing them to protect their secrets. This is the last bottle. Don't drink it on an empty stomach, and don't call unless you're dead. Good luck, Virgil. He'd always thought Longfellow was tripe, but he'd treasured the note and the brandy anyway. Now he watched Alex sweating amid the luxury of his old rooms that had been rarely used but much beloved. The dark blue walls, the canopied bed with its heavy teal covers, the armoire painted with white dogwood. The stained glass here was more modest. 2 elegant windows, clouds in shades of blue and violet set atop starry skies, bracketing a fireplace of painted tiles. Alex stood at the center of it all, her arms wrapped around her middle, turning slowly. He thought again of Undine. But maybe she was just a girl lost at sea. He had to ask, when did you first see them? She glanced at him, then at the window above her, the moon waxing forever in a stained glass sky. She picked up the Roiga music box from the desk, touched her finger to the lid, but then thought better of it, set it down. Darlington was a good talker, but he was happiest when no one was speaking to him, when he didn't have to perform the ritual of himself, and he could simply be left to watch others. Alex had a grainy quality to her, like an old film. He could tell she was making a choice, whether to reveal her secrets, whether to run. She shrugged, and he thought she would leave it at that, but then she picked up the music box again and said, "I don't know. I thought they were people for a while, and it's not like anyone pays attention to a kid talking to no one. I remember seeing a fat guy in nothing but socks and undershorts, holding a remote control in one hand like a teddy bear, and standing in the middle of the street. I remember trying to tell my mom he was going to get hurt. On our trip to the Santa Monica Pier, I saw a woman lying in the water like a picture of..." She gestured as if stirring a pot. "With her hair and the flowers. Ophelia. She followed me home, and when I cried and shouted at her to leave, she just tried to push closer. They like tears, the salt, the sadness, any strong emotion." "Fear?" she asked. She was so still, as if she were posing for a portrait. "Fear. Few Greys were malevolent, but they did love to startle and terrify. Why aren't there more of them? Shouldn't they be everywhere?" "Only a few Greys can pass through the veil. The vast majority remain in the afterlife. I'd see them at the supermarket, around the hot foods case or those pink bakery boxes. They loved our school cafeteria. I didn't think about it much until Jacob Craig asked if I wanted to see his thing. I told him I'd seen plenty of them, and somehow it got back to his mom, and she called the school. So the teacher brings me in and asks, 'What do you mean you've seen lots of things?' I didn't know to lie." She plunked the music box down. "If you want to get Child Protective Services called fast, just start talking about ghost dick." Darlington wasn't sure what he'd expected. A dead highwayman lurking romantically at the window? A banshee roaming the banks of the Los Angeles River like La Llorona? There was something so ordinary and awful about her story. About her. Someone had reported Alex's case to CPS, and one of Leith's search algorithms or one of their many contacts in one of the many bureaus that they'd paid off had caught mention of those notable keywords: delusions, paranoia, ghosts. From that point on, she'd probably been watched. And that night in the apartment on Cedros? She frowned and then said, "Oh, you mean Ground Zero. Don't tell me you haven't read the file." "I have. I want to know how you survived." Alex rubbed her thumb over the edge of the windowsill. "So do I." Was that enough? Darlington had seen the crime scene photos, video taken by officers arriving on scene. 5 men dead, all of them beaten nearly unrecognizable. 2 of them staked through the heart like vampires. Despite the carnage, blood splatter indicated it was all the work of one perpetrator. Arcs of red, every vicious blow struck from left to right. Something was off about the whole thing, but Alex was never a suspect. For one thing, she was right-handed, and for another, she was far too small to have wielded a weapon with so much force. Besides, she had enough fentanyl in her system that she was lucky she hadn't died herself. Her hair had been wet, and she'd been found naked as a newborn. Darlington had dug a little deeper, unable to shake his suspicions, but there had been no blood or remains in the drain. If she'd somehow been involved, she hadn't showered the proof away. So why had the attacker left the girls alone? If the police were right and this was some kind of beef with another dealer, why spare Alex and her friend? Drug dealers who beat people to death with bats didn't seem like the spare the women and children type. Maybe the attacker had believed they were dead already from the drugs, or maybe Alex had tipped someone off. But she knew something more about what had happened than she'd told the police. He felt it in his bones. "Helly and I got high," she said quietly, still brushing her finger against the windowsill. "I woke up in the hospital. She didn't wake up at all." She looked very small, suddenly, and Darlington felt a stab of shame. She was 20, older than most freshmen, but she was still just a kid in a lot of ways, in over her head. And she'd lost friends that night, her boyfriend, everything familiar. "Come with me," he said. He wasn't sure why. Maybe because he felt guilty for prying. Maybe because she didn't deserve to be punished for saying yes to a bargain no right-minded person would refuse. He led her back to the gloom of the armory. It had no windows, and its walls were lined in shelves and drawers nearly 2 stories high. It took him a moment to find the cupboard he wanted. When he rested his hand on the door, the house paused, then let the lock give with a disapproving click. Carefully, he removed the box. Heavy, gleaming black wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl. "You'll probably need to remove your shirt," he said. "I'll give Dawes the box, and she can—" "Dawes doesn't like me. Dawes doesn't like anyone." "Here," she said. She pulled the shirt over her head, revealing a black bra and ribs shadowed like the furrows of a tilled field. "Don't get Dawes." Why was she so willing to put herself in his hands? Was she unafraid or just reckless? Neither trait boded well for her future at Leigh. But he had the sense that it was neither of those things. It felt like she was testing him now, like she'd laid down another challenge. "Some propriety wouldn't kill you," he said. "Why take the chance?" "Usually when a woman takes her clothes off in front of me, I have some warning." Alex shrugged, and the shadows moved over her skin. "Next time I'll light the signal fires." That would be best. Tattoos covered her from wrist to shoulder and spread beneath her clavicles. They looked like armor. He opened the box's lid. Alex drew in a sudden breath and skittered backward. "What's wrong?" he asked. She'd retreated nearly halfway across the room. "I don't like butterflies." "They're moths." They perched in even rows in the box, soft white wings fluttering. "Whatever."
End of Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo. Read for you by Michael David Axtell, Lauren Fortgang. The Best Audiobooks presents. Thank you for listening.